As soon as that battleship became visible within the black mists, Bai Xiaochun's vision ended. Having regaining lucidity, he found himself in front of the sovereign's head, being shoved away by the immense pressure. This time he fared much better than on the previous occasion. He had acquired an additional 20% of the qi flow, which was already entering his body. Bai Xiaoqi didn't ask any questions, but his eyes shone brightly. He knew what was happening. Bai Xiaochun returned to the fan and rested for a few days, then headed back toward the sovereign's head, his eyes shining with determination. As his hand touched the skin, and he unleashed his Taoist magics, the blankness once again took over. By now he was used to it and simply let it happen. Time passed, after which he woke up. Or perhaps it was Zhou Chen who woke up. This was his third vision of the sovereign's memories. Much time had passed since the events of the second. Although Zhou Chen still looked middle-aged, he was now more dignified. He hovered in the starry sky, a beautiful woman at his side, who was none other than his Taoist partner, his immortal imperatrix. Arrayed behind them was an army of millions upon millions of cultivators. Facing them was a black cloud mass filled with devilish specters. Not an ounce of life force was present there, nor could any life force be detected on the black-robed man who stood in front of the clouds, who was none other than Zhou Fan. His black robe itself seemed capable of consuming everything in its path. It even caused the light in the area to bend toward him. The black hair which swirled around him did nothing to hide the icy coldness of his eyes, as he stared at the leader of the army from the immortal world, Zhou Chen, as well as the woman at his side. Mixed emotions could be seen in Zhou Fan's eyes as he looked at her, but soon they vanished, and he focused his attention on Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, or rather, I suppose I should call you, the worldly Taoist. As Bai Xiaochun hovered there, he couldn't prevent the rage and anger from rising up in his heart, as well as the grief. He thought back to how, after his brother entered the Valley of the Black Clouds, everything went back to normal. Zhou Chen eventually chose to rise to the middle three heavens, and after several years became a celestial. Then something happened that was relatively rare. He ascended to the higher three heavens, where he became the apprentice of the then-reigning immortal imperator. At that point, he was given a Taoist name. No longer would he be Zhou Chen, he would be the worldly Taoist. That was when he met an elder brother called the mortal Taoist who reminded him a lot of his own older brother. They got along well and soon became Archeans together. Both of them fell in love with their junior sister, who happened to be the daughter of the immortal imperator. Eventually, their master, the original immortal imperator, faded away, becoming a part of the starry sky's essence of time, a portion of the river of time and space itself. Years later, the worldly Taoist gained the approval of the immortal world and became a sovereign. He was named the new immortal imperator, and his junior sister chose to marry him, becoming his immortal imperatrix. Unfortunately, the mortal Taoist, whose cultivation base was actually slightly higher than the worldly Taoists, was frustrated over and over in his attempts to achieve a breakthrough, and could not gain the approval of the immortal world. It was a matter of public note, and many people had speculations about the situation. And that was when, down in the lower three heavens, outside the Valley of the Black Clouds, Zhou Fan appeared, clad in a black robe. He was not alone. Countless devilish specters emerged from the clouds with him, and once again, war visited the immortal world. However, that was not the most shocking development. When Zhou Fan and mortal Taoist met, the two of them merged into one. At that point, everyone knew that mortal Taoist, apprentice of the original immortal imperator, was actually the clone of Zhou Fan, who had disappeared into the lower three heavens years ago. Somehow, after the clone and the true self merged back together, despite the fact that the will of the immortal world refused to offer approval, he broke through to become a sovereign. At that point, he discarded his true surname of Zhou. He also abandoned the Taoist part of his earlier Taoist name. He kept the Fan character, which meant mortal, and then added the character renegade to it. He was rebelling against that which was orthodox, defying the heavens to change his fate. As of that moment, the immortal world gained the mortal renegade, Devil Imperator. For a sovereign to exist without the approval of the immortal world was heresy. But there was nothing that could be done about it. As soon as the mortal renegade became a sovereign, he led his army of devilish specters to wage war on the immortal world. After much bitter fighting, the two brothers were finally reunited at this moment. Mortal renegade, you're a sovereign now, so why stay in the immortal world? Back outside the valley of extermination in the lower three heavens, all I asked was that you come back to me. I would have done anything. Now all I ask is that you go. Leave the immortal world, and never come back. The worldly Taoist hid the pain in his eyes as he looked at the stranger that was his brother. Up to this point, he still didn't understand why all of this was happening. Meanwhile, the mortal renegade hovered in the starry sky, hands clasped behind his back as he looked at the worldly Taoist, a faint smile on his face. You know, worldly Taoist, there is a legend in this starry sky. If this universe were to be bereft of all life force, all living beings, all worlds, and all peoples, if the starry sky went dark, then in the black void that resulted, an eternal flower would bloom. The eternal flower will only bloom when a vast collection of worlds vanish. Only one flower. Consume that flower, and you can break out of the sovereign realm and become truly eternal. That is the only way to become eternal. There is no other path. There was a bizarre power within mortal renegade's voice that caused everyone who heard him speak to feel deeply shaken. So yes, I'll leave, but I'll only do so after wiping out the immortal world. Then I'll go to the next world and the next group of people. Eventually, I will extinguish all of the starry sky, at which point, the eternal flower will bloom for me. The vision ended, but Bai Xiaochun did not awaken. He sank into blankness again, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw the last memories that existed in the sovereign's head. As they poured in, he trembled, and felt himself filling up with rage, and even more so, grief. He was there in the starry sky, hair disheveled, weak, and injured. His life was about to sputter out as he looked down at the crumbling immortal world, where countless devilish specters were slaughtering cultivators left and right. Obviously, the immortal world was no match for this opponent. The countless spheres which surrounded the immortal world were shattering. In his arms was the corpse of a woman. She was his immortal imperatrix, but her aura had been exterminated. There, in her forehead, was a black spike, slowly emanating black smoke. That spike had destroyed her life force, and despite being a sovereign who had mastered the essence of life and death, the worldly Taoist was not capable of resurrecting her. He could only hold her body, tears streaming down his face as he threw his head back and howled, "Mortal renegade!" The worldly Taoist stared at the black-robed figure in front of him, whose mere presence, as well as the vile black smoke that swirled around him, caused everything to twist and distort. Although his life had reached the end, and the flame of his life force was about to go out, the worldly Taoist still had the energy to shout, "Why? Why did you do all of this? Xianxia is my Taoist partner, and your junior sister. She's our master's only flesh and blood. How could you be so cruel? Don't tell me it's for that eternal flower. That's just a legend. And even if it's true, it doesn't explain why you've changed. Mortal renegade. Zhoufan, brother, tell me, what happened to you?" The mortal renegade didn't seem to be affected at all by the worldly Taoist's shout. He simply looked back at him calmly, almost as if he were already dead. Apparently, he really had severed any and all emotions connected to him. It was only after the worldly Taoist's voice faded away that he finally spoke. "There are two people in my heart, two people who have hindered my pursuit of the great Tao. The first is the woman that both of us fell in love with. The other is you." This was the first time that mortal renegade had actually acknowledged the relationship between himself and the worldly Taoist. In response, the worldly Taoist shivered. However, he knew his brother, and therefore chuckled bitterly and said, "I understand. You killed junior sister, and now you'll kill me. Afterward, nothing will hinder your pursuit of your Tao. Mortal Renegade looked back at the worldly Taoist, who was now so weak he couldn't fight back no matter how much he wanted to, and then nodded. "After I kill you," he said, "I'll eradicate the immortal world. Then I will have no hindrances. As for whether or not the eternal flower is a mere myth, well, there's only one way to find out for sure. Even if it's not real, all of this still conforms to my Tao." Not giving the worldly Taoist a chance to respond, he waved his hand, his eyes flickering coldly as the starry sky around him distorted. Apparently, a natural law was at play, causing an invincible blade to appear. The blade flashed, and the worldly Taoist's head flew off of his body along with a spray of blood. Shockingly, the blade was so enormous that the worldly Taoist's fleshly body, as well as the body of his wife, were shredded into nothing but drifting ash. Only his head remained, and in the final moment before he actually died, he managed to say one more thing. "Master once told me that if there really is an eternal flower, then after it absorbed all of the desolation and death of this starry sky, it would definitely form its own spirit. You are doomed to lose, Mortal Renegade." The Mortal Renegade's expression remained the same as ever. He closed his eyes, and as he did, his aura began to grow stronger. The spheres of the immortal world had crumbled, and the 9 heavens that made up the landmass had fallen into ruin. All living beings had been exterminated, leaving behind only devilish specters. The Mortal Renegade's aura reached an indescribable level, whereupon he opened his eyes, turned, and led his massive army on a rampage to exterminate everything. That was where the vision ended. Bai Xiaochun's eyes opened, and the last of the chi flow flowed into him. At the same time, the worldly Taoist's head crumbled into ashes and drifted out into the surrounding ruins. As of this day, he finally got his dying wish, to be buried along with the immortal world. Bai Xiaochun stood there, quietly watching the ashes drift away, his mind alive with the memories of the worldly Taoist, immortal imperator. Now he knew the truth about the eternal immortal domains, also known as the eternal flower, as well as the enormous giant who was sealed outside of them. "The Mortal Renegade," he murmured. He knew much now, but there was also a lot of missing information. However, he was 80% confident that his speculations and analysis of those aspects were correct. The Mortal Renegade had killed his younger brother, and the woman they both loved. He had wiped out the immortal world, and then led his army of devilish specters on a path of extermination and destruction. In the end, he killed all of the people in the starry sky, and destroyed all of the worlds that existed within it. Just as he had said, he cast the starry sky into complete darkness. And then, just as had been spoken of in the legends, the desolation and death caused the eternal flower to bloom. According to such legends, the only way for a cultivator to break out of the sovereign realm was to use that eternal flower and reach the eternal realm. The Mortal Renegade came very, very close to succeeding. He cast the starry sky into darkness and destroyed everything that existed. The desolation he brought proved the legends true. He personally witnessed the eternal flower bloom. Just outside of the eternal immortal domains, the Mortal Renegade reached out to grab the eternal flower, which he would destroy, absorb, and then use to become eternal. However, something unexpected happened. That was when, just as the worldly Taoist had said, the eternal spirit came to be. Bai Xiaochun thought back to the stories of the Eternal Mother and the 3 eternal sons. And he thought back to how the Eternal Mother had spoken to him when he became a celestial. I bet I can guess what happened. When the Mortal Renegade reached out for the flower, the Eternal Spirit, another term for the Eternal Mother, was not willing to be destroyed and absorbed. She formed 3 incarnations, 3 expressions of her divine sense. They became the Archlord, Saint Lord, and Vile Lord. They were the 3 eternal sons. The 3 eternal sons fought with the Mortal Renegade, backed by the power of the Eternal Mother. In the end, they paid a bitter price to temporarily resolve the crisis and seal their enemy. However, there is one question that remains unanswered. Where did the inhabitants of the eternal immortal domains come from? He closed his eyes in thought for some time before coming up with an answer. In order to resolve the impending crisis which would inevitably come, the Eternal Mother turned her 3 eternal sons into statues, and then used her divine sense to create worlds inside of them, filled with countless living beings. Her hope was that, years later, when the mortal renegade finally broke free, one of her people would be able to reach the eternal realm and stave off complete calamity. That was the only thing she could do. Xiaochun couldn't be sure how much of his speculation was accurate, but based on the clues he had so far, they seemed highly likely to be true. After a moment of silence, he sighed. Looking out at the ruins of the immortal world, and the scattered ashes of the worldly Taoist, immortal imperator, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. Then he returned to his treasured fan. Bai Xiaoqi seemed about to say something, but held back, and simply stared at the departing ashes, his eyes flickering with grief. Bai Xiaochun looked over at him, then quietly said, "I'll tell you whatever you want to know about the immortal imperator's memories." Bai Xiaoqi shook his head. "There's no need. It's all in the past now." Bai Xiaochun nodded, then sat down cross-legged to examine the chi flow of the immortal world that now existed within him. Taking a deep breath, he rotated his cultivation base and began his attempt to break through to the Archean realm. Considering there were no living sovereigns, the Archean realm was the absolute highest level a cultivator could reach at the moment. However, it was very difficult to do so, a fact made clear considering that there were only 2 Archeans in the eternal immortal domains. All celestials dreamed of succeeding, and yet, none could. In the past, Bai Xiaochun had not understood, but now he did. To become an Archean, one not only had to be sufficiently powerful, one also had to acquire the approval of the world. Without that approval, any attempts at a breakthrough would fail. As for why there was no 3rd Archean in the eternal immortal domains, Bai Xiaochun already had his speculations. The method of giving approval is by distributing a portion of power of the world, in other words, its chi flow. But the Eternal Mother is too weak now, like a candle flickering in the wind. She simply can't sustain the existence of 3 Archeans. She can only sustain 2. Eyes flickering, he continued to rotate his cultivation base, and sent the chi flow of the immortal world circulating through his body. As he did, the signs of an imminent breakthrough became clear. After all, he was now in the immortal world, a place that had once been home to the most powerful group of people in all of the starry sky. Even though that world had been reduced to ruins, the remaining chi flow was enough to propel one person into the Archean realm. When a celestial became an Archean, his or her Tao seed would bloom, sending roots out into every corner of the body, and producing a flower of Tao will. When the Tao seed disappeared, that was the moment of becoming an Archean expert. With boundless Tao will, all it took was a thought to unleash divine abilities and magical techniques. Although Tao will did not make one eternally indestructible, nor did it grant eternal life, to some extent it was like transcending, becoming a truly supernatural entity. For example, a mere look from the vile emperor could cause ordinary celestials to tremble in their boots. And all the Saint Emperor had to do was unleash a bit of pressure, and wild colors would flash in heaven and earth. Were it not for Bai Xiaochun's shockingly powerful fleshly body, and its union with his cultivation base, as well as his Archean luminescence, he would never have had the requisite battle prowess to fight Archeans. The reason why Archeans could resurrect fallen celestials who served them also had to do with Tao will. Upon receiving the portion of a celestial's Tao seed, the Archean would use Tao will to brand it with an undying mark. If the celestial died, the Archean could then use Tao will to activate the innate regenerative capabilities that existed within Tao seeds, but were beyond the control of celestials. Then, the Tao seed could form a new soul and body. The abilities of Archeans to do such things were why imperial dynasties could stand the test of time. As Bai Xiaochun sat there cross-legged, his Tao seed shone with dazzling light. It had already been years since the seed sent roots throughout his whole body, but it had never been able to bloom into a flower of Tao will. Now that he had the chi flow of the immortal world, the resulting reaction was akin to throwing some cold water into a vat of boiling oil. Rumbling sounds filled him as all of the roots the Tao seed had sent out began to shine brightly. If anyone could have seen him at that point, it would look like he was filled with innumerable brightly shining veins. At the same time, his aura was rising higher and higher. The ruins of the immortal world began to tremble, and countless motes of dust began to rise up, and then slowly drift toward Bai Xiaochun. As they swirled around him like a vortex, the sensation of a breakthrough grew even more intense. At the same time, the void vibrated, and more dust swirled in his direction. Soon, he was surrounded by a vortex fully 300,000 meters from end to end, completely shocking and majestic in appearance. Boundless light shone up from him as he sat there on the treasured fan. Off to the side, Bai Xiaoqi knew that he had reached a critical juncture, and immediately sent out some divine sense as he stood as a Dharma protector. Time passed. The light grew more intense, and the screaming vortex grew to a size of 3 million meters, and even bigger. That vortex seemed to contain power to shake all of the void, and that power was only growing stronger. Time seemed to slow. When celestials became Archeans, each one was different. Some could succeed quickly, others took time, the primary factors being one's level of strength and the approval of the world. Bai Xiaochun was already far beyond the celestial realm in terms of strength, and had the approval of the immortal world in the form of some of its chieflo. Therefore, the process went relatively quickly for him. In fact, Bai Xiaochun's level within the celestial realm could only be described as heaven-defying. That much was evident from the vortex around him, which was a manifestation of the battle prowess of his cultivation base. As the vortex spun with utter madness, it soon reached a size of 9 million meters. And it didn't stop there. Next was 15 million meters. Not only was the size itself shocking, so was its speed of expansion. In the end, it reached 30 million meters, where it finally seemed to find an equilibrium. Because there was no other person to compare to, it was impossible to truly see how shocking that was. For example, back in the eternal immortal domains, vortexes greater than a few hundreds of thousands of meters had never been seen. Even in the days of the immortal world, it would be extremely rare. The worldly Taoist immortal imperator had a vortex of 21 million meters. And the only person who could rival Bai Xiaochun was the heaven-defying, mortal renegade, devil imperator. Time passed. The vortex lasted for 3 years, shaking all of the ruins of the immortal world, even locations very far away. During the entire time, Bai Xiaochun wasn't affected at all by the screaming winds, and he shone so brightly that it wasn't possible to even make out his body. He was like the only shining star in the void. Then, a voice spoke out into the ruins of the immortal world, a voice that rumbled like thunder, but at the same time, was little more than a murmur. The Archean realm. The 30 million meter vortex exploded with intensity, screaming and howling in a way that shook even the most remote areas of the immortal world, until all of it was affected. It was a monumental and shocking scene. The void itself trembled as the vortex which covered the immortal world gradually took the shape of a flower, blooming right there within the void. It was illusory, but clearly visible. Next, all of the rubble and dust that existed in the immortal world began to vibrate as the illusory image shrank down, rapidly forming into a corporeal flower. For the first time in 3 years, the treasured fan finally became visible there in the middle of the immortal world, along with the flower. That was Bai Xiaochun's Tao will. If any person could have been there to observe what was happening, they would have been profoundly shocked. The flower continued to shrink for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Then, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and the flower collapsed into strands of mist that entered his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Cracking sounds echoed out as his hair grew longer, and his skin more fair, leaving him looking even younger than he had before. He was almost like a teenager now, and yet, when he opened his eyes, they were profoundly abstruse. The Archean realm, he whispered again. He had assumed that some sort of tribulation would come, and it would have if he had been in the eternal immortal domains. But now he realized that, because he was in the immortal world, and had absorbed the last of its chi flow, he had become something like its protector, and therefore no tribulation came. He slowly rose to his feet, his aura causing the void to distort around him. As Bai Xiaochun stood there, his hair long, his skin fair, he looked almost the same as he had back when he first joined the Spirit Stream sect. But his aura would cause any cultivator who was not an Archean to tremble. Even other Archeans would be able to tell that, although he looked slim and fair, a terrifying power pulsed inside of him. It wasn't fleshly body power, it was cultivation-based power. He was now filled with countless strands of Tao will, and as for his sea of consciousness, it no longer contained a Tao seed, but rather, a flower of Tao will. The changes to his cultivation base felt strange. However, he could already tell that his fleshly body had now fallen behind the power of his cultivation base. The next thing I need to do is figure out how to get an Archean-level fleshly body. It was only at this point that a certain level of excitement appeared in his heart, which was actually strange. He knew that he was the type of person who was usually excited to have achieved a breakthrough, but this time he was very calm. At first, he hadn't felt any emotions at all. It must be the influence of the worldly Taoist, immortal imperator. With each moment that passed, he felt that excitement growing, until finally, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. I'm an Archean. You just wait, vile emperor. After I get back, I'll show you a thing or two. Off to the side, Bai Xiaoqi stood there, blinking. Moments ago, the solemn figure standing in front of him had reminded him of his former master, and had filled his heart with reverence. However, that mood was instantly broken by Xiaochun's laughter. At that point, Bai Xiaoqi sighed. Still laughing, Bai Xiaochun sent his divine sense out to the fan face, summoning his 2 Archean slaves. Now, it was much easier to summon and control them. Furthermore, they could exist outside of the treasured fan for much longer. In fact, he could sense that he now had the power and authority to take his Archean slaves with him to the eternal immortal domains. Although they couldn't stay there for long, perhaps a few days at most, that was still a significant improvement. With 2 Archean slaves at my side, who in the eternal immortal domains would dare to look at me the wrong way, he was so excited that he almost felt like jumping up and down. Sending some more divine sense out, he made contact with the boat in the fan face, and then waved his finger. Rumbling sounds then echoed out as the boat flew out of the fan and into the void, moving far faster than the fan ever could. At that point, Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. He could tell that, although the boat looked ordinary in nature, it was actually a sovereign-level precious treasure. With the 2 Archean slaves on the boat, it would be dramatically fast and also have incredible battle prowess. With this boat in my possession, and the fan as the core of my power, I am definitely a force to be reckoned with. Still bubbling with excitement, he turned his attention to the river in the fan face. Waving his hand, he attempted to summon it, only to find that nothing happened, except that a few waves rolled out across its surface. Bai Xiaoqi cleared his throat. My lord, that river can only be used by someone with a sovereign cultivation base. Not willing to give in that easily, Bai Xiaochun tried over and over again, only to fail every time. However, he could already sense that, if he could summon that river, then if he had to fight the vile emperor again, he could easily kill him. A sovereign-level divine ability. Next, he looked over at the mountain that the Taoist Tower of Life and Death stood atop. But before he could even try to reach out and control it, Bai Xiaoqi once again spoke up. It's the same with the mountain. Bai Xiaochun hesitated, then focused specifically on the tower. It's the same with the tower, Bai Xiaoqi said quietly. Shut up, Bai Xiaochun snapped, glaring at him. His mood was already being ruined thanks to the spirit automaton. Snorting coldly, he put the boat away and then went back to the main surface of the fan. As he looked out at the ruins of the immortal world, he mused that if he encountered that old ghost woman again, he would probably be able to crush her. What happened next was even stranger. As soon as he thought about the old ghost woman, he suddenly felt his emotions stirring. All of a sudden, he realized that if she actually did show up, he would have the impulse to rush over and hug her. This is crazy. I can handle being less excited, and I can handle feeling like a relative of the mortal renegade. But why do I have feelings for that old ghost woman? Heavens! This won't do at all. He was so terrified that the blood drained from his face. The mere thought of what might happen if the old ghost woman showed up and he couldn't control himself caused him to tremble, and even break out in a sweat. Listen here, Mr. Worldly Taoist. Don't screw me over. I'm not you. By now, his excitement had completely vanished, and he actually felt a bit like crying. Scowling on the verge of tears, he sat down and sent the fan flying away, scanning the surrounding area for any signs of the old ghost woman. However, after flying along with the fan for only a short time, and before he could even leave the ruins of the immortal world, his expression flickered as he looked down at a certain area below. It wasn't the old ghost woman, but rather something else that was now familiar. There in the ruins of the immortal world, he saw a valley filled with black clouds. The land surrounding that valley hadn't been damaged at all during the destruction of the world around it, and as such, looked exactly the same as when Bai Xiaochun had seen it in the worldly Taoist's memories. It was the same place where the mortal renegade had parted ways with his brother. The mortal renegade had changed dramatically because of that valley, and when he emerged, he began his quest to eradicate the starry sky. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaochun felt unprecedentedly serious. Looking at the clouds in the valley, he suddenly felt a profound sensation of danger. At the same time, memories that once belonged to the worldly Taoist stirred in his mind. He remembered that the worldly Taoist had thought of going into the valley to search for an explanation for why the mortal renegade had changed so much. At the time, he had already become a sovereign, and yet had been unable to find the valley. It was as if the valley had disappeared. No matter how the worldly Taoist searched, he couldn't find it. It was almost as if it had died. But now, years later, after all that remained of the immortal world was ruins, the valley appeared right in Bai Xiaochun's presence. Considering Bai Xiaochun's personality, it didn't matter that he was now an Archean. He would never step into that valley. He would simply turn and leave. And yet, even as he looked away and prepared to send the fan away, his expression flickered. Then, he slowly walked off of the fan and headed toward the valley, his body seemingly not under his own control. At the same time, powerful emotions surged within him. The emotions turned into a tenacious focus, something that didn't belong to Bai Xiaochun. Instead, it came from the memories of the worldly Taoist immortal imperator. It was like a form of madness that forced Bai Xiaochun to enter that valley and search for the truths that the worldly Taoist had been unable to discover for himself in years past. Bai Xiaochun howled, his eyes turning bloodshot as he struggled against the effects. It was like there were two consciousnesses in his head, and the side controlled by the tenacious focus of the worldly Taoist was willing to do anything to unlock the secrets of the valley. Even as the struggle continued, Bai Xiaochun walked onward. After all, this was the will of a sovereign that he was contending with. To the worldly Taoist, the valley was simply too important. Soon, that will began to burn as if with fire, affecting Bai Xiaochun to the point where he shivered and stopped in place. After a few breaths of time passed, he looked up. In that moment, an aura erupted out of him that was very different from Bai Xiaochun's. The ruins of the immortal world began to quake, almost as if they wished to prostrate themselves to Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, Bai Xiaoqi trembled and cried, "Milord!" Bai Xiaoqi was trembling in unprecedented fashion. From the moment Bai Xiaochun had returned, he had been able to sense a familiar aura on him, which had grown even more intense throughout the process of rising to the Archean realm. He had even started to respect Bai Xiaochun more because of it. But then Bai Xiaochun noticed what was happening, and intentionally changed his behavior, causing those feelings within Bai Xiaoqi to fade. He had assumed that perhaps he was mistaken, and that it had all been some strange aspect of Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base. But now, as he looked at Bai Xiaochun standing in front of the Valley of Clouds, his heart began to pound. He was sure that he wouldn't make a mistake in this aspect. Although the person he was looking at was clearly not the worldly Taoist immortal imperator, there was something about his aura that was causing even the void to tremble. It was something that Bai Xiaoqi was sure that only his master could do. For Bai Xiaoqi, everything disappeared, including the void, the ruins around him, and everything else. The only thing that remained was that figure standing there like a mountain. It was the same for the ruins of the immortal world. They were trembling as though something had awoken which had been dead since the most ancient of times. A soul had returned, born again, prompting everything and everyone to prostrate to the immortal imperator. Bai Xiaochun stood there quietly, unmoving, right in front of the valley of swirling black clouds. Eventually, he looked up, and in that moment he seemed powerful and tall. He could shake heaven and earth, and cause the starry sky to tremble. His aura was one of matchless dignity and splendor, filled with unstoppable energy. Even as everything trembled, Bai Xiaochun slowly turned to look at Bai Xiaoqi, who was still on the treasured fan. His facial features were those of Bai Xiaochun, but now even someone who had only seen him a few times would realize that this was not Bai Xiaochun. There was something ancient in his eyes that Bai Xiaochun did not possess, as well as a profound grief. Right now, he seemed like a sovereign, the type of unique being who people would drop to their knees to worship as soon as they laid eyes on him. "Xiaoqi," he said softly. Bai Xiaoqi's jaw dropped, and he rushed forward. Dropping to his knees, he said, "My lord." Bai Xiaochun looked at Bai Xiaoqi for a long moment, at the tears in his eyes, and at his excited expression. Then Bai Xiaochun smiled. It was an emotional smile, filled with memories of primeval times. From the glint in his eyes, he was looking around at things that he hadn't been able to gaze upon for countless years. "Don't cry, Xiaoqi," he said softly, reaching out to tousle the spirit automaton's head like an adult would a child's. More tears began to stream down Bai Xiaoqi's face as he inched forward and threw his arms around Bai Xiaochun's leg, worried that if he didn't, his master would vanish. "You did well. You found a great successor for me?" Although Bai Xiaochun's voice sounded as light and airy as it usually did, there was something profound and ancient to it, something that almost made him seem like an old man. "I don't exist anymore. The only thing left behind are my memories, and the focus within them. It won't last for long. And in fact, if I hadn't seen this valley of clouds, it would have faded away naturally in a few years." Bai Xiaochun turned to look back at the valley of black clouds, and the focus in his eyes grew clearer. "Xiaoqi, wait here for your new master to return. From now on, please take good care of yourself, and be obedient." Even as Bai Xiaoqi wept, Bai Xiaochun looked around at his old home, then turned and headed toward the valley. As he walked forward, his aura grew stronger and more powerful, causing more pressure to weigh down on the area. Soon, it seemed to surpass the Archean level and approach that of a sovereign. As the last bit of will and focus from his memories burned away, he was given a very short window of time in which his energy could soar. If an Archean were in the area, they wouldn't be able to endure such levels of force, and would instantly be killed in body and soul. As Bai Xiaochun stepped into the valley and made contact with the clouds, that temporary surge of energy caused everything to tremble. The roiling clouds seemed to contain terrifying powers of corrosion, and yet, they met their match when facing the will of a sovereign. As such, Bai Xiaochun was not harmed at all. He disappeared into the clouds, and Bai Xiaoqi looked on, tears in his eyes, staring at the valley. Inside the clouds, Bai Xiaochun seemed completely calm and unflustered. Driven by tenacious focus, he slowly strode deeper and deeper into the valley. Everything was quiet, with nothing but roiling mist around him. Sometime later, as he reached the depths of the valley, an enormous shape appeared up ahead. Soon, it became completely visible. It was an enormous battleship. Upon catching sight of the ship, his eyes began to glitter brightly. He continued to walk, hurrying forward until he was able to see a dilapidated ship, stranded amidst sand and stone. It seemed to have been baptized by the passage of countless years. It was black, with tattered sails, and seemingly so old and ancient that it had surely existed far longer than the immortal world. Bai Xiaochun stopped in front of the dilapidated, ancient battleship, his eyes gleaming with understanding. Apparently, he had long since speculated about what mysteries were in this valley, and now his speculations were being proved true. "So," he murmured, The legends are true. He began to float up into the air, until he was at the same level as the prow of the ship, where he saw someone sitting there cross-legged, back to him. It was a corpse that had clearly been dead for countless years. The clothing draped on it was tattered by the passage of time, and it was also the origin of the misty clouds that filled the valley. The moment Bai Xiaochun caught sight of the corpse, he gasped sharply, and his eyes began to glitter brightly. Clearly, this corpse was incredibly old, even older than the ship itself. In fact, it was a sensation of ancientness that surpassed the entire starry sky. Despite being dead, this corpse's aura filled Bai Xiaochun with a sensation of boundless and majestic power that went beyond the level of a sovereign. The sensation of death, and the profound pressure, was so intense that it caused the sovereign aura around Bai Xiaochun to begin to crumble. At the same time, he heard the screams and howls of countless dying people. Face draining of blood, he forced himself closer toward the corpse, which was when he realized that despite being completely withered, there was a wound in its forehead. Not even the worldly Taoist, immortal imperator, ensconced as he was in Bai Xiaochun's body, could possibly stand up to the pressure of such a powerful expert, dead as he was. The worldly Taoist of the moment was only an expression of focus and will, and Bai Xiaochun himself was only an Archean. Therefore, that focus and will could only unleash a fraction of its original battle prowess. Furthermore, the immortal world was now nothing but ruins. Therefore, the worldly Taoist currently only possessed about 20% of his true strength. Even if my true self had come here years in the past, I still wouldn't have been able to remain in the presence of this corpse for long, nor could I have touched it. In fact, he didn't even dare to step onto the ship itself. If he did, he would most certainly be destroyed in body and soul. This corpse was so incredibly strong that it defied imagination. It had such an incredible level of power that it was astonishing to think how strong this person must have been when he was alive. That was what the worldly Taoist's tenacious will was considering at the moment. Although there were still many things he didn't understand, one thing was for certain. He had settled one suspicion long held in his heart. The will of death that suffused the corpse allowed him to identify its Tao. It was the Tao of death and also a Tao of apocalyptic extermination. It was a Tao in which, in the very end, only one person existed, desolate, cold, and selfish to the extreme. It was a Tao in which success meant the destruction of the starry sky, the eradication of all life, and the end of all creation. As the surrounding corrosive mists ate away at the sovereign will which held Bai Xiaochun in its grip, it was possible to see countless evil ghosts flitting to and fro, just waiting to rip the flesh off of his bones and consume him entirely. The Tao of this unknown, supremely powerful entity is also the mortal renegade's Tao. The worldly Taoist's questions were mostly answered after being able to see this corpse and identify its Tao. Years ago, the mortal renegade entered this place and should have died. Instead, he acquired some astonishing good fortune. It seems he must have touched the corpse. The sovereign will that surrounded Bai Xiaochun's body was almost gone, which meant that he would soon be exposed to the cloudy mists. And yet, who could kill an expert as powerful as this? The worldly Taoist looked down quietly at the corpse for a moment longer, continuing to sense the towering will of death that it emanated. And yet, he could find no further answers. And he also knew that he never would. The stream of tenacious focus that had occupied Bai Xiaochun's body was about to slip away into nothing. At that point, his thoughts would no longer exist. In the past, his divine soul and fleshly body had been killed, and right now the only thing that had returned was a bit of his mind. Sighing, he turned and walked away from the ship and out of the valley and its clouds. As he left, his voice echoed behind him. "Mortal renegade, are you still you? If you are, then did you become the successor of the corpse in that ship? Why does it seem to me that the corpse died, but his Tao lived on and was reborn because of karma?" Outside the valley, Bai Xiaoqi remained still, staring at the swirling clouds, waiting for the most important person in his existence to appear again. Mixed emotions filled his heart. On the one hand, He wanted to see his old master, the returned worldly Taoist, immortal imperator. On the other hand, he didn't want to see Bai Xiaochun hurt because of it. The words the worldly Taoist had spoken through Bai Xiaochun's mouth moments ago had softened his heart, but at the same time, had caused profound emotions to rise up in him. He didn't have to wait for long before a figure strode out of the clouds. At first, Bai Xiaoqi couldn't quite see who it was, causing his heart to pound with anxiety. But soon he could see clearly. It was none other than Bai Xiaochun. "My lord!" Bai Xiaoqi exclaimed, hurrying forward, nervous, unsure of whether this person was the worldly Taoist or not. Upon emerging from the clouds, his eyes were closed, and he stood there quietly for a long time. Not daring to say anything, Bai Xiaoqi simply stood there. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, and the sovereign will began to fade away. Only a tiny bit remained, although it still pulsed with domineering, supreme power. Winds still swirled through the area, and the void trembled. As far as Bai Xiaoqi could remember, the aura he was sensing was exactly the same as that of his former master, the worldly Taoist. Before Bai Xiaoqi could do anything, Bai Xiaochun's eyes opened. They seemed profoundly ancient, as though they were looking out from countless years into the past. It was almost as if he had been reborn. Also within that ancientness was grief for the loss of home, family, friends, and loved ones. It was a sorrow abundant in helplessness and confusion. As of this moment, Bai Xiaoqi was absolutely certain that the person in front of him wasn't Bai Xiaochun, but rather his former master. Excited, he dropped to his knees to kowtow, tears dripping down his nose onto the ground. Bai Xiaochun's hand reached out to tousle Bai Xiaoqi's hair. "Ah, Xiaoqi," he said gently. "Crying again, are we?" When he heard that, Bai Xiaoqi started to weep, and crawled forward to hug Bai Xiaochun's leg, just the way a child would his father's. "Don't cry, Xiaoqi." A warm smile appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face. "You've done great, kid. I know it wasn't easy for you through the years. But, you could do better." Deep down, this Bai Xiaochun is a simple and honest person, a true warrior, bursting with righteousness. He is imposing, elegant, stately, and far more talented than me. It seems a rare hero has truly arisen, a rarely seen chosen. Somewhere in the middle of his speech, Bai Xiaoqi stopped crying, seemingly a bit startled by the worldly Taoist's assessment of Bai Xiaochun. "My lord, this Bai Xiaochun, Before Bai Xiaoqi could go on, he was interrupted. "It's too bad he wasn't alive back in my day, otherwise I probably would never have become a sovereign. However, had he been there at that time, it's highly likely things would have ended differently." It was possible to see Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickering with reminiscence, and the grief about him was nearly palpable. Bai Xiaoqi had been about to interject, but when he saw that level of sadness, he held back. However, he simply couldn't understand why the immortal imperator would have such an impression of Bai Xiaochun. Then he started to wonder if perhaps the Bai Xiaochun he had seen was simply the non-heroic version. "I have to leave, but before I do, I have one final mission for you." Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaochun cast a very serious gaze at Bai Xiaoqi. The spirit automaton's face suddenly grew very earnest, as though he couldn't wait to hear what this new mission was. "Remember my words. From now on, you must always obey Bai Xiaochun. Don't ever trick him. Listen carefully to everything he has to say, and do everything he asks. Whatever orders he gives you, you must view as importantly as if they came from me. When he asks you to do things, you do them to the fullest extent possible. When he wants something, you help him get it. Trust him. Come to his aid when others bully him. Being with him is the greatest good fortune you could ever come across. Xiaoqi. Also, do your best to make him happy, which will in turn make you happy. Rejoice with him, grieve with him. When he is not happy, join him in his sorrow." "Very well, Xiaoqi, this is my last mission to you. Will you accept it?" By the time he finished speaking, his tone of voice was completely strict and somber. Bai Xiaoqi was somewhat stunned, and if it weren't for the aura that he could clearly sense, he would suspect that these words hadn't actually been uttered by the worldly Taoist. Looking at the serious glint in his master's eyes, He gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, sir." The serious look on Bai Xiaochun's face vanished, to be replaced by pure warmth. Once again tousling Bai Xiaoqi's hair, he offered a few more parting words of encouragement, then closed his eyes. Bai Xiaoqi looked on, heart twinging with pain as he knew that this would be the last time he ever saw his master. After Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, the tension built for a moment, only to be broken when Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes again. Seemingly a bit worried about Bai Xiaoqi's sincerity, he said, "Although I'm leaving, I'll come back occasionally to look over you." As Bai Xiaoqi looked on, stunned, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and closed his eyes again. Bai Xiaoqi looked a bit suspicious and hesitant. He was absolutely certain that he had sensed the aura of his former master, the worldly Taoist. But the words he had heard just now seemed exactly like something the shameless and fraudulent Bai Xiaochun would love to say. The worldly Taoist had been one of the most powerful sovereigns in existence. How could he possibly say such mind-numbingly shocking things? But because of that aura, Bai Xiaoqi had no way of telling for sure. As Bai Xiaoqi looked on hesitantly, Bai Xiaochun stood there, his eyes closed and expression somber, feeling very pleased with himself. Although the worldly Taoist's tenacious will had taken over his body temporarily, he had remained conscious the entire time, viewing everything as though via an out-of-body experience. At first, he had been quite shocked, especially by Bai Xiaoqi's tears. At that time, Bai Xiaochun had snorted in his heart, but paid little attention. He had been more focused on the fear of seeing himself walk into those clouds, and then seeing that lonely-looking ship and the corpse upon it. Bai Xiaochun had sensed everything that the worldly Taoist had been able to sense. All of it had caused him to wail with inward grief and fear. The mists in that valley were simply too dangerous, and had slowly been wearing away at the protective will that surrounded his body. Only after walking out of the mists did the worldly Taoist's tenacious will eventually fade away. From that point on, there was no way for the worldly Taoist to influence Bai Xiaochun in any way. In the end, it was actually good fortune for Bai Xiaochun. Although the worldly Taoist's tenacious will was only with him for a short time, it left behind some of his aura. And Bai Xiaochun could control that aura at will. In some ways, he had actually become the worldly Taoist. Although he didn't have his battle prowess, he could definitely use that aura to strike fear into the hearts of others. Even as he realized that, he saw Bai Xiaoqi in front of him, looking very torn. Then he thought about Bai Xiaoqi throwing his arms around the worldly Taoist's legs. It was something he had never experienced before, and therefore, he pretended to be the worldly Taoist. His ruse startled Bai Xiaoqi, but seemed to work perfectly. Hopefully, it would ensure that, in the future, it was easier to keep the spirit automaton under control. Bai Xiaochun was definitely feeling wonderful about how everything had played out, especially considering that he had been able to emerge from the valley unscathed. Now that he was sure he was safe, he kept his eyes closed for a while longer, then opened them. In order to make the act more realistic, he shrieked and looked around in alarm. What happened? Damn it! Why am I standing right here? I feel like I just fell asleep, then woke up, and can't remember anything from before. Face ashen, and eyes filled with horror. He flew at top speed back to the treasured fan. Bai Xiaoqi was actually more suspicious now than before, but had no way to uncover the truth. Therefore, he simply sighed, resigned himself to fate, and followed Bai Xiaochun back to the fan. Apparently, Bai Xiaochun was worried that he had overacted a bit, which was always one of his weaknesses. Back at the fan, he looked solemnly at Bai Xiaoqi and asked him all sorts of questions about what had occurred after he went unconscious. Before, Bai Xiaoqi would never have told him the truth, or at least would not have gone into much detail. Unless Bai Xiaochun resorted to threatening him with the name-changing tactic, then he would never have wasted his time. But now, the final mission given to him by his master was still on his mind. Therefore, he explained everything, and then gave his own interpretation of the final words of the immortal imperator. The worldly Taoist bore you no ill will. In fact, as his tenacious will was fading away, he even praised you. Bai Xiaoqi seemed worried that Bai Xiaochun might be angry at the worldly Taoist, and therefore prepared to offer some advice about the situation. And yet, To his surprise, Bai Xiaochun shivered, waved his hand, and interrupted. There's no need to say it. The worldly Taoist is basically my own master. Without him, I would have perished, and I would never have reached the Archean realm. If he wants to use my body, he can do it any time. I'd go through hell and high water for the old man. If the worldly Taoist, immortal imperator, speaks, then I, Bai Xiaochun, wouldn't even bat an eyelid in response. I'm the type of person who knows the difference between gratitude and grudges, and I'm going to remember what he did for me for the rest of my life. He sounded completely awe-inspiring and righteous, as if he were speaking from the bottom of his heart, with complete and utter sincerity. In response, Bai Xiaoqi was visibly moved, and suddenly felt profound respect for Bai Xiaochun. My lord! Bai Xiaoqi was simply too naive, and immediately thought back to all of the things the worldly Taoist had said about Bai Xiaochun. At that point, he decided that the worldly Taoist must have affected Bai Xiaochun on a profound level. After all, the Bai Xiaochun of this moment seemed to perfectly match the worldly Taoist's earlier description. Excited, he told himself that he definitely had to do just as the worldly Taoist had bid him, and do everything he could to take care of Bai Xiaochun. Filled with enthusiasm, he immediately took control of the treasured fan, and, just as Bai Xiaochun had ordered earlier, pushed it out into the void with all the power and speed he could muster. An encouraging smile could be seen on Bai Xiaochun's face as all of this happened. Feeling very pleased with how much more awesome he was than before, he sat down cross-legged. As of this moment, he had an Archean cultivation base, and yet, his primary goals had not changed. He still wanted to conjure 30-colored flame. He had reached another bottleneck with 29-colored flame, a bottleneck that required a higher cultivation base. Now that he was in the Archean realm, he focused completely on the formula for 29-colored flame, and began to perform various auguries and calculations. Now that he could back that with the divine sense of an Archean, everything went far faster and more efficiently than before. It didn't take long to make some necessary adjustments to the formula, whereupon he flicked his sleeve and produced a huge quantity of souls. Back when he was a celestial, his failures had been partly due to the difficulty of the formula, and partly because his cultivation base couldn't sustain the effort. But now he had resolved all of the problems. His conjuring efforts went unprecedentedly smoothly. A short month later, just as the fan was flying out of the ruins of the immortal world, a dazzlingly bright light appeared, which was a 29-colored flame. So close. Now all I need is 30-colored flame. After feeding the 29-colored flame into Baihao's mark on the back of his hand, it was to his delight that he could sense Baihao's life force thrumming with activity. It was as if there were only a slight barrier that needed to be broken through to resurrect him. Excited, he was just about to keep pressing forward to try to conjure a 30-colored flame all in one session, when suddenly his expression flickered. Turning to look out into the void, he waved his finger. In response, a certain area off in the distance began to sink down as the powers of gravity were unleashed. Time seemed to distort, much to the shock of Bai Xiaoqi. But then, even as Bai Xiaoqi realized what must be happening, he pushed the fan forward with greater speed. Meanwhile, dozens of beams of Archean luminescence shot out into the void. Archean slaves, Bai Xiaochun shouted, his eyes glittering. His 2 Archean slaves materialized, then flew off of the fan out into the void. At around that time, the howl of the old ghost woman echoed out from the spot of distorted time and space. Damn it! Are you ever going to give up? I can't believe you set an ambush for me here. Before, Bai Xiaochun would have been scared out of his mind. But now, he was in the Archean realm and was filled with confidence. Flicking his sleeve, he looked out into the void, battle spirit boiling. Well, the immortal world did give me the last bit of its chi flow, and the worldly Taoist treated me with great kindness. His Taoist partner died a horrible death. Emotionally and logically, I know I shouldn't be fighting her. Bai Xiaochun was not the type of person to completely ignore matters of justice. Even though this old ghost woman had attacked him over and over again, and clearly wanted to kill him, he still knew the importance of repaying kindnesses. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his desire to do battle, and ordered his Archean slave to stop moving. He also forced the 10 beams of Archean luminescence to pause before they could reach the area of suppressed time and space. Then, he pondered what he could do to stop the woman from trying to chase him down and kill him. Before he could put much thought into the matter, the void seemed to be shattered by the increasingly intense cries of the old ghost woman. Finally, she appeared within the region of distorted gravity, blurry at first. However, she quickly turned clear and began to race toward Bai Xiaochun. She moved with such incredible speed that, within moments, she was only a few hundred meters away from the treasured fan. However, that seemed her limit. She was still tied in place by the gravitational distortion, to the point where she looked long and stretched out. Bai Xiaochun was initially startled, but when he saw that she was temporarily unable of chasing after him, he cleared his throat, walked to the edge of the fan, and then clasped hands and bowed. Honored Immortal Imperatrix, I am your junior, Bai Xiaochun. I inherited the Tao of the exalted worldly Taoist, and have the last bit of chi flow from the immortal world. I know that I offended you in the past, ma'am, but I hope that I can do something to make up for that. Looking very sincere, he yet again clasped hands and bowed. However, the only response he got was an angered howl. The main difference was that this time, there were sinister words to accompany her shrill cry. I want your soul. Her words thrummed with murderous intentions, and the most profound of killing intent. Clearly, she wanted to kill Bai Xiaochun, not because of how he had stolen her own subordinates, but because of something special about his soul, something that filled her with greed and the overwhelming desire to consume him. When Bai Xiaochun heard her words, his eyes glittered, and he flicked his sleeve. Staring at the old ghost woman, he coolly said, Senior, are you saying that if I don't give you my soul, you'll keep chasing me forever until you manage to kill me? The only response was a quivering howl of rage that caused his zone of time influence to begin to shatter. Clearly, the old ghost woman was about to break free at any moment. The worldly Taoist Immortal Imperator was a bosom buddy of mine. Clearly, the only thing left of you, Immortal Imperatrix, is a tattered, discarnate soul. You have changed, ma'am. You have committed unforgivable crimes. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode forward, sending his divine sense out and ordering his 2 Archean slaves to attack immediately. In the blink of an eye, Archean battle prowess was unleashed in devastating fashion. Even as the rumbling sounds echoed out, Bai Xiaochun released the 10 beams of Archean luminescence, which glittered dazzlingly as they joined the Archean slaves' attack on the old ghost woman. In the exact moment that the old ghost woman struggled free, the divine abilities of the Archean slaves, as well as the deadly Archean luminescence, pierced through her. The ghost woman's body immediately began to break apart, and then it exploded. As her body fell apart, streams of black flame erupted out, sweeping through the area. At the same time, a sea of flames built up behind her, forming into a beautiful face that was twisted with rage and filled with boundless madness and animosity. The face screamed, sending out sound waves that caused the black fire to transform into numerous ghost heads, which shot toward Bai Xiaochun with gaping maws and mountain-toppling, sea-draining power. Bai Xiaochun merely shook his head. Although the Immortal Imperatrix's power seemed shocking, and had been so intimidating in the past that he had always fled immediately, now he could sense that they were little to worry about. Leave, he said. I'll give you one more chance. However, the Immortal Imperatrix didn't fall back. Instead, she sent more ghost faces flying out of the sea of fire. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered icily, but he didn't personally attack. Instead, he sent some divine sense into the treasured fan, causing the lonely boat therein to vanish and reappear out in the void. There, it turned into a bright beam of light that swirled around the fan, destroying any ghost face which touched it. After destroying countless ghost faces, it changed directions, heading toward the Immortal Imperatrix. The anger in her eyes grew more intense as she suddenly shattered, transforming into a horde of white lamps, the power of which began to spread out, altering the natural laws of the void to turn everything it touched into paper, The two Archean slaves were influenced, and the lonely boat, despite not being turned into paper, was significantly slowed down. Dodging the boat, the immortal imperatrix shot toward the fan, reaching out toward by Xiaochun with a clawed ghost hand. "Enough!" he said, glaring. He had been holding back this entire time, and now his patience had run thin. In the end, he was not the worldly Taoist. Besides, after how things were playing out, he was certain that the tenacious will of the worldly Taoist was no longer there to affect him. If it were, he would already have noticed its influence. On the one hand, he had hoped to use this situation to test that very aspect, and on the other hand, hadn't wanted to repay kindness with enmity. But now, he had reached the point where he couldn't hold back any longer. He had made his decision. As the vengeful soul of the immortal imperatrix closed in, he stepped forward, blurring into motion. He actually moved so fast that he shot through her, and then appeared behind her. Facial expression the same as ever, he raised his hand toward the howling immortal imperatrix, and then softly pushed forward. That simple motion summoned an enormous vortex around his hand, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as the immortal imperatrix's soul was pulled toward him. Her enormous body began to shrink, causing a shrill scream to escape her lips. As Bai Xiaochun hovered there calmly, his Archean cultivation base erupted with power, clearly enough to shake the discarnate soul of the immortal imperatrix. Unable to fight back against this level of power, the discarnate soul shattered, transforming into a huge cloud of smaller souls that began to flee in all directions. There were tens of millions of them, obscuring everything in sight, and while some of them lunged on by Xiaochun, most just attempted to escape. Furthermore, it was impossible to tell which of them was the actual soul of the immortal imperatrix, and which were smaller souls that had been buried within her. Bai Xiaochun frowned, aware that if the immortal imperatrix escaped, then she would likely continue to pester him, and if she chased him all the way to the eternal immortal domains, that could cause further unnecessary complications. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes, whereupon his aura changed, simultaneously spreading out, filling the area with a supreme aura. It was none other than the aura of the worldly Taoist. Bai Xiaoqi shivered, and the countless souls in the area lurched to a halt. Trembling, the souls turned to look at Bai Xiaochun as his divine sense locked down onto one particular soul. It was the soul of a woman. She looked ordinary, but there was a black mark on her forehead. Even as she looked at Bai Xiaochun, he vanished, to reappear right in front of her. Reaching out, he grabbed her and tossed her into his bag of holding. He knew without a doubt that she was the immortal imperatrix. He didn't hurt her, he just took her. Afterward, he looked around at the sea of souls surrounding him, his eyes glittering. "I don't want to hurt the immortal imperatrix, but as for the rest of you, you'll be a big help with my flame conjuring. I'll count you lot toward interest." Clearing his throat, he produced a handful of soul convergence pills which he tossed out into the void as he proceeded to harvest souls. On this extended journey through the void, Bai Xiaochun's only goal was to conjure a tongue of 30-colored flame and resurrect his apprentice. By how? As the years passed, he conjured more tongues of 29-colored flame, and at the same time, stabilized his place within the Archean realm. Along the way, he drew closer and closer to his goal. His higher cultivation base ensured that his auguries regarding 30-colored flame achieved success much more quickly. Combined with all of his previous knowledge and experiences, the formula gradually began to take shape in his mind. He still had no way to know whether or not 30 colors was the ultimate limit. However, he soon reached the point where his formula was complete. The next step was to use his accumulation of souls to start the conjuring process. With the successive failures that would result, he would eventually perfect the formula and conjure the flame. He was no longer worried about having enough souls. After capturing the immortal imperatrix and collecting the seemingly innumerable souls that she had collected, he now had more than enough to go about his work. Failures with 30-colored flame could have negative ramifications if they occurred near the eternal immortal domains, and thus he temporarily chose not to return. "It won't be long now," he murmured. Heart pounding with anticipation, he continued his work. He performed test after test with actual souls to the point where he failed dozens of times. Although it was great practice, years and years passed during that time. As he saw success getting closer and closer, his excitement built. Now that he was an Archean, there were more places within the void that he could actually enter and explore. He had visited dozens of various ruins throughout the years, although he had simply scanned many smaller areas with divine sense, and not bothered to personally explore them. One day, he sat cross-legged on the fan, a multicolored sea of fire swirling in front of him. Suddenly, it winked out of existence, causing a frown to appear on his face. Only one last step in the process, but I still keep failing. He was frustrated, but at the same time, aware that his failure might have something to do with how excited he was. Convinced that this was the case, he closed his eyes and forced himself into a state of calm. After banishing his worries about possible failures, he reached yet another new understanding of 30-colored flame. He spent an entire month reaching a state of utter calm. Just when he was about to proceed with another test, his expression flickered, and he looked down at the mark on his hand. Baihao's mark was pulsing with fluctuations that seemed to indicate that something existed in the area that was profoundly stimulating. Surprised, Bai Xiaochun looked out into the void, and then sent his divine sense out to scan the area. At first, the darkness of the void seemed the same as always. But then, Bai Xiaochun rose to his feet as, far off in the distance, he caught sight of what appeared to be a candle. As he got closer, he saw that it wasn't a candle, but rather, several sources of light, although he couldn't tell what exactly they were. This was the first light Bai Xiaochun had seen in the void during his entire journey. The old ghost woman had her lamp, but that was filled with an aura of death. And although the immortal world had something of a glow, it was nothing like what he was looking at now, a shining light that seemed to represent life force. It was quite a surprise. After all, his journeys through the void had revealed to him nothing but death. And he also knew that the mortal renegade had slaughtered everything in the starry sky, reducing it to what was essentially a massive cemetery. The eternal immortal domains were the only place in the entire void where life existed, and therefore, it was quite a surprise to see this flickering candlelight. Did some other group of people actually survive? Curious, he sent the treasured fan closer to the sea of light. Sure enough, he found ruins, in the middle of which was an area that didn't seem damaged at all. In fact, there was a large building there, whose dozens of windows were the source of the light. However, there was something very strange about the light. It didn't seem particularly bright, and even as he got closer, the intensity of the light didn't seem to change at all. Bai Xiaochun was immediately suspicious. He had been to many places in the void, and had seen many strange and unique things. Therefore, as he stood there on the fan, he simply packed away his curiosity and turned the fan to leave. It didn't matter that he had an Archean cultivation base. His basic personality had not changed. After seeing something suspicious, he had no desire to investigate it. Furthermore, the fluctuations coming from Baihao's mark had already calmed down. In the end, Bai Xiaochun knew that he had become very strong, but based on everything he had seen, he also knew that this void was a very boundless and mysterious place. In a void like this, it's best to keep one's curiosity in check. Skirting this set of ruins, he sent the fan proceeding along its way, and prepared to continue working on his 30-colored flame. However, it was at that point that he frowned and looked out into the void ahead with narrowed eyes. There, up ahead, was some light, and it looked exactly the same as the light from before. Snorting coldly, he steered the fan around the light, and kept his divine sense spread out to scan the area. However, before long, more light appeared up ahead. "Well, isn't this interesting?" he murmured, his expression unsightly. After numerous tests, he came to find that no matter which way he turned, or how he tried to skirt the light, it would always appear in front of him. And every time it was a bit closer than before. Eventually, he realized that he could see humanoid shapes moving about on the other side of the windows. By now, he could tell that these ruins had once been sparsely populated, but had been home to a sovereign. and the circular space that he was apparently caught in was the result of spell formations set up by those people. He had inadvertently entered the area, and would likely not find it easy to escape. As he thought about the problem, he looked at the shining windows, and could hear the faint sound of laughter and conversation from inside. At one point, one of the windows opened, and a woman appeared, pretty and flirtatious, made up, but clad only in her undergarments. Looking out at Bai Xiaochun, she waved her handkerchief in his direction and beckoned for him to approach. "Hey, come over here," she said, her voice traveling through the void and into his ears. At this point, his eyes widened, and he looked the entire building up and down. "Don't tell me this place is a brothel?" he murmured, blinking. Although he was tempted to go in, he knew that he shouldn't let his curiosity get the best of him. Snorting, he turned the fan to leave. Unfortunately, he soon realized that the only way to escape was through the central node of the spell formation, which was none other than the brothel itself. Sighing, he realized that he had no other options at his disposal. And considering he was so powerful that even the old ghost woman wasn't a match for him, he decided that there was no harm in indulging in some games. In that moment, the fluctuations coming from Bai Hao's mark flared, prompting a strange look from Bai Xiaochun. Suddenly, he wondered if his apprentice actually wanted to go into the brothel. "Howard, you've been corrupted." Clearing his throat, he decided to play it safe, and sent his divine sense out to cover the entire brothel. A while later, he calmed down a bit, convinced that the unique souls inside didn't pose any threat to him. "Well, let's go check it out. Although I'm not really interested, I might as well do it for my apprentice." Clearing his throat, he summoned his 2 Archean slaves to act as bodyguards, then instructed by Shao Qi to be ready to come to his aid at a moment's notice if anything suspicious happened. Then, under the curious gaze of Bai Shao Qi, he swaggered off of the fan and headed toward the brothel. As he neared, the sound of singing, dancing, and laughing grew louder. Soon, the front doors swung open, and a woman dressed like the madam of the brothel appeared, flowers in her hair. Swaying forward, she looked at Bai Xiaochun with glittering eyes. "Girls," she said loudly, "we have a customer." An entire group of gorgeously dressed women all rushed forward, flirtatious smiles on their faces. "Welcome. Come in. The girls here will definitely satisfy your every need, sir." Despite having an Archean cultivation base, Bai Xiaochun was still blushing as he found himself surrounded by so many gorgeous women. Clearing his throat, he marveled at how he was willing to throw caution to the wind, all for his apprentice Bai Hao. "Oh, Howard, after feeling those energy fluctuations of yours, Master is willing to do that which he would never, ever be willing to do normally." Bai Xiaochun really was impressed with himself. Flicking his sleeve, he announced, "Bring out your best food and your finest wine." The madam of the brothel quickly called out some orders. Meanwhile, the women escorted the swaggering Bai Xiaochun into the building. The inside was alive with dazzling light and was extravagantly decorated. Even Bai Xiaochun, who had seen many things in his life, was impressed. The tables and chairs were actually crafted from immortal jade, as were the floor tiles. There were also spell formations set up that made the entire place seem like a celestial paradise. The candles lighting the interior were made from expensive medicinal plant materials. As a grandmaster of the Tao of medicine, Bai Xiaochun could tell with a single sniff that at least 7 or 8 of those medicinal plants were actually legendary immortal plants of incalculable value. And yet, there were more than 1,000 such candles, leading the shocked Bai Xiaochun to the conclusion that these people were definitely very rich. Most astonishing of all was that, whether it was his divine sense or his physical sight, everything around him was not illusory. In other words, the building, the candles, and the floor tiles were all real. Shaken, he allowed the flirtatious women to lead him to a seat made of jade, where he sat down, heart pounding. The women sat around him, stroking their hair seductively and chatting in lovely voices as the food and wine was served. Despite being a powerful monarch, the leader of the Archemperor dynasty, Bai Xiaochun had never experienced pampering like this. Adding in the fact that he was somewhat weary from his lonely travels in the void, and this sudden change of pace was actually very exciting. After examining his wine glass closely, he laughed heartily and downed the entire glass. Then he began to devour the delicious foods and spirit fruits. The women were obviously playing hard to get, and alternated between chatting flirtatiously and shying away bashfully. At one point, a few stepped forward and began to perform a musical number that made the entire scene even more lively than before. Two handmaidens came to massage by Xiaochun's neck and shoulders, and one particularly beautiful woman began to lift his wine cup up for him to drink. As for the madam, she stood off to the side, smiling affably. The two Archean slaves were also being attended to dutifully by several women. As all the sounds of chatting, laughter, and music mixed together, Bai Xiaochun laughed loudly, and his eyes began to shine with bright light. Were it not for the fact that Bai Hao's mark continued to pulse, Bai Xiaochun would have simply relaxed and enjoyed himself after his long journeys. However, as time passed, the madam's smile began to grow more and more mysterious, and the eyes of the women, whether the dancers or the musicians, and even the two maidens massaging Bai Xiaochun, began to glow with mysterious light. Their fingernails began to turn black and grow longer, and their expressions began to turn vicious. Their hair even grew longer. It all happened relatively quickly, as Bai Xiaochun's eyes were closed in relaxation. Within moments, the madam had completely transformed into a vicious, evil ghost. Eyes flickering with avarice, she leaped into the air toward Bai Xiaochun. Apparently, her movement was the signal. All of the other women completely transformed into evil ghosts who pounced on either Bai Xiaochun or his two Archean slaves. Shrill howls filled the air as the music stopped, and the candlelight suddenly turned green and deathly. The ground was also different. The floor tiles were now made from bones, making the entire place seem like a graveyard. The building itself even seemed to wither up, until it looked like nothing less than a graveyard. Strangely, the delicious food and wine did not change. Somehow, these evil ghosts had actually produced real food and beverages. As all of these changes happened, and as the women turned into evil ghosts and lunged toward Bai Xiaochun and his Archean slaves, Bai Xiaochun was sitting there, humming a little tune. But then his eyes snapped open. "Pipe down," he said, looking displeased. Waving his sleeve, he sent out a burst of energy that sent the evil ghosts tumbling backward, miserable shrieks echoing out of their mouths, and looks of surprise lighting up their eyes. The Archean slaves drew on the full power of their cultivation bases, blurring into motion to block both the front entrance and rear exit. Divine sense erupting out, they prevented any of the evil ghosts from fleeing. Even as the evil ghosts continued to shriek, and those who Bai Xiaochun had already hurt continued to tumble backward, he turned his glare onto the madam. Her face fell, and she made to flee, but before she could, Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed her. "Change back immediately," he said with head held high. "Lord Bai doesn't get to see ordinary little ghosts very often. How dare you transform and try to scare me? Hurry up. Enough chatter. Change back and start dancing again." For years, he had been afraid of ghosts, and through all that time, had never even thought to imagine that the day would arrive in which he would frighten the ghosts. As far as he was concerned, he was only one step away from being at the ultimate peak of life. However, he still felt as if something were missing, and began to contemplate whether using the soul of the madam to conjure a flame would be the perfect touch. However, it was at that point that the fluctuations coming from Bai Hao grew more intense. Bai Xiaochun said. After a moment of thought, he pushed the madam's soul toward the mark on the back of his hand. As soon as the two of them touched, the mark erupted with gravitational force and dragged the screaming madam inside. After absorbing the madam's soul, fluctuations of satisfaction appeared from Bai Hao's mark, which then faded into calm after a moment. Apparently, it was only the soul of the madam that had been needed. Bai Hao didn't seem to care about the other ghosts at all. Chuckling, Bai Xiaochun smacked the table. "I finished my wine. Bring some more." In response, the evil ghosts all quickly transformed back into gorgeous women, their eyes shining with dread as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. The fact that he had absorbed the soul of the madam was horrifying to them, leaving them trembling in fear. Immediately, they resumed their singing and dancing, and began to serve by Xiaochun again. However, they were so scared that both their dancing and singing was affected. It was the same with the girls massaging his shoulders. Closing his eyes, Bai Xiaochun reveled in his success. Slowly, the women began to calm down, and hoped that he would leave as quickly as possible. Of course, there was no way Bai Xiaochun would let them off the hook so easily. He enjoyed his surroundings for a whole day, helping himself to vast portions of delicious food and fine wine. The following evening, he opened his eyes and realized that it was time to resume his lonely journey through the void. However, he was in a very good mood. After all, it was rare to find moments of enjoyment like this. These women are all souls, but they're definitely unique. It would be a big waste to leave them here. Maybe when I get back to the Archemperor dynasty, I can have them do a bit of singing and dancing. Having reached the conclusion that this was definitely the best idea, his heart began to pound. After all, ever since his love letters had been confiscated, he had felt like his bag of holding was missing something. Eyes shining, he said, "What I've been missing is some good singing and dancing. Yeah, I'll take them with me. Next time I see the Saint Emperor, I'll show him, and he'll be completely envious." Convinced that this was definitely the best thing to do, he waved his hand as he rose to his feet. "From now all of you girls are with me." With that, a gravitational force erupted out that caused the more than 100 ghosts in the building to vanish, as they were pulled into by Xiaochun's bag of holding. Having accomplished that, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered as he went to work clearing out the entire brothel. The floor tiles, chairs, tables, candles, and everything else that could be taken away was soon gone. In the end, it was nothing more than an empty shell, and Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding as he thought of the gains he had made. Of course, he didn't forget the delicious food and fine wine. After scanning the entire area with divine sense, he found that whatever race of people had once existed here had plenty of hidden reserves. Licking his lips, he took it all, and then scanned the surrounding ruins one last time to make sure he hadn't missed anything. Feeling very pleased, he returned to the fan to find Bai Xiaoqi waiting for him, an envious look on his face. Without any further ado, they turned the fan and headed off into the distance. By this point, the brothel's spell formation wasn't working anymore, and therefore they easily escaped the area. As the fan flew through the void, and as Bai Xiaochun sat there cross-legged, continuing to work on the formula for 30-colored flame, court was being held back in the Archemperor dynasty in the eternal immortal domains. During times when Bai Xiaochun wasn't present, matters of national concern were handled by Zhou Zimo, Song Junwan, Ho Xiaomei, the Grand Heaven Master, the Giant Ghost King, Li Qingho, and Gong Sun Wanner. Debao had long since grown up and acted his part as Bai Xiaochun's heir. He wasn't impulsive and belligerent like he had been when he was young, although his fundamental personality hadn't changed. As far as his cultivation base went, he had made shocking progress and was already in the demigod realm. In terms of fleshly body, even the Giant Ghost King had to admit that his grandson was probably the toughest person he had ever met, other than Bai Xiaochun. Xiaoxiao's cultivation base was a bit higher than Debao's. However, she had spent most her time in recent years in secluded meditation. With more and more celestials, the Archemperor dynasty's foundation grew stronger and stronger. However, because it was public knowledge that Bai Xiaochun was in seclusion, rumors began to spread. The talk wasn't heard in the Archemperor dynasty, but rather in the Saint Emperor dynasty and Vile Emperor dynasty. According to the rumors, Bai Xiaochun actually didn't have Archean-level battle prowess. Instead, he had paid a huge price to come out on top in the conflicts of the past, and as a result, had been forced to spend the time afterward in meditation. It was true that he had occasionally come back to spend time with Xiaoxiao, Debao, and the rest of his family. However, most of his time was spent on his research and his travels in the void. Sometimes he would only come back once in an entire year, and wouldn't stay for very long when he did. The gossip is most abundant in the Vile Emperor dynasty, the Grand Heaven Master said. There is definitely someone intentionally spreading the rumors. If His Majesty doesn't make a public appearance soon, I fear it will lead to troublesome developments. Most important of all is His Majesty's cultivation base. At the moment, everyone was trying to come up with a plan for what to do next. Bai Xiaochun hadn't visited for several years now, and no one knew about the fact that he was now an Archean. And because he was so determined to succeed with 30-colored flame as soon as possible, he hadn't taken the time to check in on the situation back home. Even as everyone in the Grand Hall frowned and tried to think of good suggestions about what to do, a massive, rumbling boom filled the sky above. It sounded like heavenly thunder, and it didn't just affect the Arch-Emperor dynasty. The Saint Emperor dynasty and Vile Emperor dynasty also experienced the same thing. All of the eternal immortal domains were filled with the deafening sound. Massive waves rolled across the eternal sea as the entire world shook. At the same time, everyone felt an incredible pressure descending from the heavens. What's going on? Heavens! What is that sound? Countless people all over the world were thrown into alarm. At the same time, the most powerful experts in the 3 imperial dynasties flew out into the open and looked up into the sky. That was the origin of the sound. To everyone's shock, the enormous sovereign who had existed for countless years without ever moving had suddenly moved. His eyes had twitched. All of the powerful experts could sense it, and it immediately caused all of their minds to reel. The giant moved. I'm not seeing things, am I? He actually twitched. How could this be? The legends are actually true. The Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor flew out at almost the same time and hovered above their respective imperial cities. A somber look could be seen in the Saint Emperor's eyes, whereas a mysterious glow was visible in the Vile Emperor's. Even as all of the countless cultivators looked on, hearts pounding with sensations of deadly crisis, the twitching of the enormous sovereign's eyes caused more than 100 boulders to dislodge from his forehead and shoot down toward the eternal immortal domains like meteors. They moved with incredible speed and even seemed to be self-aware. No matter how quickly the Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor reacted, they couldn't block them all. Massive booms echoed out from the ground below from the impacts of those that made it through. Without the slightest hesitation, the Saint Emperor issued orders to his people. All celestials and all demigods will immediately search the Saint Emperor dynasty for those fallen rocks. If any of them seem to be alive, destroy them. Similar orders were passed down in the Vile Emperor dynasty, except that instead of ordering any living things to be destroyed, they were to be collected. Soon, both of the dynasties were fully mobilized. Even the sea areas were not overlooked. Bai Xiaochun was not present, but the Grand Heaven Master and other leaders of the Arch-Emperor dynasty made the same decision as the others, sending celestials and demigods out to search. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was back on his treasured fan, expression somber as he focused on a bit of fire taking shape in front of him. The transformations occurring within this fire were different than in 29-colored flame. It was impossible to see the colors within the flame, as though all of the colors had combined together, making the fire transparent. Bai Xiaochun had already completed the main outline of the formula, and with every test he did, he inched closer to completion. Even still, after all of the failures, Bai Xiaochun was starting to come to the conclusion that success was not a foregone conclusion. He was perfectly prepared and completely qualified in terms of experience. And yet, every time he tried, there was still a high chance of failure. Does concocting 30-colored flame all come down to luck? He murmured. He had already failed dozens of times, something that would drive most people to despair. After all, every failure involved a huge wastage of souls. Even with the massive stockpile he had built up, it was still a shocking loss. Based on his calculations, he only had enough for about 20 more tries, after which he would be out of souls. During his years traveling in the void, he hadn't collected all of the souls there were to be had, but had definitely acquired a good portion. Whatever scattered souls that still remained in random locations would be very troublesome to track down. I have to make this work. Sighing, he continued to work hard. A few days later, intense rumbling sounds erupted out, and an unsightly expression appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face. After sitting there in a bit of a daze for a while, he started working again. Thus, the days marched by. A month later, he had 8 more failures under his belt, each one seemingly due to a different reason. He still couldn't figure out exactly what the problem was. Another month passed, and he was starting to form the kernel of an idea about what was going on. His next session of conjuring went very smoothly. His heart pounded, and he stopped breathing as he focused completely on his task at hand. His mind emptied of everything, as he concentrated completely on the sea of fire. An unknown amount of time passed. Eventually, he began to regain his faculties, whereupon he found himself looking at a dazzling tongue of flame, floating right there in front of him. Taking a deep, excited breath, he slowly moved the tongue of 30-colored flame toward the mark on the back of his hand. As he did, Baihao's soul began to emit unprecedentedly intense fluctuations. "Hower," he murmured, and with that, he took the 30-colored flame that he had worked hard on for many, many years, and expended immense resources and effort to conjure, and placed it onto the mark. The instant he did, dazzling light erupted out. Years ago, Baihao had sacrificed himself to conjure the 22-colored flame that he needed to save Bai Xiaochun from a moment of crisis. In return, Bai Xiaochun paid an enormous price to resurrect Baihao from within the mark that had once been all that remained of him. As the light shining off of the mark grew brighter, Bai Xiaochun's nervousness mounted. He stared and stared at it, until finally, the mark rose up off of his hand to float in front of him, and then began to emit soul fluctuations. The fluctuations grew more intense as the image of a soul began to take shape. Even as Bai Xiaochun looked on, it became Baihao. "Hower!" He breathed excitedly. Baihao's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Confused at first, his gaze eventually fell onto Bai Xiaochun, and a tremor passed through him. "Master!" A wide smile broke out on Bai Xiaochun's face. He had been waiting for many years for this reunion, and the joy caused him to start laughing. Baihao's memories were still a bit of a jumble, but when he saw his master, everything seemed fine, and he grew calm. After all, throughout all the years, his master had been his only family. Now that they were back together, everything seemed calm and stable. Gradually, a smile also broke out on Baihao's face. Dropping to his knees, he kowtowed 3 times. "It's been so long, master." Laughter became warmth, and joy turned into familial love. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun and Baihao began to talk, and the words never seemed to end. As Bai Xiaochun bragged, Baihao gradually came to understand everything that had happened after he perished. He learned of how the Heavenspan realm had been destroyed, and learned about the eternal immortal domains. He heard of the glories his master had achieved, and how a 3rd mighty nation had risen up because of him. "Oh right, your venerable master is now an Archean. Have you heard of Archeans? There are only 3 in all of the eternal immortal domains. And I'm not just an ordinary Archean. I could easily crush both the vile emperor and the saint emperor." Off to the side, Baihao blinked a few times. However, he knew Bai Xiaochun well and understood what he liked. Eyes shining reverently, he said, "Master, you've always been unparalleled under heaven. It doesn't matter where you go, you always cause a big scene. I can't even come close to matching you in that regard. I guess I'll have to do my best to improve." In response to Baihao's sincere flattery, Bai Xiaochun laughed. Then he pointed at him and tried to act a bit more serious, although that was difficult. "Hower, one of the things I've always liked about you is that you always tell the truth. Not bad. Not bad at all." Baihao chuckled. As long as his master was happy, then he was happy. And the mere thought of everything his master had gone through to resurrect him caused warm feelings to rise up in his heart. At this point, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, and was about to launch into some more bragging, when all of a sudden, the enormous tower on the mountain inside of the fan face, the one that housed the Tao essence of life and death, suddenly trembled and began to emit both black and white light. Bai Xiaochun's jaw immediately dropped, and off to the side, Bai Xiaoqi cried, "The Tao essence of life and death is being absorbed? Heavens! How is this possible?" Moments ago, the spirit automaton had been sneering at Bai Xiaochun's bragging, but now, He flew directly toward the Taoist Tower of Life and Death. Bai Xiaochun also hurried over, followed by Bai Hao, both of them looking very serious. Upon entering the face of the fan, Bai Xiaochun sent his divine sense into the tower, where he saw Song Kei's corpse floating in the air. Two streams of mist that were formed from the Tao essence of life and death had wrapped around him, and were slowly feeding into his body. He actually got it to work? Bai Xiaoqi blurted. No way. That doesn't make sense. Suddenly realizing he was speaking aloud, he gasped and looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Upon realizing that he was completely focused on Song Kei, he breathed a sigh of relief. The truth was that the chances of success were far, far lower than Bai Xiaoqi had indicated years ago. After all, this tower had only been in the initial stages of research by the worldly Taoist. However, now his theories were proven true. Song Kei, Bai Xiaochun murmured. Although Song Kei still had a profound aura of death, he looked different now, and was clearly turning around from the depths of non-existence. Without a doubt, Song Kei was fusing with the Tao essence of life and death, and if he succeeded, then it was highly likely he would come back to life. Furthermore, his cultivation base would probably be different, although it was impossible to say exactly how. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun had no way to determine the details. As for Bai Xiaoqi, after he recovered from his initial shock and realized what Bai Xiaochun was thinking, he quickly provided further input. My lord, this fellow Taoist could very well fuse with the Tao essence itself. Although he can't get the approval of any world, and thus won't be able to become a true sovereign, he will be as powerful as you can get without reaching that level. He will be in the quasi-sovereign realm. However, whether the fusion process goes quickly or slowly will depend on his own good fortune. After all, something like this has never happened before. Bai Xiaoqi looked over at Song Kei, mixed emotions on his face. The Tao essence of life and death was the Tao of the worldly Taoist immortal imperator. If Song Kei succeeded in the fusion process, then in some ways, he would be the true successor of the core Taoist teachings and doctrines of the worldly Taoist. After hearing Bai Xiaoqi's explanation, and taking a moment to closely examine Song Kei, Bai Xiaochun's heart leapt with joy. It could be said that Bai Hao had saved Bai Xiaochun's life, but Song Kei had saved the lives of his Taoist partners and unborn children. It was a kindness that Bai Xiaochun would never be able to forget. Eyes shining, he sighed, clasped hands, and bowed to Song Quebec. Then he turned and left. In that very moment, the three imperial dynasties back in the eternal immortal domains were in the process of hunting down the fallen chunks of stone, and either capturing the living things they found or destroying them. However, things were not going well. The stones were infected with a sovereign aura, and caused the areas where they landed to rot away. If they were found quickly, the effects could be combated to some extent. Unfortunately, some areas required that a celestial intervene. A month passed, and although many of the stones had been tracked down, all of them were completely solid. Almost none seemed to contain flesh and blood clones of the sovereign above. In fact, so far, only one stone had appeared with a clone in it, and that was in the Saint Emperor dynasty. In one location near the border of the Archemperor dynasty and the Vile Emperor dynasty, the giant Ghost King was flying through the air. As a celestial, he had already taken care of 7 fallen stones, all of which he had either crushed or collected. Right now, he was heading to an area where one of his demigod subordinates had discovered another fallen stone. Thankfully, it was a remote wilderness area where no one lived. Therefore, the effects of the spreading rot were not very detrimental. Furthermore, the giant Ghost King's celestial cultivation base was capable of negating the effects of the rot. As he flew along, the location of the stone itself got closer and closer. The giant Ghost King's trajectory brought him closer to the border of the Vile Emperor dynasty with every moment. Eventually, he found himself outside of a wide basin in the lands. It wasn't particularly large, but the ground in the area was all scorched black, with wisps of black smoke rising up everywhere. In the middle of the basin was a chunk of stone. It was about the size of a fist, and pulsed with strange, dim light. In fact, the stone itself seemed to shift in size and shape according to some strange pattern. It almost looked like a heartbeat. 8 demigods from the Archemperor dynasty already had the area locked down, but they weren't strong enough to deal with the corrosive powers coming from the stone, and thus hadn't approached it. After reporting the matter, they had simply waited for the giant Ghost King to arrive. When they saw him nearing, they immediately rose to their feet and offered formal greetings. The giant Ghost King waved his hand in response, and without saying anything, flew right into the basin. The pulses of corrosive power could melt a demigod on the spot, but would not harm a celestial in the short term. However, the giant Ghost King did begin to pulse with black smoke. Aware that the effects could be detrimental if he allowed them to continue for too long, he hurried up to the stone, then reached out and grabbed it. Just as he had with several other stones that he had handled, he scanned it with divine sense at the same time. As he did, his expression flickered, and his eyes went wide. "It's not solid." To his shock, his divine sense had revealed something inside of the stone that resembled an unborn lizard. Even as the giant Ghost King scanned it with divine sense, the thing wriggled. At first, the giant Ghost King was excited to have found something different from the other stones he had encountered so far. Aware of how valuable this item was, he immediately turned to head toward Archemperor City. However, in that very instant, a cold snort echoed out from the sky, which transformed the entire area into a sea of flames. The black fire moved too quickly for the demigods to avoid, and they screamed as they were overwhelmed and transformed into ash. "Vile Emperor!" the giant Ghost King growled. He had watched Bai Xiaochun fighting the Vile Emperor, and over the years had conferred with Gongsun Wan'er about him. As such, as soon as his senses told him the Vile Emperor was present, he immediately sent a warning message to Archemperor City. Unfortunately, the sea of flames moved so quickly that within moments, it was like an enormous hand, wrapping around the giant Ghost King. No matter how he tried to fight back or flee, his cultivation base was simply too low. Therefore, the hand wrapped around him and dragged him forcibly up into the sky. There, the Vile Emperor hovered, clad in imperial robes, his hands clasped behind his back and his face completely expressionless. Ignoring the hand of flames, he focused on the stone, which he grabbed and looked at closely. Shockingly, he then absorbed the stone into his hand, whereupon his eyes shone with bizarre light, and his aura increased in power by a significant portion. Still within the hand of flames was the giant Ghost King, blood oozing out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He was so badly injured that he was now unconscious. Eventually, the Vile Emperor looked at him, then turned his gaze in the direction of Archemperor City. Eyes narrowing, he coolly murmured, "Many years have passed, Bai Xiaochun. Do you really possess Archean battle prowess?" Considering how much time had passed without Bai Xiaochun actually doing anything, both he and the Saint Emperor were having a hard time determining the truth of matters. In the past, Bai Xiaochun had relied on Archean luminescence. But in the years that had passed, the Vile Emperor had patiently worked on a way to negate its effects. And now, convinced that great matters were at hand, he was itching to see exactly what was going on with Bai Xiaochun. Chuckling, he grabbed the giant Ghost King and then flew away. Soon after, a dermic decree was sent from Vile Emperor all the way to Archemperor City. The contents were not vague. The giant Ghost King had trespassed on Vile Emperor dynasty territory and attempted to steal a meteorite. For his crime, the Vile Emperor had captured him to be punished. The dermic decree was a clear message to all of the eternal immortal domains that the Vile Emperor wanted Bai Xiaochun to go to Vile Emperor City to free the giant Ghost King. It was impossible to hide the fact that he wanted to probe Bai Xiaochun, and it caused even the Saint Emperor's eyes to narrow. On the one hand, he and Bai Xiaochun had formed an alliance, but on the other hand, he had long suspected that Bai Xiaochun's true battle prowess was weaker than he had initially taken it to be. Therefore, this little test by the Vile Emperor was actually a good thing for him. Some probing won't hurt me, but if Bai Xiaochun perishes, that will have negative ramifications. Therefore, the Saint Emperor decided to monitor the situation closely and prepare to intervene if necessary. 3 days passed, and no response came from Archemperor City. The Vile Emperor's suspicions deepened, as did the suspicions of his people. Meanwhile, the important figures in Archemperor City began to get nervous, people like Zhou Zimo and the Grand Heaven Master. They all knew that the vile emperor was testing out by Xiaochun, and that if he didn't make an appearance, that it would reveal their weak state of power. And if by Xiaochun was truly weak, or they waited too long to do something, the giant ghost king would likely be in grave danger. At that point, Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo and Hou Xiaomei went to Bai Xiaochun's secluded meditation facilities, joined by the Grand Heaven Master and Gong Sun Wan. Together, they sent out divine sense in the hopes of awakening Bai Xiaochun from his meditative trance. However, their divine sense got no reaction. Even as their anxiety began to mount, the door to the chamber swung open, and Bai Xiaochun appeared. However, everyone could immediately tell that he was partially transparent, and was obviously a clone. Before any of them could say anything, he said, "I'm aware of what's happening. My true self is already on his way." Then, he suddenly began to shine with bright light. Everyone, from the Grand Heaven Master to Gong Sun Wanner, were shaken by that light, which was blinding even to celestials. As the light grew brighter, everyone present shivered down to their souls, the result of a powerful aura that caused their minds to reel. Before long, the light began to converge into the shape of a person. It was almost like a teleportation as Bai Xiaochun's true self materialized in the exact spot as his clone. As he became clear, they realized that he looked different. His hair was a bit longer and he actually looked younger. However, there was something profound about his eyes, as though they contained stars, and at the same time, were black holes that could drag anything and everything into them. His eyes left everyone shaken, regardless of the level of their cultivation bases, including even Gong Sun Wanner, who was in the late celestial realm. Back during his journey through the void, he would usually keep his aura out in the open, and although he had already retracted it, his clone had made him aware of what the vile emperor had done to the giant ghost king. And thus, rage burned in his heart, and some of his aura managed to slip out, leading to shock among those present. The shaken Grand Heaven Master was the first to recover. Clasping hands, he bowed to Bai Xiaochun. "Greetings, Archemperor." Everyone else followed suit, including Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, and Hou Xiaomei. "Greetings, Archemperor. I'll take care of everything," he said, his eyes warm. "Don't worry." Zhou Zimo, Song Junwan, and Hou Xiaomei all seemed to relax visibly, confident that he could resolve any difficulties. It had been a long time since the last time they had reunited, so he took time to embrace all three of his wives. Song Junwan was smiling warmly, and Hou Xiaomei's belly was already visibly large. However, the both of them knew that Zhou Zimo had taken her father's kidnapping worse than the two of them, and secretly indicated that he should offer her some comfort. When he turned his gaze to her specifically, he could see how red her eyes were. "I'm going to go get father-in-law back," he said softly, "and also make the vile emperor dynasty pay for this. After I return, I won't be going into secluded meditation for a while." With that, he blurred into motion, shooting high up into the sky. Bai Xiaochun had returned right into the middle of a tense situation. The matter with the giant ghost king had occurred without any warning, and if matters had been left only to the clone he left behind, then it was impossible to say what could have happened. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun had finally finished several important tasks. Bai Hao had been resurrected, Song Ke was showing signs of waking up, and Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base was now in the Archean realm. His fight with the old ghost woman, and his regular sparring sessions with his two Archean slaves, had pushed his battle prowess to the point where he was now much more confident than before. If his enemy were not the vile emperor, Bai Xiaochun would have simply attacked like lightning, crushed him, and taken the giant ghost king back. But he had learned years ago that this vile emperor was an impostor, and considering what he had learned from the memories of the worldly Taoist, he had long since come to a conclusion about the matter. This impostor vile emperor definitely has something to do with the mortal renegade, devil imperator. As Bai Xiaochun whistled through the air, his eyes were narrowed with thought, but soon, they would be bursting with killing intent. It didn't matter what techniques the vile emperor had up his sleeve. Bai Xiaochun knew that at this moment, He had no other choice than to fight. Otherwise, the giant Ghost King would be in peril. And besides, the vile emperor would never stop probing him. Bai Xiaochun remembered how, back when his children had been born, the vile emperor had given him a gift in the form of some sovereign blood, encased in a black stone. The sense of danger he had experienced from that stone had enraged him back then, but he had been forced to do nothing. Now, new grudges piled on top of old ones, causing his killing intent to grow even stronger. Rumbling sounds echoed around him as he left Archemperor Dynasty territory and entered the lands of the Vile Emperor Dynasty. Considering the speed he was capable of, it didn't take long before he saw an enormous trident rising up into the sky ahead of him, around which was wrapped a bone dragon. On the skull of that dragon was none other than the imperial palace. "Vile Emperor!" he growled, his voice echoing like heavenly thunder. Everything shook in response to his words, and all of the cultivators in Vile Emperor City, even the Celestials, looked up in shock. "It's the Arch-Emperor!" Everyone in the city knew that the Vile Emperor had taken the giant Ghost King captive, and were also aware of his Dermic decree, demanding that the Arch-Emperor Bai Xiaochun come to free his subordinate. Although some of them were slightly worried about what might happen, most of them were excited, and were convinced that Bai Xiaochun was no match for their Vile Emperor. After all, it was only by teaming up with the Saint Emperor that Bai Xiaochun had managed to fight the Vile Emperor to a standstill years before. This time, the Vile Emperor had dared to take the initiative, and therefore, everyone assumed that he was well prepared. However, all such confidence began to crumble as soon as people heard Bai Xiaochun's booming voice. As the city trembled physically, black smoke erupted from a certain location within the imperial palace, rising up into the sky to take the shape of a huge face. "Bai Xiaochun," the face said, its voice thrumming with an awe-inspiring force that was the perfect countermeasure to Bai Xiaochun. Anyone else would have been forced to slow down, but not Bai Xiaochun. Eyes flashing with cold light, he said, "Where'd you get guts like that, Vile Emperor? If you want to back out on our agreement, fine, but how dare you kidnap my father-in-law?" He waved his hand, and instantly, 8 beams of Archean luminescence appeared up above and shot toward the Vile Emperor's projected face. They didn't mince words. Bai Xiaochun had come to fight, a fact which was revealed by how he instantly called on his Archean luminescence. In response, the Vile Emperor's eyes shone with mysterious light, and a snide smile appeared on his face. "Is that the only thing you can do, Bai Xiaochun?" The enormous face distorted as 9 bright lights appeared within the smoke. Closer inspection revealed that the lights were 9 huge crystals, which sent tendrils out to connect to each other, quickly becoming an enormous black mirror. The mirror formed almost as soon as the Archean luminescence arrived. However, the booming explosion everyone anticipated didn't occur. Strangely, the mirror acted like a massive sludge, which simply swallowed up the Archean luminescence. "If that's all you've got," the Vile Emperor said coolly, "then, I have to say I'm very disappointed." He strode out from his palace and floated up into the air, coming to a stop in front of the crystal mirror, his Archean aura raging. Of course, a big cheer could be heard from within Vile Emperor City, and numerous cultivators stepped forward and clasped hands in greeting. Bai Xiaochun didn't say anything in response to seeing the mirror formed from 9 crystals. Waving his right hand, he summoned 10 more beams of Archean luminescence, all of which shot directly toward the Vile Emperor. "That won't work," the Vile Emperor said, keeping his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile visible on his face. "I already created the perfect counter to your Archean luminescence. You won't be able to break my vile imperial crystals." The illusory mirror suddenly shot forward, passing through him to block all of the shots of Archean luminescence. Rumbling booms could be heard as the Archean luminescence faded away, with the mirror remaining behind, seemingly undamaged. "That's almost 20, Bai Xiaochun. Do you have any more shots left? I'm very curious to see how many you have in total." The Vile Emperor still had not removed his hands from behind his back, and his smile continued to radiate scorn. Because this Vile Emperor was connected to the mortal renegade in some way, Bai Xiaochun knew that no matter how much he wanted to fight him, he had to be careful. Therefore, he kept his cultivation base well concealed, making it seem to the vile emperor that he was still a celestial. Not even the vile emperor's taunts could get him to reveal his true cultivation base. Besides, he had plenty of trump cards to call upon, so unless the vile emperor truly attacked him with force, he would not draw upon the full level of his battle prowess. You want to see? Fine. I'll show you how many shots I have. Chuckling, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then waved his finger, causing the sky to tremble as more than 50 beams of light appeared. Everyone in Vile Emperor City was shocked by that and began to cry out in alarm. So many! Heavens! Wasn't everyone saying that the Arch-Emperor only had about 20 shots of his Archean luminescence? In contrast, the Vile Emperor didn't seem to be alarmed. Although he was surprised, he was still confident, and simply watched as the 50 beams of Archean luminescence shot toward his black mirror. Intense rumbling sounds could then be heard as the light was absorbed by the mirror, which still seemed just as tough and durable as before. The Vile Emperor burst out laughing. So that's your limit, huh? Well, However, before he could say anything else, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand again. This time, 100 beams of light appeared up above. It was such a shocking scene that even the Vile Emperor's eyes went wide, and his mind began to spin. And yet, before anyone could wrap their minds around what was happening, Bai Xiaochun performed another incantation gesture, causing another group of more than 100 beams to appear. In total, there were now 267 beams. And if anyone had been closely counting how many shots he had already used, they would realize that it was a total of 361. That was exactly how many playing spots existed on the Go board on the boat in the fan face, and was the true limit of the divine ability. Right now, nearly 300 beams of Archean luminescence were causing all heaven and earth to tremble. Impossible! The Vile Emperor breathed, visibly shaken. It wasn't just him. In the Saint Emperor dynasty, the Saint Emperor was watching the battle play out, and was also completely taken aback. You said you wanted to see how much I could do at once, right, Vile Emperor? Waving both hands out in front of him, Bai Xiaochun sent nearly 300 shots of Archean luminescence toward the Vile Emperor like a rain of bright light. The Vile Emperor's eyes were completely bloodshot as his black mirror began to expand to its full limit. It did everything in its power to hold firm as one beam of light after another pierced into it. However, it didn't matter how durable and tough the mirror was. It simply couldn't stand up to so much Archean luminescence, and soon, cracks were spreading out over its surface. After it blocked about 80% of the incoming shots of Archean luminescence, it couldn't hold on any longer, and shattered into countless fragments. As for the 9 vile imperial crystals that the Vile Emperor had toiled so hard to make, and had even used his own life force to forge, they were all destroyed. As that happened, a deafening boom erupted out, shaking nearly half of the eternal immortal domains. It almost looked like doomsday had arrived as a massive shockwave rolled out across the lands, toppling mountains, smashing the lands, and even threatening to cleave apart the sky. 361 beams of Archean luminescence was an outrageous number. Everyone present to see it happen felt their mind reeling, and those who had often wondered about how many shots Bai Xiaochun actually had were now completely blown away. I can't believe he has so many. How is that even possible? Heavens! More than 300. Either the Arch-Emperor has gotten stronger or he never got pushed to the point of actually calling upon the full power of his trump card before. There were too many shocked individuals in the Vile Emperor dynasty to count. As for the Saint Emperor dynasty, it was only the Saint Emperor and the Celestials who could observe the battle via divine sense. However, all of them were also completely astonished. That was especially true of the Saint Emperor. Never could he have guessed that Bai Xiaochun would have so much Archean luminescence. More than 300 shots was enough to shake heaven and earth, and would be enough to force him to fall back. At the same time, he had gone all out in fighting the Vile Emperor in the past. But now, the Vile Emperor seemed much stronger than he had before. For example, his vile imperial crystals seemed capable of defending against just about any divine ability in the Archean realm. the Saint Emperor would have been forced to pay a heavy price to destroy those crystals, and would also have been injured in the process. How could both of them have gotten so strong, so quickly? Meanwhile, the Vile Emperor hovered in the air above Vile Emperor City, feeling very unsettled as he glared murderously at Bai Xiaochun. It had never occurred to him that Bai Xiaochun could possibly command so much archean luminescence, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would still believe it to be impossible. At this point, he shouldn't have any more, he thought, eyes glittering. He had originally just wanted to probe Bai Xiaochun a bit, only to provoke killing intent within him. However, he was now fairly convinced that since Bai Xiaochun didn't have any archean luminescence, he shouldn't be very difficult to kill. From what he could see, Bai Xiaochun was still in the celestial realm. Because of the level of Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base, and how he had been blessed by the essence of time, not even the Vile Emperor was able to see his true level. Bai Xiaochun knew that it was only a matter of time before that changed. And yet, he didn't care. He would reveal the truth eventually, and only hoped to force his opponent to lose some of his advantage by making certain moves too soon. When the time came that the Vile Emperor realized the truth, Bai Xiaochun would attack with utterly devastating force. I'm willing to bet that you have no more archean luminescence, Bai Xiaochun. The Vile Emperor then threw his head back and roared. Although he had no more vile imperial crystals, he had many other trump cards, reserves built up over many years. Besides, he was in Vile Emperor City. Therefore, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed down at the city below. As he did, the enormous bone dragon that was wrapped around the gigantic trident suddenly shivered. At the same time, 2 balls of black flame appeared in the eyes of the skull that housed the imperial palace. Along with the flame came a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering aura from the dragon's body itself, and a force of vibration that caused the sky to grow dim and massive winds to spring up. The dragon itself was massive, and was the foundation of Vile Emperor City itself. Therefore, as it vibrated, the buildings that made up the city began to collapse, and countless cultivators were thrown off of the body. Millions and millions of cultivators were shocked to the core as they were ejected from the city. Then, to their shock, the bone dragon looked up, let loose a deafening howl, and then shot off of the trident and into the air. It was a huge dragon, and now that the buildings that had once covered it were destroyed, it was possible to see something like a crown on its head, as if this bone dragon were actually an emperor among dragons. It was incomparably fierce, with a towering aura of death. The black flames in its eyes were ferocious and cold, and it was heart-stoppingly shocking as it hovered there in the air. Then, the Vile Emperor performed an incantation gesture, and the dragon shot toward Bai Xiaochun. As it flew toward him, the air around it shattered, destroyed by the mere pressure emanating from the dragon. Archean dragon, Bai Xiaochun thought, pupils constricting. The aura coming from the bone dragon was indeed that of the Archean realm. This was one of the Vile Emperor's trump cards. In order to kill Bai Xiaochun, he was even willing to destroy Vile Emperor City. Back when Bai Xiaochun was a celestial, if he had faced this dragon with no archean luminescence, he would have been completely powerless to fight back. He could only have gone all out to flee, but now he didn't seem worried at all. Instead of flinching, his eyes shone with strange light as he lifted up both hands and performed an incantation gesture. Sutra of Former Reincarnation. In that instant, a strange and indescribable aura shot out into the open, causing the Vile Emperor's expression to flicker. This was not his first time seeing Bai Xiaochun unleash this strange magic, but this time, something about it seemed different. Even as the Vile Emperor looked on suspiciously, the bone dragon shivered as numerous magical symbols appeared on its body. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire dragon, making it impossible to count how many they were. Within moments, they were like a huge net that completely covered the Archean dragon. Each and every one of the magical symbols that made up the huge net represented a memory, and by gazing at them for long enough, it was possible to see things that had happened when the dragon was alive. This was the Sutra of Former Reincarnation, one of the 3 great divine abilities of Bai Xiaochun's time immemorial codex. With his previous cultivation base, it had been difficult to utilize the true power of his 3 divine abilities. But now he didn't face that obstacle. And thus, he was using the true sealing power of the Sutra of Former Reincarnation. The bone dragon's memories became magical symbols that could not be separated, and became karma, sealing the dragon completely. Seal, by Xiaochun said, his voice as cold as the winter wind. Meanwhile, the dragon shrieked miserably, and struggled in vain to free itself. However, it didn't matter how shockingly powerful the dragon was. As the net of magical symbols tightened, it was completely powerless. To the shock of all of the observing cultivators who had once lived in Vile Emperor City, the magical symbols began to crush the Archean bone dragon into a ball. When the process was finished, rumbling sounds could be heard as the sphere of magical symbols emanated colorful light, dropped down to the ground, and remained there unmoving. Heavens! The Archemperor actually sealed the bone dragon. This is impossible. Even the Vile Emperor had forgotten to breathe, and was looking at Bai Xiaochun with narrowed eyes. You're not a celestial, but you couldn't possibly be an Archean. At that point, Bai Xiaochun looked up, his aura surging to reveal his boundless Archean cultivation base. Heaven and earth trembled, and winds screamed. As countless voices cried out in shock, he shot toward the Vile Emperor like an arrow loosed from a bow. Booms rang out as, over the course of only a few breaths' worth of time, the two of them exchanged hundreds of blows. The lands quaked and the air shattered, and back in Saint Emperor City, the Saint Emperor City looked on with wide eyes, completely mind-blown. He actually became an Archean? That's impossible. The Eternal Mother is asleep. If she approved of another Archean, then she would have announced it to all of the eternal immortal domains. The Vile Emperor was initially suspicious of what was happening, and even the Saint Emperor thought that it was impossible. As Archeans, they knew how difficult it was to reach the Archean realm, some of which pertained to a secret that no other cultivators in the eternal immortal domains were aware of. It had been many years since both the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor came to realize that it would be very difficult for another Archean to appear in the eternal immortal domains. After all, in order to become an Archean, one had to gain the approval of the world. That approval was not merely some nod of the head. It involved acquiring some of the chi flow of the world itself, essentially taking some of its natural laws. That was the only way to become an Archean. And thus, both the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor were suspicious about the situation. Although few others were aware of it, both of them knew that the Eternal Mother was very weak. Therefore, even if Bai Xiaochun could do things that surpassed the celestial realm, neither of the other emperors could believe that he had actually become an Archean. However, there was little time to ponder the situation now, as Bai Xiaochun and the Vile Emperor began to fight back and forth with complete ferocity. A boom that surpassed the crash of heavenly thunder rolled out, and the Vile Emperor staggered backward, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth, his eyes shining with intense killing intent. "Son!" he shouted. Suddenly, the sky above the eternal immortal domains began to grow dark, as though the light were being sucked away. In the blink of an eye, all of that light appeared above the Vile Emperor in the form of a bright red sun. It was huge, and emanated stupefying heat. At the same time, black flames sprang up, connecting with it and making it seem like an extension of the Vile Emperor himself. The residents of Vile Emperor City were trembling in fear, and backing away as quickly as they could. However, many of them were too slow, and were instantly transformed into dried-up corpses by the power of the sun. Screams rang out everywhere as the black flames and the burning sun were sent directly toward Bai Xiaochun. The pressure from the sun vastly surpassed that from the bone dragon. It seemed hot enough to bake the entire world. Eyes flickering, Bai Xiaochun backed up and began to perform an incantation gesture. Sutra of Present Life and Death. It was the second divine ability from the time immemorial codex. As he waved his hands out in front of him, an ancient stone gate materialized, bursting with an aura of death. This gate representing dying, and was none other than the gate of death. Simultaneously, another gate appeared behind the sun. a gate that thrummed with life force and vitality. It was the gate of life. This was by Xiaochun's Sutra of Present Life and Death. He created two gates, one of life and one of death. And as the sun moved away from the gate of life and toward by Xiaochun, it approached the gate of death. That journey represented the passage from life into death. The instant by Xiaochun's divine ability appeared, the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sun began to grow dark. However fast it moved, the effects of death moved faster and could not be reversed. And since the vile emperor was connected to the sun, he began to age visibly. Even his brightly glittering eyes began to grow dark. Everyone present was struck speechless. And as for the Saint Emperor, he felt like he was going crazy. That magical technique is so domineering. Next, a defiant shout erupted from the vile emperor, who knew that he had only one option to deal with this magical technique. "Detonate," he shouted. Instantly, the fading sun exploded, sending out a terrifying shockwave that flattened nearby mountains and killed a large number of vile Emperor City residents. When Bai Xiaochun fought, he did his best to protect the people watching. But the vile emperor didn't care at all about the bystanders. All he wanted to do was hurt Bai Xiaochun, and if that meant killing other people, he didn't mind. As the horrific scene played out, Bai Xiaochun flew back at top speed, unleashing the power of his cultivation base to protect himself against the detonation of the sun. Then, he prepared to unleash a counterattack, only to find that the vile emperor was now staring at him with an expression of unswerving determination. "I don't know how you got this Archean battle prowess, Bai Xiaochun, but I'm going to show you that, without the approval of the world around you, you can never match a true Archean." The vile emperor then reached down and made a grasping motion in the direction of that astonishing trident. "Trident of emperors," he growled. In response, the gargantuan trident which was currently stuck into the ground trembled, and then slowly rose up into the air, simultaneously shrinking down to the point where the vile emperor could easily grab it. In that moment, cultivation base fluctuations rolled out from the vile emperor that surpassed anything in the fight so far. Behind him, a huge vortex sprang into being, which caused all of the eternal immortal domains to tremble as it spun. "This is over, Bai Xiaochun." The trident was already emitting black light, and a distinct aura that Bai Xiaochun was already familiar with. It was the aura of the mortal renegade. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun now had no doubts whatsoever. The vile emperor was definitely a clone of the mortal renegade. He could tell that this trident was the very same magical item that had killed the true vile emperor. Therefore, it was likely an object belonging to the mortal renegade. Knowing what he was up against, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and then unleashed every scrap of cultivation-based power that he could. Incredible rumbling echoed out as another huge vortex appeared, this time behind Bai Xiaochun, vying with the vile emperor's vortex for domination. In that moment, both parties attacked. "The vile emperor is putting everything on the line," the Saint Emperor thought. With that, he took a step forward and sped in the direction of the battlefield. Before the Saint Emperor could arrive, the vile emperor swept his trident through the air, summoning black flames, black lightning bolts, and a black wind, which took the form of a black eye. Locking down on Bai Xiaochun, the eye opened. That eye focused the power of the trident, sending it piercing through the air in a devastating attack. The eye seemed to contain the power to exterminate worlds, to eradicate everything in its path. In fact, it caused a sensation of deadly crisis to rise up within Bai Xiaochun. In that moment of crisis, Bai Xiaochun shouted, "Sutra of Future Paramitha." Waving his hand, he pulled out a black stone. That stone was a chunk of flesh and blood from the huge sovereign up above in the sky, and was the very same gift that the vile emperor had sent upon the birth of Debao and Xiaoxiao. By using his Sutra of Future Paramitha on the stone, he was tying his fate to it, and thus, to some extent, to the mortal renegade Devil Imperator. Bai Xiaochun was well aware that his cultivation base was not sufficient to do anything to the mortal renegade. But he could use this divine ability to connect his fate to that of the vile emperor. After all, the vile emperor was a clone of the mortal renegade. Of that much, Bai Xiaochun was certain. And that was the crux of his entire strategy. It was also one of his goals in his previous probing attacks. Although all of this takes some time to describe, even as Bai Xiaochun used his Sutra of the Future on the stone, the enormous eye closed in. He trembled, grunting as blood sprayed out of his mouth like a fountain, and the undying codex went to work, healing him. At the same time, although the enormous mortal renegade high above the world did not move, the vile emperor's face suddenly fell. Impossible! Even as the words left his mouth, a huge mass of blood erupted from his mouth, and he shivered, staggering backward several paces. His chest sunken in as though he had just sustained an unimaginably heavy blow. The most fearsome aspect of the Sutra of Future Paramitha was how it connected fates. Both parties would be equally wounded, which might not have been particularly outstanding under normal circumstances. However, Bai Xiaochun had the powers of regeneration that came with the Undying Codex, as well as shocking fleshly body power. He would normally only be harmed by 60 or 70% of a full attack. Any serious injuries would quickly be healed, and any light injuries were essentially gone instantly. Unless his opponent possessed similar powers of regeneration, any fight under these circumstances would be very uneven. Blood was currently spewing out of the mouth of the vile emperor, and as he looked at the stone in Bai Xiaochun's hand, his eyes flickered with panic. He still was ready to keep fighting, except he still underestimated Bai Xiaochun's shamelessness. Just when he was about to move, Bai Xiaochun stuck his right hand out in front of himself and then smashed it into his own chest. A muffled thump rang out, and blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he staggered backward. The Undying Codex was powerful, and immediately went to work, but he didn't forget to cry out, "Aya! You hit me! Ow, that hurts!" The vile emperor's eyes went wide, and even as he prepared to unleash his next attack, another thumping sound could be heard, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. As of this point, his hair was disheveled, and he looked to be in really bad shape. "How shameless of you, Bai Xiaochun!" he shouted, feeling like he was about to go insane. The humiliation he had endured so far was indescribable, and he already deeply regretted his decisions to probe Bai Xiaochun a bit. He was simply too difficult to deal with. His vile imperial crystals had been destroyed, his bone dragon sealed, and his sun had exploded. And in the end, he even ended up being injured. If that were all there were to it, he might have been able to accept it, but then Bai Xiaochun resorted to the bizarre tactic of hurting himself. The vile emperor couldn't properly express how crazed he felt. He normally maintained a somber visage, but thanks to Bai Xiaochun, the entire mood of the fight had completely changed. "Are you really cursing me, you old codger? If you do that, you're going to hurt my feelings." Glaring, Bai Xiaochun clenched his hand into a fist and hit himself in the pit of the stomach. Blood sprayed out of the vile emperor's mouth, and his lips quivered as he howled at the top of his lungs. Even as he tried to charge forward to attack, Bai Xiaochun punched himself 7 or 8 more times. In the end, the vile emperor felt like he was about to explode. In order to break the connection between the two of them, he hefted his trident and, eyes flickering with madness, began to squeeze his hand down on it. "Detonate!" he howled. The trident, a magical item belonging to the mortal renegade, exploded, causing a black tempest to explode out into the air, right between Bai Xiaochun and the vile emperor. Booms rang out as blood sprayed out of both of their mouths, and they staggered backward. The explosion apparently interfered with natural law, and even affected the cycle of reincarnation. As it rushed out, it severed the connection of fate that had been created by Xiaochun's Sutra of Future Paramitha. As that happened, and as Bai Xiaochun's wounds began to recover thanks to his Undying Codex, his eyes flickered with cold light. Not doing anything to hide his cultivation base any longer, he accelerated, the energy of an Archean raging around him as he bore down on the vile emperor. Worried that he wasn't going fast enough, he used his Undying Hex, and then, as he closed in the mountain-shaking bash, with every moment that passed, he moved faster than before, appearing right in front of the vile emperor only a moment later. Then, as he reached out toward the vile emperor, he utilized his throat-crushing grasp. Everything was happening too quickly. Earlier, the vile emperor might have had the wherewithal to dodge, but now he was severely injured and just didn't have what it took. Although he managed to twist his head out of the way, Bai Xiaochun's grasping attack still managed to hit his shoulder. "Show me what you really look like," Bai Xiaochun roared. Gripping down hard with his hand, he began to rip the skin off the vile emperor's shoulder. The vile emperor howled and tried to back up, but that only revealed the wriggling flesh beneath his skin. As his flesh peeled off, the natural laws of the eternal immortal domains took effect, preventing him from maintaining a human form. Twitching and spasming, he transformed into a giant, blood-colored lizard. He continued to scream in rage and pain as, bereft of his protective skin, and bereft of the spiderweb covering that had protected his egg sac, he was now subject to the natural laws of the eternal immortal domains, which immediately sought to wipe him out of existence. When the huge lizard appeared, the remaining people of the vile emperor dynasty down below were completely stunned, especially the Celestials who had participated in the events within the spiderweb area. They almost couldn't believe what they were seeing. That's a sovereign clone. What exactly is going on here? Impossible. This is completely impossible. The vile emperor is actually a clone of the sovereign? Countless cries of shock and alarm filled the air as the shocking truth was revealed. The vile emperor was actually a vicious, bizarre creature. Although not everyone knew where this lizard came from, the exclamations of the Celestials were heard by the surrounding cultivators, leading to widespread shock. Of course, there was no way Bai Xiaochun was going to let this opportunity pass him by. Pointing his finger at the howling lizard, he spoke in a loud voice that everyone could hear. "Fellow Taoists of the eternal immortal domains, it has been years now since the vile emperor was killed by a clone of the enemy from beyond. He was skinned and then replaced. This bizarre creature you are looking at is none other than that clone." Gasps rang out in response to his words, and immediately people began to spread word to the rest of the eternal immortal domains. It was also in that exact same moment that the sky rippled, and the Saint Emperor stepped out into the open. When he saw that the vile emperor was now a huge lizard, he was deeply shaken. Not even he could ever have guessed that the vile emperor was actually a clone of the great enemy. Glaring coldly at the huge lizard, he said, "No wonder you freed the creature that emerged from the stone of flesh and blood that fell when the damaged fan arrived. No wonder you always came up with excuses not to go check the seal that had been placed on the sovereign." Even as everyone reeled in shock, the lizard looked up with bloodshot eyes to glare at Bai Xiaochun. "You ruined all of my plans, Bai Xiaochun, and for that you shall die." Howling, the lizard's aura began to power up to heaven-defying levels. At the same time, it was possible to see a black light glowing on the forehead of the enormous mortal renegade up in the heavens. That light healed the lizard of all its wounds, and caused his cultivation base and battle prowess to surpass anything from before, reaching unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, a figure took shape behind the lizard, which, to the shock of all onlookers, was a smaller version of the enormous sovereign. As the Saint Emperor's face fell, the lizard began to emanate a murderous aura and shouted, "Nobody can stop the revered extermination from awakening." Then, the lizard trembled, whereupon countless black locusts exploded out from inside of him. In the blink of an eye, they covered heaven and earth alike in numbers too great to count, creating something like a black cloud. Buzzing sounds filled the air as some of them shot toward Bai Xiaochun, and others spread out to infect the surrounding cultivators. No one recognized these locusts, except for Bai Xiaochun, who had seen them before. Shaken, he recalled the mortal renegade's divine ability that he himself had witnessed within the memories of the worldly Taoist. He knew that once these locusts infected a host, that they would absorb the victim's flesh, blood, and cultivation base, and then give birth to more locusts. After releasing the locusts, the huge lizard that had once been the vile emperor began to flee, flying straight up into the sky. Bai Xiaochun was about to give chase, but then realized that these locusts were different from the ones he had seen in the memories of the worldly Taoist. These locusts all had strong cultivation bases and were incredibly fast. Apparently, They possessed strange powers that differed from the natural laws of the eternal immortal domains, which enabled them to instantly lock down on any nearby cultivator and appear in their vicinity within the shortest of moments. The Saint Emperor was already trying to attack them, but the locusts were able to simply dodge through his magical techniques and divine abilities. It was a moment of deadly crisis, and Bai Xiaochun had no time to sit around thinking about what to do. Pushing out with his right hand, he used the fourth of his major divine abilities, gravitational extermination. Space distorted, and in the blink of an eye, the power of gravity erupted around the locusts. As a result, the flow of time there changed, and the countless locusts that could disregard the natural laws of the eternal immortal domains were suddenly affected in dramatic fashion. Before any of them could react, they slowed down significantly. At the same time, the Saint Emperor's eyes glittered, aware that if the locusts were not driven away, the consequences would be dire. Now that they were slowed, he didn't hesitate to attack in full force. Bai Xiaochun left the locusts to him, blurring into motion as he shot after the lizard. Although he accelerated rapidly, the lizard was by no means slow, and it didn't seem like he would be able to catch up quickly. Snorting coldly, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand. Instantly, the air in front of him rippled as a lonely boat materialized. Stepping onto the boat, he connected to it with his divine sense, whereupon it burst upward with speed that surpassed the Archean realm. This was none other than the lonely boat from his treasured fan. Intense whistling sounds filled the entire world as the boat rocketed in pursuit of the huge lizard, whose face fell at the sight. Even as the lizard prepared to dodge, Bai Xiaochun shouted at the top of his lungs and clenched his hand into a fist, whereupon a shadowy figure appeared behind him. The figure wore imperial robes and an imperial crown, and was none other than the manifestation of his undying emperor's fist. However, this shadowy emperor's right arm was that of a sovereign. This wasn't the undying emperor's fist. This was his upgraded undying sovereign's fist. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew upon the full power of both his cultivation base and fleshly body, striking out in deadly fashion. This was the ultimate expression of his battle prowess, something impossible to resist, that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Instantly, a massive vortex sprang up, like a huge mouth lunging to consume the giant lizard. As for the lizard, he was already trembling, aware that even if his cultivation base was stronger than it was, he would not be able to fight back against this fist strike. The sovereign aura in the fist strike made it impossible for the lizard to even flee. Shrieking in defiance, madness, and despair, he uttered a complex curse in an unknown language, which caused masses of black smoke to pour out of his body and form into a spike. "It's time for you to die, Bai Xiaochun." The lizard's eyes shone with madness as his body withered. His flesh and blood sucked away to power the black spike. Within moments, the lizard was gone, completely absorbed into the gigantic spike. By that point, the spike was not illusory in any sense of the word, and thrummed with a murderous aura that caused even Bai Xiaochun to tremble in fear. Without even the slightest pause, the spike transformed into a blur of light that shot toward Bai Xiaochun. An unsightly expression appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face as he thought back to the black spike he had seen stabbed into the forehead of the immortal imperatrix. The spike seemed to radiate the exact same type of energy. There was no time for thought or planning. Howling, he threw more power into his undying sovereign's fist, forcing it to become even stronger. In fact, the shadowy image behind him began to fade away, with the exception of the sovereign's arm. He was using the same tactic the lizard had just used, absorbing the rest of his technique and focusing the power on one area, making the sovereign aura even stronger. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun's battle prowess was even more shocking than before. The back and forth reactions took only a brief moment. Then, Bai Xiaochun's undying sovereign's fist slammed into the incoming spike, causing a massive boom to ring out, along with a shockwave that shook the world itself and threatened to shatter the sky. Whether it was Bai Xiaochun or the clone of the mortal renegade, both unleashed attacks that were at the ultimate peak of the Archean realm. And Bai Xiaochun had even backed his attack with some of the power of a sovereign. As for the spike, it was unbelievably domineering. At the moment of impact, the shadowy emperor that was the manifestation of the undying sovereign's fist shattered. However, the spike's aura was also significantly drained, and it changed colors from black to gray, making it look weak to the extreme. And yet, a vicious face appeared on the spike, the last bit of will belonging to the clone, which then forced the spike to accelerate toward Bai Xiaochun's forehead. Everyone who could see what was happening cried out in alarm. However, Bai Xiaochun had prepared from the very beginning to deal with this formidable spike. As it blurred toward him in a streak of gray light, he pulled out his turtle wok, whereupon a boom rang out as the two collided. The wok shivered violently, transforming into a black beam that shot back inside Bai Xiaochun. However, it had successfully blocked the spike. The shattered will of the clone let out a defiant howl and turned to flee, but was not as fast as Bai Xiaochun. As Bai Xiaochun grabbed it, his eyes flashed with a vicious glint, and he sent his divine sense out to crush the will of the clone. As the last bit of the clone's will was wiped away, a blood-curdling scream echoed out into the air. Down below, the effects of Bai Xiaochun's gravitational extermination enabled the Saint Emperor to eliminate all of the locusts. Expression unsightly, he then flew up to Bai Xiaochun's side and looked at the gray spike he held in his hand. The spike was actually formed from flesh and blood, and emanated a shocking life force that seemed equivalent to an Archean. Although it struggled at first, after Bai Xiaochun wiped the spike clean of the will of the clone, it turned bright white and stopped moving. Bai Xiaochun put the spike away and exchanged a worried glance with the Saint Emperor. Then the two of them looked at the enormous giant looming over them in the sky. Meanwhile, the survivors from Vile Emperor City were looking around blankly. Soon, the Celestials gathered their wits and flew up toward Bai Xiaochun to offer greetings. They brought the giant ghost king with them, unconscious but unharmed. Bai Xiaochun had located the giant ghost king in the early stages of the battle, and had sent some divine sense over to him as a protection. Greetings, Arch-Emperor. Greetings, Saint Emperor. Their polite, respectful greetings immediately showed their attitude. The Vile Emperor had turned out to be a clone, which meant that the Vile Emperor dynasty was no more. On any other occasion, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor might have begun to contend with each other for control of the remnants. But now, they were in no mood for such a thing. Where is Taoist Heavenspan? Bai Xiaochun said, scanning the vicinity. The Celestials remained silent for a moment, until Prince Yuar Demon finally spoke up. Arch-Emperor, Taoist Heavenspan has been missing for a while now. No one knows where he is. Frowning, Bai Xiaochun prepared to ask further questions, when suddenly, a heaven-rending, earth-crushing rumbling sound could be heard, filling even the furthest corners of the eternal immortal domains. It was an intense sound that seemed to contain unending death and destruction, and seemed to step from the darkest depths of the void. Something profoundly evil was coming. Bai Xiaochun, the Saint Emperor, and everyone else in the eternal immortal domains looked up into the sky, their expressions flickering. High above, the eyes of the mortal renegade were quivering. The Saint Emperor gasped, his hair standing on end as fear grew within him, stemming from his very soul, and even further, from the depths of the cycle of reincarnation. It was a sense of danger that one would experience when facing one's greatest enemy, and was shared by everyone who lived within the eternal immortal domains. Every living being couldn't help but feel unprecedented terror and shock for what the future held. The enemy from beyond moved. The legends are true. If that giant wakes up, he'll exterminate everything. Countless cries of alarm filled the world. Even the eternal sea responded, as though it had a spirit, causing wild waves to surge across its surface. Bai Xiaochun was just as shaken, and felt as if he had just laid eyes on a predestined archenemy. Considering what he had seen in the worldly Taoist's memories, his feelings were even more complex. Even as he took in a deep breath, he noticed that, as the eyelids of the mortal renegade quivered, two strips that almost looked like paper were now visible on his body. One of them stretched from his forehead to his dantian region, while the other went from his right shoulder to the same location. The strip stretching from his shoulder was roughly 20% dark, indicating that it had lost some of its power and was only 80% effective. Worse, the strip stretching from his forehead was now 80% dim, indicating that only 20% of its power remained. Xiaochun wasn't sure what those lines represented, and in that, he was not alone within the eternal immortal domains. Few people understood their significance. However, as soon as the Saint Emperor saw them, his face fell, and he began to shiver uncontrollably. "One of the strips has been broken," he blurted out loud. Shaken, Xiaochun focused on the strip leading from the forehead to the Dantian region, and realized that it provoked fluctuations within his blood, as though the strip were somehow connected to the bloodline of the Archemperor dynasty. Instantly, his pupils constricted as he put the pieces of the puzzle together. Before he could say anything, the Saint Emperor explained. There should be 3 strips. Back when the Eternal Mother created the 3 eternal sons, they fought the enemy from beyond and gave up their lives in the process. The Eternal Mother also paid a huge price to forge 3 sealing strips, backed by the powers of the 3 bloodlines. The Saint Emperor quickly went on to provide more details, explaining everything he knew about the subject. The truth was that now that the mortal renegade was moving, it spelled impending catastrophe for the eternal immortal domains. At a time like this, the Saint Emperor didn't care at all about struggles for power. He cared about the existence of the eternal immortal domains as a whole. If the great enemy awoke, and there was no one there to stop him, then all creation would be toppled and cast into infinite darkness. Each and every one of those bloodline sealing strips is of critical importance. They were created by sovereign-level world magic, and are precisely what have kept the enemy from beyond sleeping until now. The Saint Emperor was so anxious about the matter that his words came in rapid-fire succession. There used to be a strip leading from his left shoulder to his Dantian region, which was powered by the Vile Ancestor. The strip on the right shoulder is from the Saint Ancestor, and the middle strip is from the Arch-Ancestor. The Vile Ancestor strip has already been broken, which proves that the Vile Emperor is truly dead. His bloodline suppressed and contaminated for years by the impostor. Although only one strip has been broken, that already allows the great enemy to begin to move. The strip connected to the Saint Emperor dynasty has 80% of its strength remaining. As for the strip connected to your bloodline, Archemperor, it has been weakened to a dangerous level, presumably because your people took so long to return, and also because of how late you reached the Archean realm. If those final 2 strips are broken, then the enemy from beyond will awaken. Even as the Saint Emperor spoke, the mortal renegade trembled, and his eyelids flickered visibly, as though he were struggling to break the final 2 bloodline sealing strips. As he struggled, the strips began to grow darker. Clearly, it would only be a few more months before they were destroyed. The death of the impostor Vile Emperor had pushed the mortal renegade past the limits of his patience. He didn't want the sealing strips to gradually wear away. He wanted to burst through them and wake up as soon as possible. "What can we do to strengthen the strips?" Xiaochun asked. He feared death, but he knew that if the mortal renegade woke up, the entire world would be plunged into darkness. Therefore, there were 2 options at hand. Either sit around and wait to die, or do something to fight back. There's only one thing we can do. If we get close enough to enter the sealing strips, then we can use the power of our blood to reinforce them. But if we fail, then what awaits is the destruction of the eternal immortal domains. The so-called enemy from beyond possesses the terrifying might of a sovereign power that we are no match for. As for the sealing strips, only those with the power of an Archean can do anything to bolster them. That means that we are the only 2 who can do it. The Saint Emperor's eyes were now lit with determination. Although he was usually a hypocritical, sanctimonious person, right now, he had put that aspect of his personality to rest. He had made his decision about what needed to be done. When Xiaochun realized that the Saint Emperor was essentially talking about entering the body of the mortal renegade, he nearly gasped. However, now was not the time to ponder the situation. If the mortal renegade struggled to the point where the Arch-Ancestor's sealing strip went completely dark, then that would leave only one remaining sealing strip. "There's no time to lose," the Saint Emperor said anxiously, immediately beginning to fly at high speed toward the mortal renegade. As he rose higher and higher, a large moon sigil appeared behind him. Gritting his teeth, Bai Xiaochun flew after him. The two of them became bright streaks of light that shot closer and closer to the enormous mortal renegade. Eventually, they were so close that they couldn't even see his head, only his chest. As they neared, it became even easier to see how much the mortal renegade was struggling. It was almost like an earthquake, with loud rumbling sounds and incredible pressure that caused the Saint Emperor's face to go pale. As for Bai Xiaochun, his bit of sovereign aura made it a bit easier for him. Eventually, they headed in two different directions, the Saint Emperor going toward the ceiling strip on the right shoulder, and Bai Xiaochun heading as quickly as possible toward the mortal renegade's forehead. Those were the locations of the two ceiling strips' true origins. Soon, the Saint Emperor's expression flickered, and even Bai Xiaochun was shocked, as they found that there was some sort of invisible barrier surrounding the mortal renegade's body. Shouting, the Saint Emperor ignited his moon sigil, a life essence treasure that gave him the punch he needed to break through that barrier. Moments later, blood-colored light shone around him as he reached the ceiling strip and disappeared. Bai Xiaochun had a much simpler time. He resorted to the Undying Hex, which was now powered by his Archean cultivation base. Piercing through the barrier, he appeared in front of the ceiling strip tied to the Archancestor's bloodline. At that point, he looked back down at the lands below. Just barely visible were the people of the eternal immortal domains, craning their heads as they looked up nervously. Although most couldn't actually see him or the Saint Emperor, everyone was paying close attention to see what would happen. All of these things had happened so suddenly that it was hard to take them all in. However, Bai Xiaochun knew what he had to do. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and entered the bloodline ceiling strip. Down below, the cultivators in the eternal immortal domains were waiting, terrified and deeply aware of the danger they were in. However, there was nothing they could do other than wait and pray. The mortal renegade's body was massive. Right now, the only thing Bai Xiaochun could see was the bloodline ceiling strip, which looked like dozens of mountain ranges lined up next to each other. In fact, it would have been difficult to even identify it were it not for the strong aura of the Archancestor's bloodline that it contained, which formed a resonance with him. Upon entering the ceiling strip, his vision blurred for a moment. When it cleared, he looked around to find himself in a dark area that was actually one of the mortal renegade's energy passageways. It was not a natural energy passageway, but rather one that had been forcibly created back when the three eternal suns sealed the mortal renegade. It was large, almost like an entire world, but at the moment it was completely and utterly silent. As soon as Bai Xiaochun took form inside, he began to glow with blood-colored light. As the light swirled around him, it became a spinning vortex with him at the center. The energy passageway was withered, but as soon as the blood-colored light touched it, it perked up. At the same time, the resonance he felt grew stronger, as though he were actually the foundation of the passageway. As of that moment, Bai Xiaochun realized what he had to do to restore the power of the ceiling strip. I have to become the foundation of the seal. To repair it, I have to allow the power of my bloodline to awaken its strength. I need to go to the mortal renegade's Dantian region. By the time I reach that point, the ceiling strip will be completely repaired. If I perish along the way, the process will end in failure. And if I leave early, the result will be the same. Sighing, he knew that there was no backing out. He gritted his teeth and then began to fly through the energy passageway, sending blood-colored light shining out in all directions. The sooner he got to the Dantian region, the sooner the ceiling mark would be repaired. Therefore, he pushed forward with all the speed he could muster. The Saint Emperor was doing the same thing in another energy passageway, speeding along and emanating light that represented the bloodline of the Saint Ancestor. Back outside in the eternal immortal domains, there were people who could see the ceiling strips on the mortal renegade, and noticed the bright lights that had begun to move down them. At the same time, the struggling mortal renegade was already being forced to settle down into inactivity. Unfortunately, The process was not one that could be finished so quickly and smoothly. As Bai Xiaochun sped through the energy passageway, his eyes suddenly widened. The space up ahead of him had begun to twist and distort as several shadowy shapes materialized. There were cultivators and beasts alike, tens upon tens of thousands of them. None of them had any life force, only auras of death, and they all looked as vicious as could be imagined. When they laid eyes on Bai Xiaochun, it was as if they were seeing their greatest archenemy. Howling, they began to charge toward him in attack. Some were in the nascent soul stage, while others were on the same level as celestials, a whole cloud of powerful foes. However, none of them possessed Archean battle prowess. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun didn't even stop. Resorting to the mountain-shaking bash, he became like a shooting star that crushed everything in his path. Rumbling booms could be heard as he smashed through the shadowy specters, carving out a path through them in only the blink of an eye. However, even after being destroyed, the shadowy specters formed back together and stopped at nothing to try to block his path. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, but with every moment that passed, more specters appeared. Soon, there were too many to count, and even the mighty Bai Xiaochun was starting to slow down due to the time and effort needed to kill them. "Damn it!" he growled. Quickly performing an incantation gesture, he waved his finger to summon a live forever lamp. As the power of his cultivation base then spread out, the surrounding specters also turned into live forever lamps. As they burned, he burst forward in an attempt to pass them. As he tried to break through, the shadowy specters began to shout at him. "You can't escape, mortal renegade. I'm gonna kill you, mortal renegade. Even if I die, I'll make you pay, mortal renegade." At the same time, more and more specters appeared to bolster their numbers. By now, Bai Xiaochun could guess who these shadowy specters were. They were people the mortal renegade had killed in the past, and now that he was sealed, he couldn't do anything to prevent them from appearing. Although they didn't have the same battle prowess as when they were alive, they were still eternally indestructible. As more and more appeared, Bai Xiaochun's anxiety mounted. Unleashing the power of his Archean cultivation base, he summoned a tempest around him, then charged forward, mowing down anyone who got in his path. Occasionally he would use the mountain-shaking bash, and occasionally his live forever lamp. Eventually, he performed an incantation gesture and unleashed his sutra of the former. Countless magical symbols appeared, sealing the shadowy specters. Unable to free themselves from the sea of magical symbols, the shadowy specters struggled in vain as Bai Xiaochun shot past them. Not looking back, he proceeded forward as quickly as possible. As he flew onward, he summoned hosts of lightning bolts which would instantly crush any shadowy specters he encountered. And thus, he made his way along the energy passageway. The Saint Emperor had also encountered similar shadowy specters. His methods were different than Bai Xiaochun, but he was also a powerful Archean, and was able to maintain top speed. His moon sigil sent beams of moonlight out in front of him, carving a path as he proceeded along, shining with blood-colored light. Occasionally, he would summon lotus flowers, which would instantly crush the hosts of shadowy specters that surrounded him. The Saint Emperor was not holding anything back. Now that the vile Emperor had been unmasked as a clone, and the huge sovereign was on the verge of waking up, he knew that a deadly crisis was brewing. Everything he had said to Bai Xiaochun had been completely and utterly true. Many eyes in the eternal immortal domains were focused on the two sealing strips on the mortal renegade. Of course, the light representing the Saint Emperor had been brighter to begin with, and was more so now. And the Saint Emperor was also much closer to the Dantian region, being nearly halfway there. The sealing strip from the Archancestor had been reduced by 80%, and although Bai Xiaochun was successfully repairing it, it was still far behind the other one. Everyone was watching nervously, including the Grand Heaven Master and other people who were close to Bai Xiaochun. Solemn, shaken expressions could be seen everywhere. The people in the eternal immortal domains had no way of knowing what exactly was happening within the two energy passageways, nor did they have any sense of the dangers involved. All they could see were two glowing spots of light that represented Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor, both slowly making progress through the sealing strips. Whenever those lights stopped moving, it meant they were facing resistance. As for Bai Xiaochun, he finally stopped moving completely when 9 specters materialized in front of him, all of them with Archean cultivation bases. Their auras were weak, but they were still Archeans, and their expressions were violently brutal as they glared at Bai Xiaochun. To them, he was the mortal renegade, and they wanted nothing more than to cut him down. Damn it! I'm not the mortal renegade. You hate him. Why are you venting on me? Bai Xiaochun knew that they were projections created by the mortal renegade's divine sense, and that they were motivated by the hatred which had existed in them before dying. But he was still irritated. Clenching his hand into a fist, he struck out, not with the undying sovereign's fist, but rather, the undying emperor's fist. Even still, that level of battle prowess was shocking. Booms rang out as the 2 parties clashed. Bai Xiaochun did nothing to evade being hit. He relied on the powers of regeneration from his undying codex to simply attack relentlessly. After shattering one of the shadowy Archeans, he shot toward another one and unleashed another fist strike. And thus the battle went for the course of a few breaths worth of time, with Bai Xiaochun unleashing explosive force and speed, and relying on his undying codex to heal him. In quick succession, he defeated all 9 Archean specters. Before they could reform, he sped on, gasping for breath, and even pulling out a few medicinal pills to replenish himself. Before long, he encountered another group of Archean specters, even more than before. Much to his frustration, there were over 20 this time. However, he had no options. Eyes bloodshot, he howled and unleashed the Sutra of Future Permitha. Then, he utilized his throat-crushing grasp, mountain-shaking bash, live forever lamp, and other divine abilities and magical techniques that didn't draw too deeply on his cultivation base. He knew that he still had a long way to go, and that the going would probably get tougher. Draining his cultivation base wouldn't be a good idea, especially considering that the energy passageway he was in didn't have any spiritual power in it that he could use to replenish himself with. On the other hand, there was plenty of bloodline power, ensuring that his fleshly body and powers of regeneration were actually performing better than on the outside. Launching forward with another attack, he crushed his opponents and moved on. Before long, he realized that he was seeing fewer and fewer shadowy specters. And yet, that only put him more on guard than before. Soon, his divine sense revealed to him that a shocking aura was brewing somewhere ahead of him. A bit of time passed, and then he suddenly lurched to stop, pupils constricting. There ahead in the energy passageways, a floating crimson coffin had appeared out of thin air. It contained an aura that caused even Bai Xiaochun's heart to pound. It almost seemed as if this wasn't a cultivator, but something of unparalleled ferocity and madness. Shining with blinding light, it shot toward him with incredible speed. Lord Bai isn't even afraid of ghosts. You think he's going to be scared of some coffin? Performing an incantation gesture with his right hand, he waved his finger, causing the area around the coffin to distort as the powers of gravity were called up. Time slowed, and the coffin's speed was reduced significantly. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Xiaochun shot toward it, and for the first time utilized his undying sovereign's fist. Rumbling sounds echoed out in all directions, and the image of an emperor appeared behind him, striking out in exact coordination with him. The coffin tried to avoid the blow, but was stuck within the area of slowed time, and could not. As soon as the blow struck its target, cracks spread out on the coffin's surface, and it shattered. As it did, an enraged howl could be heard, and blood-colored light exploded from the remnants of the coffin, creating a huge sea of blood. Within that sea was a blood-colored crocodile that instantly lunged toward Bai Xiaochun. Its jaws opened wide as if to swallow him up. It also emanated Archean fluctuations so powerful that Bai Xiaochun's heart lurched in his chest. These fluctuations seemed no less powerful than what he had sensed from the vile emperor in the past. On the outside, Bai Xiaochun would have been less leery. But he knew that, in this location, this creature was eternally indestructible. Even if he destroyed it, it would form back up, meaning that if he got involved in a protracted fight, he would not only be wasting time, but he would also be giving more of the shadow figures a chance to converge on his location. Well, if I need to end this fight quickly, I know just the move to use. Quickly performing an incantation gesture, he shoved his hand in a downward motion. Water swamp. He was inside the body of a sovereign, and yet water vapor still swirled out in all directions, creating a huge, illusory swamp. Kingdom! He shouted. This was his first time unleashing the water swamp kingdom as an Archean, and was the only thing he could think to do to deal with this damned crocodile. As soon as the words left his mouth, an aura far more brutal than the crocodile's erupted from the watery swamp. The ferocious crocodile shivered, its previously maddened eyes suddenly filling with terror and shock. Then, before Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit could even appear, the crocodile turned tail and fled. Bai Xiaochun looked on, stunned. Finally, he shook his head. Nothing like this had ever happened before when using the Water Swamp Kingdom. As far as he could tell, the crocodile from moments ago had been formed by the mortal renegade's divine sense, and shouldn't have been able to flee. Maybe it wasn't formed from the mortal renegade's divine sense. Or maybe it was so strong in life that, even after it died, some of its original instincts remained. Under normal circumstances, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't prevent his life essence spirit from coming out into the open. But right now, time was of the essence and spiritual power was not abundant. Therefore, he waved his hand and, ignoring the frustrated howl of his life essence spirit, dispelled the Water Swamp Kingdom. Now was not the time to sit around planning his next move. He immediately blurred into motion as he continued along his way. Meanwhile, the other bloodline sealing strip was already 90% repaired, and the Saint Emperor was closing in on the mortal renegade's Dantian region. That was when he encountered someone blocking his path that he couldn't possibly defeat. He lurched to a stop, trembling as he looked at a figure hovering ahead of him, unmoving, but with eyes slowly opening. It was a handsome, scholarly man, with a fireball sigil on his forehead. As he opened his eyes, it was possible to see an ancient moon glowing in his pupils. "Saint Ancestor," he murmured, his voice laced with pain. Right there in front of him was the Saint Ancestor, one of the three eternal sons. He was the original ancestor of the Saint Emperor, and the source of his bloodline. There was no suspense regarding how this battle would turn out. And although this projected Saint Ancestor had the same blood in him as when he had been alive, his thoughts were different. Instantly, his desire to do battle burned hot inside him. The fight didn't last long. Soon, the Saint Emperor was coughing up blood, and was forced to leave the bloodline sealing strip. If he did not, he would die. As he emerged, everyone in the eternal immortal domains saw that sealing strip, shattered into pieces. The Saint Emperor had completely failed. Despair gnawed at the heart of the Saint Emperor, and all of a sudden, he realized that the struggling of the giant sovereign had actually been an elaborate trap. Clearly, he hoped to use the Saint Emperor and Bai Xiaochun to destroy the sealing strips even more quickly than before. Chuckling bitterly, the Saint Emperor flew away from the enormous sovereign, his mood already having plunged to the ultimate depths. It seems that deadly catastrophe is about to befall the eternal immortal domains. He could only hope that Bai Xiaochun would succeed. After all, if the final bloodline sealing strip was destroyed, then it would mean the end of the eternal immortal domains. Everyone in the eternal immortal domains was left shaken. The Saint Emperor had failed, the second sealing strip had been destroyed, and the gigantic sovereign was now struggling with more intensity than ever. The Arch-Emperor is our only hope. The Arch-Emperor must succeed. Everyone was now praying for Bai Xiaochun, even the Saint Emperor. Inside of the energy passageway, Bai Xiaochun had come to a temporary stop as he realized that something had changed. In the blink of an eye, the number of shadowy specters around him had begun to increase dramatically. Although he had no idea what had occurred with the Saint Emperor, he had a bad premonition. Feeling more anxious than ever, he let out a shout, and took advantage of the time it was taking the shadowy specters to materialize to shoot onward as quickly as possible. He had no choice but to burn his cultivation base power, becoming a tempest that crushed anything in his way. As he followed the bloodline sealing strip, he got closer and closer to the Dantian region. From the 30% point of advancement, he proceeded to the 50% mark. Then he reached 60% and 70%. His undying codex was working in overdrive as he destroyed countless shadowy specters that blocked his way. Soon, he had passed the 70% mark and was reaching 80%, when suddenly, he stopped in place as he realized that among the shadowy specters was a woman with her head bowed. She wore a royal gown and was very graceful and elegant. None of the shadowy specters in the area dared to get close to her, creating a wide open space around her. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw her, she looked up, revealing a spectacularly beautiful face. "Immortal Imperatrix," he blurted, his eyes widening, and subconsciously placing his hand on his bag of holding. This woman was none other than the Immortal Imperatrix, except she was different from the version he had in his possession. This Immortal Imperatrix was formed by the mortal renegade's divine sense, and looked exactly like she had when she was alive. She had archean fluctuations that were somewhat overwhelming, and as soon as her eyes locked onto his, she waved her hand, sending all of the shadow figures around her shot straight toward Bai Xiaochun. Then, she took a step forward, turning into a beam of light that also closed in on Bai Xiaochun. "Damn it! There's no way this shrew is gonna beat me." He charged forward, the tempest that surrounded him decimating all of the shadowy specters that were in the way. However, the Immortal Imperatrix didn't seem to be affected by the tempest at all. It didn't even slow her down. Moments later, she slammed directly into Bai Xiaochun. Booms echoed out, and Bai Xiaochun tumbled backward, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth. Although his undying codex was hard at work regenerating him, he was already feeling very frustrated. It was even worse considering that after the interchange, the Immortal Imperatrix didn't seem to be dissipating, but rather growing more solid. Bai Xiaochun sighed. "I have one more trump card to try. If it doesn't work, then I'll resort to the Water Swamp Kingdom." Still hoping to conserve cultivation base power, he looked at the incoming Immortal Imperatrix, took a breath and closed his eyes. Just when she was almost on top of him, he opened his eyes and unleashed an aura that was very different from anything before. It was ancient and completely beyond compare to anything else. It was none other than the aura of the worldly Taoist. "Little junior sister," he murmured softly, his eyes flickering with reminiscence. Instantly, the seemingly cold and emotionless Immortal Imperatrix shivered and lurched to a halt. As she stared at Bai Xiaochun, it was clear that she was struggling inside. When Bai Xiaochun saw that his tactics seemed to be working, his heart started to pound. Trying to make the situation seem even more realistic, he forced out more of his sovereign aura and tried to make himself seem exactly like the worldly Taoist. "It's been a long time, Xianxia," he said softly. Gazing at her, he began to walk forward. Soon he was right in front of her. "Worldly Taoist," she said. When Bai Xiaochun heard that, his heart suddenly seized. His inspiration for this tactic came with the previous incident with the crocodile. The crocodile had seemingly possessed some of its previous instincts, and he had assumed it would be the same with the Immortal Imperatrix. However, hearing her speak the name of the worldly Taoist made him realize that he was likely wrong. Apparently, she didn't possess mere instinct, but rather true memories of the past. How is this even possible? We're inside of the mortal renegade, right? What exactly are all of these shadowy specters? Despite being shaken, he knew that now wasn't the time to sit around analyzing the situation. Forcing himself to remain calm, he continued to speak in a soft voice. "Wait here for me, okay, Xianxia?" he said. "Don't go anywhere, little junior sister." Hoping to maximize his effectiveness, he resorted to two forms of address instead of just one. The Immortal Imperatrix's gaze was still blank, but she was clearly struggling. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Xiaochun burst into motion, flying right past her, and preparing his Water Swamp Kingdom just in case she started to chase him. To his delight, though, she simply stood there, unmoving. So, the honey trapping technique works even better than the Water Swamp Kingdom. Speeding up, He passed the 80% mark within the bloodline sealing strip and closed in on 90%. Meanwhile, everyone down in the eternal immortal domains was affixed on his progress. Although they couldn't see exactly what he was doing, they could see when he paused and then kept moving. As he neared the Dantian region, many people realized that he had already endured much more difficulty than the Saint Emperor, who had actually started much further along the sealing strip. "He's got to make this work," the Saint Emperor murmured, trembling. He wished he could go and help, but knew that the only person in the eternal immortal domains who could enter the sealing strip created by the Archancestor was by Xiaochun. "May the Eternal Mother bless and protect you." Many people were murmuring such prayers, and quite a few were weeping. Everyone in the entire world was watching. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun reached the 90% point. He had only 10% to go, and that was when he encountered someone that he never could have guessed he would see. In fact, it was a person that he would have assumed he couldn't see. Just as the Saint Emperor had encountered the Saint Ancestor, Bai Xiaochun suddenly found himself facing what at first appeared to be a mountain. But it was no mountain, it was a giant, sitting there cross-legged, eyes closed. As Bai Xiaochun approached, the giant's eyes opened, and they burned like the sun. His skin was covered with complex designs, indicating that he had mastered the undying skin. Undying heavenly king, undying tendons, undying bones, and undying blood. The blood and energy fluctuations rolling off of him were boundless and majestic, and his fleshly body was clearly at the ultimate peak. "Arch-Ancestor," Bai Xiaochun blurted. This giant was none other than the Arch-Ancestor, the source of Bai Xiaochun's bloodline. And as he opened his eyes, he slowly rose to his feet. The energy passageway created by the bloodline sealing strip had once seemed enormous to Bai Xiaochun. But as the Arch-Ancestor rose to his feet, Bai Xiaochun realized that his head nearly touched the sky above. His size, his expressionless face, his cold eyes, and the explosive power that radiated off of his fleshly body made it seem like any attack he unleashed could shake the foundations of worlds. In fact, he seemed strong enough to destroy the energy passageway itself. Even the mere motion of standing up caused a gale-force wind to spread out, blasting away all of the shadowy specters in the area, and completely wiping most of them out of existence. He was strong, mighty, vicious, and explosive. Those were the only 4 words Bai Xiaochun could think of to accurately describe the Arch-Ancestor. Gasping, he subconsciously backed up a few steps, heart pounding. Even the mere blood and energy fluctuations coming off of the Arch-Ancestor were enough to affect the blood-colored light shining off of Bai Xiaochun. It was as if the Arch-Ancestor were vying with Bai Xiaochun for control over the bloodline sealing strip. Thankfully, this Arch-Ancestor was a mere incarnation, and did not actually have the qualifications to destroy the sealing strip. Otherwise, it would have long since been wiped away. And yet, Bai Xiaochun still felt a profound sensation of deadly crisis. Most of the time, the sensations of crisis he would experience came because of a lack of information regarding his enemy. But in this case, the sensation rose up because he was facing his own blood ancestor. That must be what happened earlier. The Saint Emperor must have encountered the Saint Ancestor and lost. Although it was only speculation, he was at least 70 to 80% sure that it was true. Fighting one's own founding ancestor? Even as Bai Xiaochun felt a rising sense of inferiority and frustration, the Arch-Ancestor's eyes began to glow with the desire to do battle. They were like twin suns as he started walking forward, causing huge booms to echo out as he headed in Bai Xiaochun's direction. As he picked up speed, Bai Xiaochun realized that he wasn't just running forward casually, he was attempting to bash into him. Mountain-shaking bash, he thought, his pupils constricting. Being as familiar with the Undying Codex as he was, he instantly recognized the magical technique the Arch-Ancestor was using. He could also sense the fluctuations of the Undying Hex, and even worse, noticed a terrifying light shining on the Arch-Ancestor's right index finger and thumb. Throat-crushing grasp. Bai Xiaochun had absolutely no desire to be hit by a throat-crushing grasp unleashed by the Arch-Ancestor himself. It would likely lead to his tiny frame being crushed into a pile of bloody sludge. Mind spinning with a sensation of crisis, he flew backward at top speed. Of course, the arch-ancestor was by no means slow, and in the blink of an eye, he was chasing him down through the energy passageway. Down below in the eternal immortal domains, gasps could be heard as the light that represented by Xiaochun suddenly stopped and then began to move in the opposite direction. Sensations of despair rose up in the hearts of all, as everyone suddenly realized that the end of days was approaching. He definitely encountered the arch-ancestor, the Saint Emperor thought. Deep in his heart, he itched to help, but knew that he couldn't. Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, Ho Xiaomei, Li Qingho, the Grand Heaven Master, and many other people in the Arch-Emperor dynasty who knew by Xiaochun were all observing with ashen faces, feeling completely powerless. Meanwhile, booms filled the energy passageway as Bai Xiaochun fell back at top speed. To his dismay, he found that whatever he did, he couldn't shake the arch-ancestor. Eventually, it reached the point where he couldn't take it. What's going on here, arch-ancestor? This level of bullying is flipping ridiculous. Eyes widening angrily, he suddenly stopped in place, then launched himself toward the arch-ancestor. Cloud Lightning Forefather Transformation. Growing larger, he took 3 steps forward, until he was 300 meters tall. That was when he used the Living Mountain incantation, growing taller, to a height of more than 600 meters. And then he unleashed his own mountain-shaking bash. As he screamed through the air, the arch-ancestor shot toward him. And yet, still unhappy with his level of speed, Bai Xiaochun used his undying hex. Sonic booms erupted everywhere. Bai Xiaochun was now drawing fully on all of the fleshly body power he could muster, and was also bolstering it with his cultivation base, making him even stronger. "Bring it on," he shouted. Then, in the last moment before colliding with the arch-ancestor, he used the throat-crushing grasp. They looked like 2 explosive dragons as they slammed into each other, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Groups of shadowy specters who had been converging in the area were completely destroyed by the shockwaves which began to roll out. Bai Xiaochun howled with rage, and the arch-ancestor growled coldly. In a very short time, the 2 of them exchanged over 1,000 blows. Slowly but surely, the rocks and stones that made up Bai Xiaochun's living mountain incantation form were being battered off him. At the same time, his cloud lightning forefather transformation was weakening. And yet, even in this state, his battle prowess continued to rage. As for the arch-ancestor, the more than 1,000 exchanges left the surface of his body cracked and battered, making him look like he might explode at any moment. One final deafening boom echoed out, and then Bai Xiaochun tumbled backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. Thankfully, his undying codex was hard at work, and within moments he lurched to a stop. Righting himself, he shouted, "So, it turns out you're just an empty shell." To his surprise, he and the arch-ancestor weren't that vastly different after all. The arch-ancestor was actually using Archean-level battle prowess. Swallowing a mouthful of blood, Bai Xiaochun unleashed his God-Killer technique, causing radiant, crimson light to swirl around him. Looking like a streak of blood mist, he shot toward the arch-ancestor. However, the arch-ancestor was also regenerating using the Undying Codex, causing his wounds to rapidly heal up. Apparently, he was thinking the same thing as Bai Xiaochun, as he also began to glow with red light as he unleashed the God-Killer technique. Moments later, the 2 of them were once again fighting back and forth. Both of them were in bad shape, their hair disheveled, their powers of regeneration working like mad. From the look of it, they were at a deadlock. Another huge boom could be heard, and the 2 of them backed away from each other. At this point, the arch-ancestor's eyes began to glow with bright light, and he reached out with his right hand. Shockingly, his hand began to emanate 5 different auras: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Those 5 elements corresponded to the 5 organs inside the human body, as well as 5 powerful sealing magics. At this point, the arch-ancestor's torso began to shine with 5-colored light which came from 5 different specific locations, and was filled with terrifying power. "Magic of the 5 organs?" Bai Xiaochun murmured. I always thought that the 5 organ's secret magic that great-grandpa Gravekeeper used all those years ago had something to do with the Undying Codex. Who would have thought that in addition to the volumes of skin, flesh, tendon, bone, and blood, the Archancestor would also create a 6th volume of the Undying Codex? If Bai Xiaochun hadn't been given the opportunity to fight this battle, he would never have known that there weren't just 5 volumes to the Undying Codex. There were 6. It was very similar to how he had created his own additional technique to complete the Undying Live Forever technique. The technique the Gravekeeper had used in his fight with Taoist Heavenspan was actually powered by the 5 organs of the Archancestor. The power of the 5 organs came from the 5 elements. As the 5 beams of colorful light shot out of the Archancestor's torso, they became a canopy that completely covered him. At the same time, his fleshly body power began to rise higher and higher. That was when he looked directly at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes glittering. Bai Xiaochun had originally been planning to dodge out of the way. However, the Archancestor moved with even greater speed than before, closing in with a clenched fist that slammed into Bai Xiaochun's chest. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he flew backward, and before he could land on his feet, the Archancestor was on him again. Grabbing him by both shoulders, the Archancestor prepared to rip him in two. The sensation of imminent crisis Bai Xiaochun felt provoked a shaken howl, and caused blue veins to bulge out on his face and neck. The terror of possible death was so intense that it provided the perfect fuel for a crazy counterattack. I never created a 6th volume for the Undying Codex, but I did make a follow-up to the entire technique. The Time Immemorial Codex. You might have pushed the Undying Codex to the ultimate limit, but it definitely doesn't match up to the new path that I forged. Hands flying in a double-handed incantation gesture, he unleashed the Sutra of Former Reincarnation, causing countless magical symbols to appear on the Archancestor. As the symbols tightened, they began to form a magical seal. However, before that sealing process could be completed, a vicious glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Detonate! Each and every one of the magical symbols exploded. If it had been only 2 or a few dozen, it might not have been very impressive. Maybe even a few hundred or thousand might not have been a big deal. But there were simply too many to count. Tens of thousands of them. And as they exploded, the force they unleashed was something the Archancestor simply couldn't withstand. As booms rang out, the Archancestor shivered violently, the force shoving him backward and destroying 2 layers of the 5-colored canopy around him. However, the Archancestor was doughty. He had his Undying Codex to regenerate himself, and also never seemed to get tired. Without even a pause, he lunged back in Bai Xiaochun's direction, clenching his hand into a fist as he approached. Bai Xiaochun was panting for breath, but his expression was vicious as he performed an incantation gesture to unleash the Sutra of Future Paramitha. Because of the blood resonance between himself and the Archancestor, the Sutra of the Future worked perfectly. As the Archancestor's fist struck home, Bai Xiaochun coughed up a mouthful of blood. But so did the Archancestor. "Bring it on!" Bai Xiaochun shouted, jumping right back into the fight. As they went back and forth, the injuries Bai Xiaochun sustained were also inflicted on the Archancestor. However, the reverse didn't happen. In essence, the Archancestor was receiving double the amount of injuries. Even with his powers of regeneration, he was gradually being worn down. And Bai Xiaochun was attacking like mad, causing the Archancestor to cough up one mouthful of blood after another. 2 more of his defensive canopies were now gone, which was when Bai Xiaochun let out a shout and attacked with a destructive fist strike. At that point, all of the defenses created by the Archancestor's 6th volume of the Undying Codex were destroyed. Having accomplished this, Bai Xiaochun staggered backward and then toppled to the ground, blood oozing out of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Looking over at the bedraggled Archancestor, who was also lying there prone, he said, "In terms of techniques, I'm definitely stronger than you." The Archemperor didn't say anything. He struggled to his feet, looked coldly at Bai Xiaochun, then clenched his hand into a fist, causing an enormous shadowy form to appear behind him. At the same time, a spectacularly domineering aura erupted out. It was none other than the undying Emperor's fist. "I've got one of those too," Bai Xiaochun shouted, standing up and clenching his own hand into a fist. Immediately, a shadowy figure appeared behind him as well. Except, this figure was different from the Archancestor's undying Emperor's fist. This was the undying Sovereign's fist. In the blink of an eye, the two of them shot into motion. This was the Archancestor fighting the reigning Archemperor. It was the undying Emperor's fist versus the undying Sovereign's fist. This was something that could never happen except for in this exact time and place. From a distance, it was possible to see, not only Bai Xiaochun and the Archancestor closing in on each other, but also the two shadowy figures they had summoned, also approaching each other. When they collided, a deafening boom rattled out, and the figure behind the Archancestor shattered into pieces. As that happened, the Archancestor withered visibly, and he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood as he staggered backward. Bai Xiaochun was also significantly drained, and seemed almost completely bereft of energy and power. Bending over and resting his hands on his knees, he gasped for breath. After a moment, he looked up and said, "I know you have some of your senses, Archancestor. I don't want to fight you. Let me pass. I need to repair this ceiling strip." He wasn't sure if there were more powerful entities waiting after the Archancestor, and therefore had been relying almost completely on fleshly body power in this fight. If at all possible, he wanted to hold back from using his cultivation base or his magical techniques. The Archancestor was about 300 meters away from him, weak to the point where he looked like he might disperse at any moment. It almost seemed like Bai Xiaochun's words hadn't registered at all, as he slowly got back to his feet, his face completely expressionless. Trembling visibly, he began to stride over toward Bai Xiaochun. As he did, his undying codex worked hard to regenerate his body. But unfortunately, he had been hurt so badly that it was like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. By this point, Bai Xiaochun knew that if he didn't keep fighting, there was always the chance that the Archancestor might fully regenerate. After staring at him for a moment, he gritted his teeth and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Waving his finger, he unleashed the Sutra of Present Life and Death, summoning a huge stone gate behind him, which was none other than the Gate of Death. The Gate of Life appeared behind the Archancestor, and as he continued to walk forward, he began to weaken visibly, to the point where his powers of regeneration couldn't keep up at all. And yet, the Archancestor continued to approach. Step by step he came, weakening, fading, until, to Bai Xiaochun's shock, he was standing right there in front of him. During the process of becoming so weak, something had changed. Before, all of his thoughts had been suppressed, but as of this moment, the coldness in his eyes had faded, and it was possible to see something profound and ancient within them. To Bai Xiaochun's shock, he began to speak. "The mortal renegade assimilated the last bits of my consciousness and sealed them inside himself to fuel his ability to exterminate worlds. I thought that I had been lost for all eternity, only to encounter you. Please don't blame me for this. I needed you to defeat me, utterly and thoroughly. Only by dying can I be freed from the control of the mortal renegade. Only then will things truly become clear for me. I have no regrets. Did you see when I used the 6th volume of the Undying Codex just now?" The Archancestor spoke calmly, and yet warmly. Before Bai Xiaochun could respond, he smiled, reached out, and then faded into nothing. However, in the moment before he disappeared forever, 5 glittering crystals, each one a different color, emerged from his torso and floated over to enter Bai Xiaochun's. Bai Xiaochun stood there for a long moment, then rubbed his chest. He could sense that his 5 organs had changed, although in some ways that change seemed illusory. After some thought, he clasped hands and bowed to the spot where the Archancestor had disappeared. Mixed emotions filled him, making it impossible to decide exactly how he felt. Finally, he took a deep breath and continued on his way. He was now only a short distance from the Dantian region. As of this moment, the ceiling strip was 90% repaired. Back in the eternal immortal domains, the despairing populace suddenly felt hope once again, and a cheer rose up. As for the Saint Emperor, he suddenly seemed to age a bit as he hovered there in mid-air, looking up at the bright light which represented Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun could not see what was happening in the outside world, nor was he interested in it at the moment. His fight with the Archancestor had left him completely exhausted, but thankfully, his powers of regeneration were already at work. On the upside, he had conserved a lot of cultivation base power, just in case he needed it to complete the repair of the ceiling strip. The Archancestor must have put the 6th volume of the Undying Codex into my 5 organs, he thought. As he sped along, he confirmed that 5 colorful motes of light were there inside of him. They felt warm, but other than that, didn't seem very special. Unfortunately, there was no time to think about the matter right now. The final leg of the journey turned out to be a lot different than Bai Xiaochun had assumed it would be. No shadowy specters appeared. It was almost as if they were incapable of forming in this location. However, that didn't make him feel any less uneasy. He still had the feeling that he would face some spectacularly powerful enemy within the Mortal Renegade's Dantian region. It was a feeling that came from being an Archean, and because of that nervousness, he actually slowed down a bit until a good portion of his fleshly body power had recovered. But as he was aware that long delays usually lead to trouble, he finally sped up. Outside, the people in the eternal immortal domains could see the light that represented Bai Xiaochun reaching the Dantian region. As for Bai Xiaochun, all he saw was an enormous void. It looked almost like an ocean of darkness, or a pitch-black sky. It was boundless and endless, and Bai Xiaochun could instantly tell that all he had to do was enter that void, and the bloodline ceiling strip would be completely repaired, from the spot on the mortal renegade's forehead, all the way to his Dantian region. However, even as he was thinking of doing just that, he suddenly heard a voice speaking to him, almost like a sigh from the most ancient of times. Along with the sigh came a burst of power that created something like a barrier, preventing Bai Xiaochun from entering the void. Expression flickering, he tried to use his Undying Hex, only to find that it didn't pierce through the barrier. This was the first time that the Undying Hex had ever failed to penetrate a restrictive spell. After smashing into the barrier, he bounced back, his heart pounding. Moments later, he realized that a figure had appeared off in the distance. It was a man, sitting cross-legged with his back to Bai Xiaochun. He wore imperial robes and an imperial crown, and had a profound, unfathomable cultivation base. Just looking at him sent pain deep into the recesses of Bai Xiaochun's mind, and caused his heart to start pounding. The truth was that he had already guessed that he might face another foe here, and had even speculated as to who it might be. Unfortunately, that person was someone he absolutely did not want to encounter. It was with a very unsightly expression that he watched the person slowly turn to look at him, revealing a handsome, righteous face that radiated the demeanor of a transcendent being. He looked threatening without being angry, and seemed capable of watching the earth be destroyed and the heavens crushed, and yet not reacting at all. He was none other than worldly Taoist, immortal imperator. Bai Xiaochun said slowly, almost painfully. Inside, he sighed, completely aware that he couldn't defeat an opponent like this. There was just no way he was a match for the worldly Taoist. However, there was still a bit of hope in his heart. After all, the previous opponents he had faced were all much weaker than they had been in life. Furthermore, he wanted to see if some of the worldly Taoist's consciousness remained behind to communicate with. Before he could speak, the worldly Taoist's eyes glittered, and he waved his right index finger at Bai Xiaochun. Instantly, a beam of white light shot through the air toward him. Archean luminescence, Bai Xiaochun blurted, blurring into motion as he fell back. A moment later, the spot that he had just occupied was destroyed by the Archean luminescence. Don't tell me Archean luminescence isn't actually a magic from the Go board in the treasured fan? Was it actually placed there by the worldly Taoist? If so, then it should actually be called sovereign luminescence, right? Although he had glimpsed some of the worldly Taoist's memories, he hadn't gained any information about the divine abilities and magical techniques he had used. Based on what he was seeing, it seemed like some of his speculations about the treasured fan were wrong. Even as he flew backward, the worldly Taoist waved his hand, sending more deadly shots of Archean luminescence shooting toward him. Each beam seemed to radiate danger, forcing him to dodge left and right to avoid them. As of this moment, he was now experiencing the same frustration that the imposter Vile Emperor had experienced when fighting him. There were just too many beams of Archean luminescence. They seemed without end, as if the worldly Taoist could summon as many as he wanted, creating a destructive rain that could abolish anything in its path. The only thing Bai Xiaochun could do was flee. However, after a moment, he shouted, "Archean luminescence? So what?" Slapping his bag of holding, he summoned some tongues of multicolored flame. 20 colors, 21, 22, all the way to 27-colored flame. These were leftovers from when he had been working on 30-colored flame. It was without hesitation that he threw them out, creating a massive conflagration, a huge sea of flames that managed to whittle away at the Archean luminescence. When he saw that happening, he breathed a sigh of relief. So, it's just like I thought. He is a lot weaker. Seems like I might be able to win this fight after all. Convinced that he was right, he was just preparing to make his move when the worldly Taoist's eyes flickered, and he pushed out with his left palm. Instantly, his hand turned semi-transparent, as though it were made from water. Then, it began to spew countless water droplets. The water droplets rapidly transformed into a river, which swept back and forth like a gigantic dragon. Each drop of water thrummed with incredible power and radiated immense pressure in the area. And there was more to it. A frigid chi also erupted out, suppressing the sea of multicolored flame, to the point where more than half of it was completely snuffed out. At that point, another round of Archean luminescence was unleashed. Bai Xiaochun was yet again forced to retreat, chuckling bitterly at the sight of the raging river. As of this moment, he could tell that this was the same river that currently existed in the face of the treasured fan, further confirming his previous speculations. Eyes shining with determination, he waved his hand, unleashing the fourth of his major divine abilities, gravitational extermination. The waters of the river immediately sank down, and time slowed, reducing the flow of the river. Bai Xiaochun knew that his gravitational extermination was an essence magic, and that it would definitely come up short if matched against the worldly Taoist. Even if the foe he faced didn't have the true battle prowess of the worldly Taoist, it was still enough to crush him. Therefore, it was without any further hesitation that he launched himself at the worldly Taoist. "You've been sitting there this whole time, and if I'm close enough to you, it won't be easy to use Archean luminescence. It's time for close quarters fighting." Gritting his teeth, he closed in, only to see that the worldly Taoist had frowned slightly. Waving his right hand, the worldly Taoist summoned a mountain of Tao essence. Although Bai Xiaochun had been prepared for this, it was still shocking to see the very same mountain peak that housed the Tao essence of life and death in the fan face. "So, worldly Taoist, you took all of your divine abilities and put them in that fan, didn't you?" With every moment that passed, Bai Xiaochun's frustration grew. After all, were it not for the fact that it wasn't possible, he would summon the fan and use it to fight the worldly Taoist. When Bai Xiaochun saw the mountain of Tao essence preparing to crush him out of existence, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Even though his fleshly body power had not yet fully recovered, he unhesitatingly unleashed every bit of it he could muster. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he unleashed his undying sovereign's fist. The shadowy figure behind him connected to him, and a massive fist strike slammed into the enormous mountain of Tao essence. A deafening boom echoed out as the mighty mountain shivered, cracks spreading out across its surface from the point of impact. However, Bai Xiaochun did not come out unharmed. He coughed up for successive mouthfuls of blood, and his right arm was twisted at an odd angle as he was sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Even this weakened version of the worldly Taoist was still a sovereign, and was matchlessly powerful. In the end, though, Bai Xiaochun's attack was so powerful that the mountain of Tao essence eventually crumbled under the force of the blow. And yet, even as the mountain collapsed, a tower flew out from the rubble, a tower filled with black and white mist that pulsed with the Tao essence fluctuations of life and death. Bai Xiaochun's pupils constricted, aware that those streams of mist were the worldly Taoist's essence of life and death. "Water swamp!" he shouted, not holding anything back as he threw all of his cultivation-based power into the divine ability. Even as his words echoed out, the area around him filled with water vapor, which spread out rapidly to create a huge swamp. The mist that was the essence of life and death was contained within the swamp, and seemed to react to it, and even the worldly Taoist's eyes flickered with a strange light as he looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun uttered the final word of the technique. "Kingdom!" A beastly roar echoed out from the swamp, ferocious and threatening to an indescribable degree. Even the barrier behind the worldly Taoist began to twist and distort in response to it. Mountain-like spikes began to rise out of the swamp, followed by a huge landmass. Within moments, it became a scaled, clawed hand, dripping with black fluid, which first reached up, then slammed down onto the ground. Things weren't over yet. Another clawed hand appeared, which also rose high up and then slammed down onto the ground, opposite the other hand. Bai Xiaochun was located behind the two clawed hands. From his perspective, there appeared to be something missing from the water swamp kingdom right in the middle, and it was from that location that, all of a sudden, he heard the roar of his life essence spirit, which was apparently struggling to crawl out into the open. It had been waiting for this day for a long time, and as its two hands struggled to pull its snout out into the open, the land around it quaked. However, that was when the strange light in the worldly Taoist's eyes grew even more intense. Quickly performing an incantation gesture, he caused the essence of life and death to form two swords, one black, one white, which subsequently slashed toward the two clawed hands. The black sword, which represented death, stabbed into one of the hands, causing it to wither rapidly, as though it were dying. As for the white sword, which represented life, it was shoving so much life force into the hand that the hand seemed incapable of accepting it, and was about to explode. The power of the two swords brought intense pain, as well as a roar of unprecedented rage from Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit, which was just about to appear in the open. Then, in a scene which Bai Xiaochun would never be able to forget, the lands began to crumble as an incomparably large head burst out into the open. A head so large that the world of the energy passageway didn't seem capable of containing it. It looked like a dragon and also like a turtle. It was pitch black, its gaping maw filled with mountain-like fangs that made it resemble a crocodile. Unleashing a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar, it reached down and gobbled up the two swords. The essence swords were incapable of evading, and were swallowed up. Then, the head of the enormous life essence spirit lunged forward and crashed into the barrier protecting the Dantian region. Everything shook violently and began to crack and crumble, even the barrier. In fact, a huge opening had been punched into it. However, the impact was too much for the life essence spirit to bear. Letting out an agonized shriek, it shrank back, disappearing into the swamp, which then faded away of its own accord. It all happened too quickly, leaving Bai Xiaochun standing there with wide eyes. Although he couldn't be sure, it almost seemed like his life essence spirit had been too eager to attack, and in its rashness had killed itself accidentally. Wait, is it a crocodile? However, there was no time for him to sit around thinking about his life essence spirit. Blurring into motion, he shot toward the hole that had opened up in the barrier, and prepared to enter the Dantian region. Before he could reach it, though, the worldly Taoist suddenly blurred into nothing, then reappeared right in front of him. Reaching out with his right hand, he calmly said, "You shall not pass." "Like hell I won't," Bai Xiaochun roared. He had no disrespect for the worldly Taoist. He just knew that the person in front of him wasn't really the worldly Taoist. Furthermore, he was in a big rush, anger flaring. He called upon an Archean-level magic of which he had gained enlightenment after gaining the chi flow of the immortal world. "Immortal world!" he shouted. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation base power was almost completely depleted. At the same time, he drew upon the chi flow of the immortal world to fuel a magical technique that, summoned an illusory version of the ruins of the immortal world. They were enormous and at the same time profoundly ancient. The aura of the immortal world was clearly present, and without even a pause, it crushed down on the worldly Taoist. The area around the worldly Taoist began to sink down as the ruins acted like sand, burying him and binding him in place. For the first time, the worldly Taoist's expression flickered. As he looked around at the ruins of the immortal world which were burying him, his eyes went blank. And it was in that moment of blankness that Bai Xiaochun used the last bit of energy he had to enter the Dantian region. The people of the eternal immortal domains had only recently watched the Saint Emperor's bloodline sealing strip shatter. But now, Bai Xiaochun had repaired the Archancestor's bloodline sealing strip. As of this moment, one sealing strip held strong, while the other two had been destroyed. The forehead represented divine sense, and the Dantian region represented the cultivation base. From that, it could be seen that, years ago when the Eternal Sons had lived, the Archancestor was the strongest. That was why his bloodline sealing strip covered the most important areas. Only recently, the mortal renegade had been struggling to open his eyes and awaken, to the point where his entire body trembled. But now that Bai Xiaochun had repaired the bloodline sealing strip, struggle was not possible. The mortal renegade went still. At the same time, the bloodline sealing strip teleported Bai Xiaochun back out into the open, where he appeared in the sky, just outside the body of the enormous sovereign. Instantly, cheers rose up from the countless cultivators who lived in the eternal immortal domains. Arch-Emperor! 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 Cheering could be heard in the Vile Emperor dynasty, the Saint Emperor dynasty, and of course the Arch-Emperor dynasty. Although Bai Xiaochun had not spent a huge amount of time inside the sovereign's body, it was still a period in which all cultivators in the eternal immortal domains knew that their collective lives were on the line. If the legendary enemy from beyond woke up, everyone knew exactly what would happen as a result. At the moment, the Saint Emperor was breathing a huge sigh of relief and looking at Bai Xiaochun with very mixed feelings. If it weren't for the enemy from beyond, he might have tried to take advantage of Bai Xiaochun's weakened state to take ultimate control of the eternal immortal domains. But now he could only chuckle bitterly and dismiss such thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he shot toward Bai Xiaochun. As Bai Xiaochun hovered there in the air, he could hear the cheering below and could sense how grateful everyone was. However, he didn't take advantage of the situation to bask in his glory. He was simply feeling too much pressure for that kind of thing. After what he had experienced in the process of repairing the sealing strip, he had come to a much clearer understanding of how incredibly powerful the mortal renegade was. The three Eternal Sons had been incapable of killing him, and in the end had sacrificed themselves simply to seal him. Even the worldly Taoist could do little more than hate him. Thus, as Bai Xiaochun looked up at the enormous sovereign looming above, his heart was filled with unease. Everything seemed different now. For one thing, the mortal renegade was now covered in countless cracks and crevices, which were the result of his struggle. Those cracks and crevices didn't exist on his body, but rather on the extensive dust and stone that had built up on him over the years. It was even as Bai Xiaochun looked up uneasily that the Saint Emperor approached. The Saint Emperor could tell what was on his mind, and after a moment passed, quietly said, "One sealing strip will keep the sovereign bound, but not for very long. At the most, it will last for half of a 60-year cycle." Because the Saint Emperor possessed the complete legacy of his bloodline, he was able to calculate the number accurately. In all of the eternal immortal domains, he was the only person who knew the truth. His words caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to begin to pound even more. He knew that the Saint Emperor wouldn't lie at a moment like this. They were now faced with a countdown, which would end with the mortal renegade waking up. Once he began to struggle, he would destroy the sealing strip and open his eyes. His voice filled with bitterness, the Saint Emperor continued. "If we can become sovereigns in half of a 60-year cycle, then maybe we have a chance. But if we can't, then our fate is easy to imagine, and there's nowhere for us to escape to. I'm guessing that the reason you became an Archean has nothing to do with the approval of the Eternal Mother. You must have come across some good fortune in the outside world, perhaps from that treasured fan. You've seen the void out there, haven't you? He sighed. Bai Xiaochun said nothing for a moment. Then, just as he was about to reply, and even as everyone in the eternal immortal domains was sighing in relief, something strange happened. A string of muffled booms could be heard as the shoulders of the sealed and unmoving mortal renegade began to crack and crumble, apparently due to the lack of the other two bloodline sealing strips. As the rubble fell downward, it became a cloud of meteorites, hurtling toward the surface of the eternal immortal domains. The smallest among them were the size of a person, while the largest were as big as mountains. All of them glowed with shocking black light that made them seem capable of piercing anything. Upon seeing them, the faces of both Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor fell, and even as they prepared to go block the paths of the meteorites accelerated. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the meteorites smashed into the ground, causing blinding light to shine everywhere, seemingly preparing to bind the entire world. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 such world-binding meteorites landed within the territory of the three imperial dynasties. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. However, as the black light spread out, it began to absorb the life force from everything within its bounds. It was very similar to what had happened years ago in the Saint Emperor dynasty. Given the speed with which the black light spread, it wouldn't take very long before it covered all of the eternal immortal domains. And of course, all of the life force being absorbed would be sent into the body of the mortal renegade, giving him more strength to struggle against the sealing strip. We have to do something now. Nearly in a panic, the Saint Emperor immediately began transmitting orders to his subordinates. Bai Xiaochun did the same. In response, the Celestials and demigods from both the Archemperor dynasty and the Saint Emperor dynasty began to rush in the direction of the world-binding light. Because the vile emperor had perished, it was Prince Demon and the other Celestials who took the lead in the vile emperor dynasty. They didn't need any orders from Bai Xiaochun to mobilize the demigods and take action. Bai Xiaochun even went so far as to summon his two Archean slaves from the treasured fan and sent them into the fray. All of the powers within the three great imperial dynasties were working together, joined by the two Archean slaves. As for Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor, they found the most powerful areas of binding and focused their efforts there. The Saint Emperor was shocked to see Bai Xiaochun's two Archean slaves, but at the same time, it suddenly bolstered his confidence in the eternal immortal domain's chances of surviving. He focused on a certain sprawling mountain peak that was under attack, whereas Bai Xiaochun headed toward the largest of the meteorites, which had fallen like an enormous island in the middle of the eternal sea. Bai Xiaochun was both anxious and exhausted. He had only just returned to the eternal immortal domains, only to be forced to rescue the giant ghost king, fight the imposter vile emperor, and then learn about the bloodline sealing strip on the mortal renegade being broken. After going through untold hardships to repair the sealing strip connected to his bloodline, the entire world came under threat. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, but had no choice but to pull himself together and fly out over the eternal sea. He didn't hesitate at all to use his undying hex to pick up speed. Piercing into the black area which had already been bound, he found himself in a node world. Shocked, he looked around at an area with no seawater and only black land. Off in the distance was a volcano, which had obviously been formed by the meteorite. The black smoke which belched out from that volcano was the very same darkness that was binding up the world. After sending out some divine sense, it was to his shock that he saw countless devilish specters lurking about. At the moment, it was impossible to say whether they were responsible for the spreading smoke, or whether the smoke was simply carrying them with it. As soon as the devilish specters saw Bai Xiaochun, they howled and began to charge toward him. These devilish specters were different from the shadowy specters in the body of the sovereign. It took only a moment for Bai Xiaochun to realize that they were actually vengeful souls. Bai Xiaochun had plenty of ways of dealing with souls. Breathing a sigh of relief, he waved his hand to produce a large quantity of soul convergence pills, which he then tossed out in front of him. If I had known that the mortal renegade had all these souls, then I wouldn't have gone out into the void. Flicking his sleeve, He proceeded onward into the desolate area ahead. Back when the mortal renegade exterminated all of the peoples of the starry sky, the resulting vengeful souls were sullied by his aura, and became these devilish specters, which had once been the terror of anyone who faced them in battle. Because they were already dead, they didn't fear being cut down in battle, and actually could not be exterminated without the use of spectacularly powerful divine abilities or magical techniques. Most other methods were useless against them. Only a few groups out in the starry sky had possessed divine abilities that could target soul bodies. Those were people that the mortal renegade had dealt with personally. For the most part, his grand army of devilish specters was his most deadly and terrifying weapon. Back when the three eternal suns sacrificed themselves to seal the mortal renegade, his army had been pulled inside of him, where they slept for countless years along with him. Now that the mortal renegade was beginning to wake up, so was his army of devilish specters. As bits and chunks of his flesh and blood fell down in the form of meteorites, they began to bind the world, spreading out slowly to cover all of the eternal immortal domains. At the same time, anyone who entered that area would quickly be devoured. However, now they had run into Bai Xiaochun. It was impossible to say how many souls Bai Xiaochun had captured in his life, and how many he had used in his necromancy. The number probably exceeded the current population of the eternal immortal domains. Plus, when you added in his journeys through the void, his fear of ghosts had turned into the exact opposite. Of all the things he feared in life, he feared ghosts the least. When he saw a whole horde of snarling, vicious, devilish specters speeding toward him, he smiled. With the wave of his right hand, he sent out a whole collection of soul convergence pills, which exploded into vortexes that dragged the nearby specters toward them. The specters struggled, but were powerless to fight the forces dragging them toward the convergence spots. Now, they seemed weak and powerless, and could only howl as they were dragged into several dozen soul spheres. Each of those spheres contained innumerable specters, all of them howling and snapping at each other, struggling to get free. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaochun felt his weariness transforming into relaxation and even excitement. Blurring into motion, he began to collect soul spheres in one location after another. If only things had been this easy back in that energy passageway. Sighing, he collected up a whole set of soul spheres, and then looked around at the hordes of devilish specters still rushing in his direction. Eyes gleaming with the desire to do battle, he threw his head back and let loose a long cry. Bring it on. Today, you're all gonna find out exactly how awesome Lord Bai is. With that, he tossed out more soul convergence pills, becoming a streak of light that crushed everything in his path. In the end, the fearsome army of devilish specters was reduced to only a few wandering souls. Any of them that remained would flee as soon as Bai Xiaochun got near. Back when they had swept across the starry sky, they had encountered terrifying opponents, but none of them could match up to Bai Xiaochun, who was like the king of all devils. He had already collected about 30% as many souls as he had collected on his journey through the void. In fact, it was so easy that, in addition to collecting souls, he conjured some flames on the side. With the materials he had on hand, he was able to make all sorts of multicolored flame, sending glittering light out in all directions. Before long, the devilish specters feared Bai Xiaochun more than anyone other than the mortal renegade. They had no real consciousness, but they could sense how dangerous he was, and didn't dare to try to fight against him. They could only wish that they were faster than they were as they fled. On another occasion, Bai Xiaochun might not have been in the mood to go after them, but seeing how much of a fortune was at hand, he headed toward the volcano in the middle of this bound area. Nothing could get in his way, and thus it was a short time later that he arrived at the volcano, which he immediately scanned with divine sense. Instantly, his eyes lit up with curiosity. Within the volcano was an ancient stone gate. It seemed to radiate a sensation of ancient time and emanated muffled howls. Actually, it was less of a gate and more of a stone framework, within which was a chaotic, rippling membrane that resembled water. The membrane pulsed in and out, as though something inside of it were struggling to free itself and enter the bound portion of the world. The sight of it caused Bai Xiaochun's pupils to constrict. However, He soon sensed that whatever was on the other side was merely at the Archean level. Relaxing a bit, he shot toward the volcano. Although the volcano continued to belch black smoke, it didn't affect Bai Xiaochun at all, thanks to the fluctuations which rolled off of him and pushed the smoke away. Therefore, it was like a streak of lightning that he shot into the volcano and appeared right in front of the stone gate. As he did, the entity on the other side seemed to sense his presence, and emitted a howl that could shake heaven and earth. Suddenly, a huge arm stretched out from inside, pushing against the membrane as if to break it. Clearly, this entity was another devilish specter, although it was different from the others of its kind. It was far more powerful, being at the Archean level. Furthermore, its soul body was whole and complete, very different from the Archean soul Bai Xiaochun had acquired from the palace he had encountered out in the void. Apparently, this particular devilish specter was like some sort of general within the mortal renegade's army. Given enough time, it would break through the membrane and arrive to take control of this area of bound earth. At that point, it would take quite a bit of effort on Bai Xiaochun's part to drive it away. After all, an Archean devilish specter could exert a huge amount of control over the army. And although Bai Xiaochun's soul convergence pills would still work in a situation like that, they would definitely be less effective. Unfortunately for this unlucky Archean specter, not only had Bai Xiaochun arrived much sooner than anyone could have expected, but he also had methods for capturing soul bodies. Therefore, before the devilish specter could even get out into the open, he was there to block its path. Enraged, the devilish specter let out a howl, as well as an icy coldness, as it began to tear at the membrane. Another way that this devilish specter was different from its fellows was that it was conscious and even had divine sense. "You got lucky this time," the specter shouted in rage. "If my true self were here, I would cut you down where you stand. However, there's no need for you to get cocky. Before long, my master's entire army will arrive, and my true self along with it. We'll fill the lands and take your people to become part of our army of devilish specters." With that, the hand began to sink back down into the membrane. Before it could disappear, however, Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times and then stepped forward. Reaching out, he grabbed the hand, which almost looked like it was gloved, considering how the membrane covered it. Bai Xiaochun was actually shockingly strong, especially when he went all out. He even drew upon the sovereign aura in his right arm, which enabled him to easily drag the devilish specter completely out through the stone gate. It happened so quickly that the specter almost couldn't believe what was happening, and didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, he was standing there right in front of Bai Xiaochun. He looked like a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, who now stood there, looking at Bai Xiaochun with a blank look in his eyes. Then he looked down at himself, and if he could have, would have begun to drip with cold sweat. He knew exactly how tough that membrane was. After all, he had been struggling with it in vain for quite some time earlier. Then, along came the skinny, fair-faced young man, who simply ripped it open. Even more importantly, now that he didn't have the stone gate and the membrane to stand between them, he realized that Bai Xiaochun's aura was enough to cause him to tremble physically. "Hey, senior," he said. "This is just a misunderstanding." Bai Xiaochun said curiously. "You're a very special type of soul, aren't you?" No. This is all just a misunderstanding. Calm down, senior. Well, I'll head back now." With that, he spun and lunged for the gate. However, despite the fact that he moved with incredible quickness, he quickly lurched to a halt as Bai Xiaochun grabbed his arm. Then he saw Bai Xiaochun's enigmatic smile, and his face fell. "It was really a misunderstanding," he wailed. I was just shooting my mouth off, that's all." What are you in such a rush for?" Bai Xiaochun interrupted. "It seems to me that the two of us are connected by destiny. You actually talk like me." Clearing his throat, he dragged the devilish specter back. However, that was when the specter suddenly bared fangs and claws and tried to pounce on Bai Xiaochun. The Archean power brimming within his attack would have been enough to give the Saint Emperor some serious problems. But Bai Xiaochun was different. He wasn't afraid at all of close-quarters fighting. "Well, what have we here? Attacking me?" Glaring, Bai Xiaochun pulled out a tongue of multicolored flame and smashed it into the devilish spectre, who responded with an agonized shriek. Bai Xiaochun's methods were indeed profoundly harmful to soul bodies. After all, multicolored flame was conjured using souls, and was particularly effective in defeating them. Next, more screams could be heard as Bai Xiaochun continued to vent his anger on the crafty devilish spectre. Before long, those screams became pleas for mercy. "I'm sorry, Senior. Don't hit me. This was my mistake. Let me go. I just want to go home." The screaming spectre was growing weaker by the moment. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun let up a bit, whereupon the spectre struggled to crawl back to the stone gate. Halfway there, though, Bai Xiaochun grabbed his leg and dragged him back. "You're not going anywhere. Take this." Glaring, he took another multicolored flame and slammed it into the ground, causing fire to blaze out in all directions. As the fire filled the bound portion of the world, the other devilish specters who were in hiding began to scream as they were destroyed. "I beg of you, let me go home. I can't take this any longer." Terrified, the devilish spectre began to wail. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun lifted his foot up and slammed it down into the ground. Booms rang out as the entire bound area began to collapse. The ground was first, then the volcano, and then the stone gate. As the stone gate began to collapse, the Archean spectre struggled frantically to reach it, until Bai Xiaochun grabbed him by the leg and dragged him back. Still trying to make a break for it, the devilish spectre was so scared that he shivered and then passed out, much to Bai Xiaochun's shock. However, he was obviously a very good specimen, and therefore he flicked his sleeve and threw him into his bag. Then he looked around at the burning sea of flames that was eating up the entire bound portion of the world. Before long, everything was shattering into fragments. After the largest of the bound world areas vanished, Bai Xiaochun flew up into the air and sent his divine sense out into the rest of the eternal immortal domains, immediately catching sight of the more than 100 smaller nodes rising up like bubbles in different areas. If you likened the eternal immortal domains to a person, then they were like malignant boils, terrifying in appearance, corroding everything within and around them. Expression unsightly, he blurred into motion toward the Arch-Emperor dynasty. Obviously, the Arch-Emperor dynasty was the first thing on his mind. He decimated each of the node worlds he came across with soul convergence pills and seas of flame. He moved without stopping, going from one to another, until almost all of the areas in the Arch-Emperor dynasty were clear. Of course, a few areas were handled by the Grand Heaven Master, Gongsun Wanner, and other top experts. However, there was no time for rest. Next, they headed to the Vile Emperor dynasty, where they were soon joined by forces from the Saint Emperor. Before long, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor were working together, excising the malignant boils from the surface of the eternal immortal domains. The eternal immortal domains were now riddled with corroded craters, and had lost a significant amount of life force. At the same time, while the mortal renegade didn't look any different from before, close examination would reveal that a certain area on his forehead had begun to shine less brightly than before. The Saint Emperor looked up for a moment, sighed, and then turned to Bai Xiaochun, toward whom he clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Arch-Emperor, I will return to the Saint Emperor dynasty to calm my people. Afterward, I will come to your capital city to discuss our next step." He spoke very politely, both in terms of his tone and his wording. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun bid him farewell, then hovered there in the air looking up at the mortal renegade. Considering everything that had happened, he now felt more pressure than ever. He felt like there was a sharp blade hanging right above his head, ready to fall at any moment, unstoppable and impossible to defend against. The Saint Emperor said that the sealing strip would last for half of a 60-year cycle. After what just happened, though, I doubt it will be that long. The fact that the mortal renegade could awaken at any moment filled Bai Xiaochun with an intense sensation of deadly crisis, something that left him feeling very agitated. However, he knew that he couldn't let that show. He needed to comfort and encourage the people of the Arch-Emperor dynasty, especially his friends and family. If that day truly comes, then I'll just have to use my fan to take away as many people as possible. Even that thought provoked a sigh. After all, putting people in the fan wouldn't make them any safer. The only reason the fan still existed was because the mortal renegade had been sealed. Once he woke up, it would be as easy for him to find and destroy it as turning over his own hand. Heart sinking even more than before, Bai Xiaochun finally turned and flew toward the imperial palace in Archemperor City. There, the Grand Heaven Master and the other celestials greeted him with formal bows. Although they didn't have as full of an understanding of the matter as Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor, they knew more than the average cultivator. Furthermore, they also knew that the deadlier the crisis, the more they needed to rely on Bai Xiaochun. Therefore, the greetings they offered were those of complete allegiance, and also supplications for protection. The giant ghost king had long since been returned, and was now awake. After he found out about everything that had occurred, and learned that the proverbial fuse had been lit with the enormous sovereign in the sky, he shook his head and sighed. Bai Xiaochun stood there quietly, and everyone looked on nervously. Nobody said anything. Zhou Zimo and Song Junwan were there, as was Hou Xiaomei, whose belly was now very large. All of them looked very anxious. Everyone present was either very close to Bai Xiaochun, or was a celestial. Most knew what kind of person he was, and the others were the type who wouldn't ask unnecessary questions. After a moment of silence, everyone nodded bitterly. Eventually, they dispersed, wrapped up in confusion, fear, and helplessness. Even the Grand Heaven Master, who was a master of plots and schemes, was powerless to do anything in a situation like this, and seemed to age because of it. Bai Xiaochun merely watched them leave. He wanted to say something, but in the end, was unsure of how to console them, and simply maintained silence. Soon, the only people left in the palace hall were Zhou Zimo, Song Junwan, Hou Xiaomei, and Gongsun Wan'er. When it came to Gongsun Wan'er, the other three women had long since realized that she had some sort of special relationship with Bai Xiaochun. Although Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo had initially excluded her, Hou Xiaomei had struggled with the matter for a while, until she came to the conclusion that having her master in the group with them would benefit her. And now, in a moment of impending crisis, and facing an unknowable future, Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo exchanged a glance, sighed, and finally accepted Gongsun Wan'er. The time they had left was limited, and Bai Xiaochun knew that a catastrophe was coming that he couldn't easily resolve. Originally, he had assumed that the pressure would be terrifying. However, with all the women around him, he suddenly realized that he wasn't as frightened as he had thought he would be. Actually, he realized that he missed them and in fact was a bit guilty that most of his time in the eternal immortal domains had been spent on cultivation and on establishing the Archemperor dynasty. For a long time, he had worried that people would see through the fact that much of his supposed strength was a sham, which could lead to the downfall of the nation. Because of that, he had remained completely focused on cultivation. Whether it was for the purpose of resurrecting Bai Hao, or for reaching the Archean realm, he had worked so hard that he had forgotten the most important thing of all. Family. Forget that there had been a multitude of reasons. In the end, he had not paid enough attention to his family. He had not spent time with them. Perhaps without impending catastrophe, he would not have realized it. And maybe if he had realized it, he would never have been able to find the right balance between cultivation and family. Men often bear the responsibility to deal with such matters, and with a personality like Bai Xiaochun's, that became an even more difficult task. Now, disaster loomed, and time was very limited. And sadly, it was only in those circumstances that he became aware of his oversight. Sighing, he stepped forward to embrace all four of the women. "How are Debao and Xiao?" he asked softly. As a father, it felt strange to need to ask such a question, and only went to further reinforce how much his cultivation had taken him away, not only from his Taoist partners, but also his children. "They're both in secluded meditation," Song Junwan replied quietly. Bai Xiaochun sent some divine sense out, and soon located the two private chambers where Debao and Xiao were. It had been a few years since he had last seen them. During his journey in the void, he had occasionally returned, but had never been able to spend a lot of time with them. Both of them were still young, but in terms of their cultivation, they had access to the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the eternal immortal domains, as well as innumerable precious materials. On top of that, they were spectacularly talented to begin with. Although both of them were roughly in their 20s, Xiaoxiao was already attempting to break through into the celestial realm. She was very much the daughter of Bai Xiaochun and Song Junwan, and had inherited merits from both. She was incredibly beautiful and also very quick-witted. A single glance at her, and anyone would realize she was both imaginative and calculating. Debao was a bit behind his older sister, being in the great circle of the demigod realm. He looked very much like his father, but no one would describe him as being quick-witted like his sister. He took things slowly. From his chiseled good looks, it was possible to see how tenacious and persistent he was. In fact, one good way to describe him was a Bai Xiaochun who wasn't afraid of dying. Upon catching sight of his son and daughter with divine sense, Bai Xiaochun smiled. Then he focused his attention on his 4 Taoist partners, and his gaze eventually came to rest on Hou Xiaomei's swollen belly. Clearly, she was reaching her due date. He had long since come to sense the fluctuations of his own blood within Hou Xiaomei, and now that he was looking at her, she blushed slightly and wrapped her arms around her belly. Smiling, he stepped forward and embraced her. "I've already thought of a good name," he said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hou Xiaomei became visibly nervous. Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo both blinked in consternation, and Gong Sun Wanner's eyes widened into a glare. Voice as hard as iron, Gong Sun Wanner said, "There's no need for you to worry about coming up with a name." In response, Hou Xiaomei sighed with relief. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat a few times, looked around at the women, and decided that now was not the time to discuss this sensitive matter. And thus, the days began to pass. For Bai Xiaochun, it reminded him of his early days in the Spirit Stream sect. He ignored cultivation and everything else for that matter, choosing instead to be with his Taoist partners, and keep watch over Debao and Xiaoxiao. He also spent time with Big Fatty Zhang and his other friends. Of course, he also spent time reminiscing with Li Qingho and some of the other members of the older generation. 3 months later, Hou Xiaomei went into labor. Although Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, and even Gong Sun Wanner had done everything they could to prevent Bai Xiaochun from proceeding with his naming plan, he was the Archemperor, and could not easily be stopped. He had already secretly crafted an identity medallion for his new child, with the name engraved on its surface. And as soon as the child was born, he immediately had the name announced publicly. Because of how famous he was, the news immediately spread through the Archemperor dynasty, and by the time the women heard, it was too late to do anything about it. "That's it, Bai Xiaochun. You're dead." "What kind of a name is that, Bai Xiaochun? Xiaobao? Why you're giving your son almost the same name as yourself." Gong Sun Wanner was enraged, and as for Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, when they thought about the names of their own children, they were similarly angered. "Hey," Bai Xiaochun said courageously, "isn't Xiaoxiao a good name? And so is Debao. It all makes sense. My oldest son will be Debao, and the youngest will be Xiaobao. See? They're both treasures." As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, he was the father, and therefore he had the right to pick names for his children. And that was especially true considering how amazing his own name was. The arguments over the name, and the very birth of Bai Xiaobao, temporarily relieved some of the pressure weighing down on the Archemperor dynasty. People began to smile and laugh again, even the Grand Heaven Master and other important officials. The giant ghost king, Li Qingho, and the other celestials all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw tensions in the nation being eased. Gong Sun Wanner, Song Junwan, and Zhou Zimo all realized that what was done was done. Considering that Bai Xiaochun had announced the name publicly, it couldn't be changed. And Hou Xiaomei simply sighed. Stroking her child's cheek, she thought about it, and came to the conclusion that she could accept a name like that. Feeling very pleased with himself, Bai Xiaochun took Xiaobao in his arms and began to rock him back and forth. Xiaobao was a bit different from his siblings. He did not inherently possess the Undying Codex like Debao, nor did he have the Live Forever Codex like Xiaoxiao. However, he did possess the aura of a Tao body. Most people would not be able to see that, but Bai Xiaochun noticed with a single glance. It was definitely a Tao body, just like the one the worldly Taoist had possessed. When it came to cultivation, possessing a Tao body meant that the cultivator could progress rapidly with almost no obstacles or bottlenecks. Although Bai Xiaochun was shocked by this development, he didn't mention it to anyone. Xiaobao's personality became evident almost as soon as he was born. From the way he looked around with his wide eyes, Bai Xiaochun realized that Xiaobao had most likely inherited his very dependable personality. Xiaobao's birth eased much of the tension in the Archemperor dynasty. It was as if he represented a hope that, despite being intangible, was enough that the people of the three imperial dynasties could at least pray for a better future. Unfortunately, the mortal renegade still loomed in the sky above, and his weight caused everyone to slowly sink back towards panic. In many places in the eternal immortal domains, cultivators began to act in wild and erratic ways. Murders, looting, and other violence broke out, and many people gave up on any attempt to keep their evil side constrained. There were even some people who began to worship the mortal renegade, in the hopes that he would show them mercy if they served him. Such behavior grew more rampant, to the point where it became obvious that, if things continued, the eternal immortal domains would be cast into complete chaos before the mortal renegade even woke up. When Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor realized what was happening, they dispatched Celestials to take care of the situation. Although the Celestials were somewhat frustrated to be forced to handle such trifles, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor felt that it was important to keep the peace. Of course, Bai Xiaochun realized that forcibly suppressing such behavior would only work temporarily. Eventually, it would be impossible to do so. In the end, there was nothing else to do but sigh about it. Besides, he truly did not want to be distracted at the moment. There were two important things to him right now. The first was spending time with his family, and the second was crafting a body for Bai Hao. It was something he had long since promised himself that he would do. Therefore, in addition to spending time with his family, he ordered all of the possible resources in the Archemperor dynasty to be focused on finding various precious materials of heaven and earth, objects that, under normal circumstances, cultivators would fight to the death over. However, to Bai Xiaochun, they were merely subcomponents to a larger formula. The main medicinal ingredient came from the blood spike that the impostor Vile Emperor had used in the final moments of their battle. Bai Xiaochun had studied the spike in great detail, and had always been suspicious of it. He had even performed spirit enhancements on it to see if it was still connected to the mortal renegade. Afterward, he found no evidence that it was. However, to play it safe, he decided not to use the spike itself as the basis for Bai Hao's new body. Instead, he extracted the life force from it, which he then imbued into the precious materials he had collected. Then, he used the utmost care and precision to transform those materials into a body of plants and vegetation. To any other person, it would be a very difficult task, and something that would take a very long time. But Bai Xiaochun already had a bit of control over the essence of time, which aided him greatly. It took only 7 days for him to prepare all of the ingredients, and although he couldn't craft an actual Tao body, he was still able to create a vessel that would be very beneficial to any soul that inhabited it. It looked exactly like the old Bai Hao, and when Bai Hao's soul fused into it, and then opened his eyes, he wept with gratitude. Dropping to his knees, he kowtowed fervently. "Thank you, master." Bai Xiaochun smiled. Although the pressure he felt because of the mortal renegade was nearly suffocating, as of this moment, he was very happy to see Bai Hao. At the moment, life was good. Bai Xiaochun had his family by his side, and Bai Hao was back and able to practice cultivation. Big Fatty Zhang and his other friends were there for him to reminiscence with. Sometimes Bai Xiaochun would sigh and muse that, if only the mortal renegade weren't there, his life would be almost perfect. The only missing factor would be that he still couldn't live forever. It was at this point that Xiao made her breakthrough. Although Bai Xiaochun hadn't seen her in a long time, he was the first one in Archemperor City to sense her cultivation-based breakthrough. He had been in the middle of listening to the Grand Heaven Master provide an intelligence report, when suddenly he felt powerful fluctuations coming from his daughter's secluded meditation facilities. Worried about any potential problems, he didn't even provide an explanation to the Grand Heaven Master before vanishing from the palace hall. Before the Grand Heaven Master could react, Bai Xiaochun was inside Xiaoxiao's private chamber. Earlier, he had been worried about interrupting her cultivation session, but now that she had broken through, he took advantage of his Archean cultivation base to wave his hand, instantly intertwining his own fate with hers. Although he sensed that Xiaoxiao could surpass her tribulation on her own, he was still worried about the possibility of his daughter being hurt. It was at around this time that the Grand Heaven Master and other experts also sensed what was happening, much to their nervousness. Xiaoxiao was unique and was the first of a new generation of celestials. Furthermore, considering the potential catastrophe to come, every additional celestial was of great importance in terms of overall power. Of course, Song Junwan was even more worried about Xiaoxiao than Bai Xiaochun was, and immediately flew over to her meditation chamber. However, when Song Junwan realized that Bai Xiaochun was already there, she relaxed a bit. As the moments ticked by, Ho Xiaomei, Zhou Zimo, and Gong Sunwaner also arrived, as well as others. Slowly but surely, Xiaoxiao's aura grew stronger. After only an hour passed, rumbling sounds could be heard as celestial tribulation arrived. However, it seemed that the impending awakening of the mortal renegade had affected the Eternal Mother, as this tribulation actually contained something dark and evil. When Bai Xiaochun sensed that evil energy, he frowned. Moments before, he had been wrestling about what to do, and had been worried that if he interfered, it would be taking away valuable experience from Xiaoxiao. But now, he didn't hesitate for even a moment. Before the tribulation could form up above, a supremely powerful, domineering aura rocketed up from Xiaoxiao's secluded meditation facilities. As it spread out to cover the entire sky, Bai Xiaochun spoke. "Tribulation, be gone." Those short words were like a massive hand that swept through the sky and completely eradicated the celestial tribulation. The sky gradually went back to normal, and Xiaoxiao's aura stabilized. However, what was extremely strange was that, despite having broken through, she had no celestial aura. Even stranger, while it was normal for the Eternal Mother to speak upon the arrival of a new celestial, no such phenomenon occurred. An extremely unsightly expression appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face when he realized what was happening. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, and while she was initially confused, when she realized that Bai Xiaochun was there with her, she immediately shot to her feet, looking very delighted. "Dad!" Bai Xiaochun smiled and tousled her hair. However, he was still concerned. Xiaoxiao had broken through, and yet had not received the approval of the Eternal Mother, and therefore had no celestial aura. The only thing he could think of to explain the situation was that there was something wrong with the Eternal Mother that only served to cause more pressure to weigh down on him. As for Xiaoxiao, she hesitated for a moment as she probed her cultivation base. Noticing the contemplative expression on Bai Xiaochun's face, she thought for a moment, and then quietly gave voice to her concerns. "Dad, did I break through?" "Don't worry, Xiaoxiao," he said with a firm nod. "You broke through." Swishing his sleeve, he opened the door of the private chamber, and then saw everyone standing outside, all of them looking confused and concerned. They too had noticed the lack of any response from the Eternal Mother, and were all wondering if they should say anything. Standing there, Bai Xiaochun looked off in the direction of the Saint Emperor dynasty. Moments later, a beam of holy light appeared, speeding in his direction. Before long, the Saint Emperor appeared. He had an equally unsightly expression on his face, and was clearly unsettled. As soon as their gazes met, his voice echoed in Bai Xiaochun's mind. "Arch-Emperor, something is wrong with the Eternal Mother." Even as the Saint Emperor spoke the words, Bai Xiaochun vanished and reappeared in front of him up in the sky. There, he waved his hand, causing an invisible barrier to spring up around them that would keep their words, and even their divine sense, masked and undetectable. What the Saint Emperor had said was what Bai Xiaochun had already suspect to be the case, and both of them were completely shaken by the thought. If it were true, then it was likely that the mortal renegade wouldn't need even half of a 60-year cycle to break free from the sealing strip. After all, the sealing power of the strips didn't just come from their bloodlines, but also from the natural laws put in place by the Eternal Mother. For example, back when Bai Xiaochun had unmasked the impostor Vile Emperor and exposed him to those natural laws. His clone form had instantly begun to wither away. In some ways, the natural laws of the eternal immortal domains were one of their greatest protections. But now, the fact that Xiao had not been approved of showed that something was definitely amiss. Looking at Bai Xiaochun with clear unease, the Saint Emperor said, "There's definitely something wrong with the Eternal Mother. That's the only explanation for why Xiao hasn't received her approval. Even after the tribulation was dispelled. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Last month, I attempted to call out to the Eternal Mother. In the past, it always worked and I could definitely sense her. But now, I can't sense her at all, no matter how many times I call out. It's almost as if the Eternal Mother's final act was to slip into an eternal sleep. I would imagine it had something to do with the impostor Vile Emperor and the enemy from beyond. Perhaps it's even part of the enemy's plan." Bai Xiaochun didn't respond. He looked down at the crowd gathered below in the imperial palace, all of them looking up at him anxiously. Sighing, he realized that it would be impossible to keep this matter a secret for very long. We now have the external threat of the great sovereign, and the internal threat of the Eternal Mother falling into slumber. Archemperor, I know we've had our differences in the past, but right now we have to work together, without any reservations. If one of us can become a sovereign, then perhaps we'll have a chance at surviving the impending catastrophe. Perhaps we can ensure that at least a part of the eternal immortal domain survives. Whereby Xiaochun had been spending his time with his family and friends recently, the Saint Emperor had simply been sitting around stewing in his anxiety, until it had reached a near boiling point. Of course, Bai Xiaochun also understood that he needed to work with the Saint Emperor and try to reach the sovereign realm. That was their only hope. Unfortunately, becoming a sovereign was a very, very difficult thing to do. One needed the approval of an entire world, in an ever greater way than when one became an Archean. If Archeans were like adopted progeny of a world, then sovereigns were like firstborn children. It was a huge difference, and required a major sacrifice by the will of the world itself. The truth was that both Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor knew that the eternal immortal domains could not sustain the existence of a sovereign. In fact, the reason no other Archeans had appeared for so long was that the Eternal Mother was too weak, and did not have the will or the chi flow to support a third Archean. That was one reason why both the impostor Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor had been so shocked that Bai Xiaochun was an Archean. Without Bai Xiaochun's good fortune of acquiring the final scrap of chi flow from the immortal world, then he would not currently be an Archean. I've called out to the Eternal Mother on numerous occasions recently, and every attempt failed. And today, she didn't appear along with Xiao's breakthrough. Something has definitely gone wrong. In order to become a sovereign, one has to have the approval of the Eternal Mother. Archemperor, we have to find her. We have to wake her up. That is our only hope of becoming a sovereign. Where is she? Bai Xiaochun asked, something he had been wondering about for a while now. Unfortunately, the Archemperor dynasty didn't have very profound reserve powers. The Heavenspan realm had been destroyed, and the Gravekeeper was dead. Because of all that, much of the legacy-related information that should have been passed down remained a mystery to him. For example, details about the Eternal Mother. Matters were completely different with the Saint Emperor dynasty. The Saint Emperor knew all of the details, and had personally experienced many things that gave him a very deep understanding of the matter. Expression somber, he looked at Bai Xiaochun and said, I don't know her exact location. However, I do know that in terms of divine sense, only a sovereign could actually find her. According to the legends, there is an illusory river in the depths of the eternal flower, invisible and impossible to find. The eternal river. No one can enter that river except for a sovereign. With one exception, it is possible to enter the eternal river and be led to the Eternal Mother by the Eternal Turtle. The reason I was so interested in the Eternal Turtle was not only because of his auspicious nature, but because he is likely the only way to become a sovereign. The Saint Emperor was being completely sincere and not holding anything back. There would be little point in that. Long ago he might have, but in the face of imminent catastrophe he would not. Bai Xiaochun was shaken upon hearing of this matter. However, after thinking about it, it made sense, and it didn't seem like the Saint Emperor was making any of it up. If anyone could find the spirit of the eternal flower within the eternal immortal domains, it made sense that it would be that flower's companion spirit, the little turtle. Without any further hesitation, Bai Xiaochun sent his divine sense out to fill Arch-Emperor City, and quickly found evidence of the little turtle. Moments later, the turtle appeared in his palm, right in the middle of munching down a certain type of fish. "Hey, what are you doing?" the turtle blurted. He had only just pulled out a heavenly dragonfish to eat, when a vortex sprang up and dragged him in, no matter how he struggled against it. Then, he found himself facing both Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor, something that had never happened before. Quickly swallowing the heavenly dragonfish, he said, "That wasn't a heavenly dragonfish. Bai Xiaochun made me do it." Despite the fact that the Saint Emperor was profoundly anxious because of the matter of the enemy from beyond and the Eternal Mother, the sight of the heavenly dragonfish still caused his face to twitch. The truth was that back when the little turtle had initially gone missing, something else had vanished, 90% of the heavenly dragonfish. The Saint Emperor had assumed that the little turtle simply ate them all in one shot. But now he realized that he had apparently taken them away to raise on his own, and thus munch on whenever he wanted. It took a lot of work to raise heavenly dragonfish, and the Saint Emperor was fairly certain that the little turtle couldn't do it on his own, especially not with so many fish. Therefore, he must have had help from Bai Xiaochun. With that, he slowly looked over at Bai Xiaochun and gave him a long, steady look. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Bai Xiaochun glared at the little turtle. He had known all along about the little turtle absconding with a large group of heavenly dragonfish, but had taken it to be a good thing. And he had actually called upon the help of the giant ghost king and other celestials to take care of them. Looking very serious, he cleared his throat and said, "All right, little turtle. I'm not going to ask you to explain the heavenly dragonfish right now. I'll get straight to the point. Can you find the eternal river? And can you take us to the Eternal Mother?" The little turtle blinked a few times, already calming down a bit. Glancing at the Saint Emperor, he tried to suppress his feelings of guilt at having been caught in the act, and nodded vigorously. "The Eternal Mother? That flower, right? It won't be easy, but Lord Turtle can do anything." "No problem at all." The Saint Emperor was right. The only way for any living being to find the Eternal Mother was with the help of the companion spirit of the Eternal Flower, the Eternal Turtle. To Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor, and in fact to all living beings in the eternal immortal domains, finding that legendary eternal river was an impossible task. And thus, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor followed the little turtle as he looked for clues, a 3-month process that eventually led them to a ravine in the depths of the eternal sea. There were many such ravines on the seafloor, too many to count. Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor would never have found this spot without the eternal turtle. Not even if they recruited a huge force of cultivators to help them. Not even thousands of years of searching would have proved fruitful. And even if they found it, it would have done little good. In the very depths of that ravine, when there was no more path to tread, the little turtle sighed and looked back begrudgingly at Bai Xiaochun. Then he stuck his head out as far as it would go, reached around and snapped his jaws down on his own neck, severing his head. As his head flew off, massive amounts of blood sprayed out onto the wall in front of him. In response, the wall began to glow and transform into something like a mirror. With that, the turtle's severed head began to babble. "Go inside, and you'll see the eternal river. I sacrificed a lot to help the two of you, don't you agree? So the heavenly dragonfish are mine. Got it? And you need to get me some Taoist partners, Bai Xiaochun. I want at least 1,000 pretty turtles. And as for you, Saint Emperor, the lotus seeds in your pond are almost ripe. I want 80%. Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor quickly nodded in agreement to the turtle, and then stared at the mirror that was taking shape before them. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, the wall had completely transformed into what was clearly a passage leading to another part of the world. It was possible to hear water gurgling from that area, and they could even see some faint water vapor in the air. Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor exchanged a glance, and could both see the excitement in each other's eyes. Finding the Eternal Mother was their only hope in the current situation, and therefore, it was without the slightest hesitation that Bai Xiaochun flew into the mirror, followed directly by the Saint Emperor. As for the Eternal Turtle, after his head returned to his body, he followed them, muttering the entire time. After they entered, the mirror twisted and distorted, and slowly transformed back into a normal rock wall. Inside the mirror, Bai Xiaochun first heard the sound of rushing water, and then, as his vision became clear, he realized that he was floating above a majestic and boundless river. The water was crystal clear and pulsed with spiritual energy. "The Eternal River," the Saint Emperor said excitedly. Reaching down, he touched the water, and then scooped up a handful to drink. As for the little turtle, he dove down into the water and started swimming around. Glancing sidelong at the excited Saint Emperor, he snorted coldly. "What are you so excited for? Do you know how many times I peed in this river over the years?" The Saint Emperor's face suddenly fell. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed the little turtle. Glaring at him in annoyance, he said, "Put a sock in it, little turtle. Come on, lead the way. And don't worry. I've already prepared a total of 100,000 Taoist partners for you. You can have all of the heavenly dragonfish, as well as all of the lotus seeds in the heavenly pond. The Saint Emperor definitely won't hold any back." Clearing his throat, he looked over at the Saint Emperor. The Saint Emperor was glaring at the little turtle. On any other occasion, he would have haggled a bit, but catastrophe was imminent, and the situation with the Eternal Mother was of the utmost importance. Therefore, he wasn't worried about trivial matters. "Take them all," he said. The little turtle seemed excited to have verbal assurances from both Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor. Flying up out of the river, he let out a shout, causing countless magical symbols to begin streaming off of him, creating the shape of a huge turtle. From a distance, it almost looked like the little turtle himself had grown larger, to a height of 30 meters. In truth, it was something like a huge magical boat that now began to speed along through the Eternal River, carrying Bai Xiaochun, the Saint Emperor, and the Eternal Turtle with it. It was only at this point that Bai Xiaochun realized that the Eternal River seemed to be pushing against them, almost as if it were attempting to prevent anything from moving through it. Even flying in the air above the river did the same thing. As they proceeded along, that force of resistance grew stronger and stronger. Eventually, when the little turtle had traveled a distance of several tens of thousands of meters, the force grew so intense that Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor were visibly shaken. The two of them exchanged a glance, and each could see how shocked the other was. Obviously, if they didn't have the little turtle on their side, then even if they found the ravine outside and somehow managed to enter this area, they still wouldn't have been able to travel along the river. The Eternal River twisted and bent randomly, and also had many branches, some larger than others. However, the area they were flying over was so wide that it was obviously the main branch. As they traveled along, the little turtle would stop at each area where the river forked, and would take time to cast his senses about before picking a path. And thus, they traveled through the huge maze that was the Eternal River. Days passed, and thankfully, they didn't run into any dangerous situations or entities. Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor were even able to advance their cultivation to a degree. However, it was to Bai Xiaochun's profound frustration that the little turtle kept getting lost. Every time it happened, he would let out a surprised exclamation, and would scratch his head in confusion before going back to pick a new path. The first few times, Bai Xiaochun simply took it in stride, but after a few dozen times, he was starting to get very annoyed. "We went this way already, little turtle. Can you actually do this? Do you really know where you're going?" "Of course I can do it. Don't worry." It was hard to say how much time passed. Even the Saint Emperor was starting to get frustrated, and it reached the point where the little turtle was also getting visibly nervous. "No, this isn't right," he murmured. "How come I can't find the right path?" At a certain point, he got so anxious that he stuck his neck out and bit it again, using the power of his blood to aid his efforts. Afterward, he took a deep breath, inhaling some of the water vapor in the area. At that point, his bloodshot eyes lit up. "Got it!" he shouted. After his head reattached itself to his body, he led by Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor down one particular branch of the river. Eventually, a fragrant aroma reached their noses, whereupon Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor sent their divine sense out to see what was ahead of them. A few days later, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor both shot to their feet, shocked as, there within their divine sense, they saw a glowing sphere of light at the end of the river. The glittering light somehow seemed familiar to both of them, and they felt much the same way that a weary traveler would feel when unexpectedly seeing a family member. It was something in their blood, and even their souls, that filled them with indescribable warmth. The Eternal Mother, the Saint Emperor said with a gasp. Flying out of the turtle-shaped boat, he approached the semi-transparent bell, his expression that of complete excitement. Even as an Archean, he was deeply shaken to be able to personally lay eyes on the Eternal Mother, and the shock he felt immediately showed on his face. The Eternal Mother represented the will of all the eternal immortal domains. She was the eternal flower, the mother of all living beings, the entity which had created everything. The Saint Emperor wasn't the only one to be excited. Bai Xiaochun approached the bell, and for some reason, it almost felt like he was in the presence of his own mother. However, despite the fact that they could both see the brightly glittering light, they couldn't sense any life force. It was as if the light was simply naturally present, and didn't represent any form of thought or intelligence. Bai Xiaochun's heart sank a bit, and he looked over at the Saint Emperor, who was currently suppressing his excitement and sending divine sense out to examine the bell. Originally, he had assumed that doing so would be difficult, but as it turned out, nothing blocked his divine sense. It entered the bell with no problem and touched the light, whereupon it issued a call. However, there was no reaction whatsoever. The Saint Emperor tried a variety of methods to call out to the Eternal Mother, and to wake her up, but none of them worked. Bai Xiaochun tried as well with the same results. No matter what either of them did, absolutely nothing happened. The Saint Emperor's expression continued to grow more unsightly, and in his nervousness, the fluctuations of his divine sense grew more intense. Eternal Mother, please, wake up! The little turtle watched their efforts as he swam lazily in the eternal river. Finally, when the Saint Emperor started calling out, he looked over at him and cleared his throat. There's no point in yelling. The Eternal Mother is sleeping. She's actually been asleep for years now, and whenever she wakes up, it's really just her sending out a bit of divine sense. You could yell until you lose your voices, and waste all your divine sense too, and it still wouldn't do anything. The only way to wake her up is to strike the bell. The toll of the bell connects to and represents all living beings. The little turtle was clearly very pleased in his knowledge about the matter. Without any hesitation, the Saint Emperor stepped forward, performed an incantation gesture, and then struck out toward the bell. He used all the power he could muster, causing Archean fluctuations to roll out, as well as an incomparably holy aura, like that of a saint. The energy formed into a multicolored hand, completely corporeal in nature, which flew forward along with the movement of his hand, to slam into the bell. A rumbling boom resulted, causing waves to roll out on the eternal river. In fact, the eternal immortal domains as a whole began to quake, and waves could even be seen on the eternal sea. The Saint Emperor really had gone all out in his strike, unleashing shocking energy and causing deafening booms. However, it seemed to have little effect on the bell. It tolled, but the Eternal Mother did not awaken. And to the Saint Emperor's shock, a backlash attack slammed into him with devastatingly destructive power. The mighty Saint Emperor staggered backward several paces, coughing up a massive mouthful of blood, and his face turning ashen. When he finally lurched to a halt, he seemed to be teetering on the verge of collapse. "How is this even possible?" he blurted. "How could it not be possible?" The little turtle said with a sigh. Looking at the bell with a bit of envy, he continued, "You jumped the gun." Lord Turtle didn't even finish explaining. Striking the bell is the only option here, but succeeding is easier said than done. The bell has a very powerful backlash. You can hit it as much as you want, and it won't hurt the bell, but it will certainly hurt you. The Saint Emperor's expression was very grim as he ignored the little turtle and looked over anxiously at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was now feeling quite leery. It had been a bit of a startle to see that backlash slam into the Saint Emperor. Now, with the addition of the little turtle's further explanation, and seeing the Saint Emperor looking at him, Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment. Whatever, he thought. I guess if there's no other way, then I'll just have to go for broke. Eyes flashing with determination, he gritted his teeth and began to stride forward. Obviously, he couldn't hold anything back. If he did, it would reduce the backlash but would also reduce the overall effectiveness, and would be a waste of energy. My powers of regeneration should keep me going. Without any hesitation, he clenched his right hand into a fist, causing a shadowy emperor to appear. This was none other than the undying sovereign's fist. Heaven and earth shook as a massively domineering aura erupted. The shadowy emperor clenched his hand into a fist just like Bai Xiaochun, fusing with him in the moment right before the fist landed onto the huge bell. Bai Xiaochun was powering this fist strike with all of the energy possible. And when it hit, a boom rang out that vastly surpassed what the Saint Emperor had elicited. The eternal river in the area exploded into a haze of water droplets, and the shockwave even shoved the little turtle back by a few hundred meters. The Saint Emperor's face fell, and he staggered backward again, gasping at the sight of Bai Xiaochun's attack. The eternal immortal domains as a whole trembled physically, and massive rumbling sounds echoed out, leading to widespread shock among all the living beings in the world. As for Bai Xiaochun, he grunted, his face falling as the backlash hit him with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. However, his undying codex immediately went to work, and therefore, it was without a moment of pause that he unleashed a second fist strike, before the sound of the first one could even die away. The second toll of the bell was like heavenly thunder, causing the bell to shake violently, the little turtle to scream, and the Saint Emperor to stagger backward again, his face turning completely white. And yet, Bai Xiaochun didn't stop there. Eyes bloodshot, he let loose third fist strike, then a fourth and a fifth. He seemed to have gone crazy, blood oozing out of his mouth as he continued to punch the bell, until he had reached 8 total fist strikes. "Wake up, Eternal Mother!" he roared, his undying codex unable to keep up with the backlash. Apparently, 9 fist strikes was his limit. The previous 8 bell tolls combined with the 9th, causing the sky to tremble and the world to shake. How could he be this strong? The Saint Emperor thought, blood oozing out of his mouth as he was shoved a full 3,000 meters away. As of this moment, he knew that Bai Xiaochun was unimaginably stronger than himself. The eternal immortal domains had been shaken 9 times in a row, causing mountains to crumble and crevices to open up in the ground. However, with the 9th toll of the bell, the Eternal Mother finally showed signs of waking up. High in the sky above the eternal immortal domains, an illusory image appeared, an image which depicted Bai Xiaochun striking the bell. At that point, all living beings in the lands gasped. The Arch-Emperor! It's the Arch-Emperor! And that ball of light! Why does it seem so familiar? It's like I'm looking at my own mother. The Arch-Emperor called it the Eternal Mother. Heavens! Is that really the legendary Eternal Mother? All living beings in the eternal immortal domains heard the tolling of the bell, and saw the image of Bai Xiaochun, who was at the end of the eternal river, being shaken by the enormous bell. He was shocked in a different way than the Saint Emperor. He had come to find that with each of the 9 backlashes from striking the bell, his fleshly body seemed to have been tempered in a strange and unusual way. He felt like he was a lump of iron, and the tolls of the bell were a hammer, striking at him with full force. After 9 tolls of the bell, he felt extremely weak, and yet his undying codex was hard at work. As it healed him, the tempering which had been accomplished became more evident than ever. Striking the bell actually increased my fleshly body power? He thought, his breath coming in ragged pants. During his efforts to repair the ceiling strip, his undying codex had reached a higher level. He had also gained enlightenment of the magic of the 5 organs, which had caused more life force than ever to brim within him. This realization caused his eyes to sparkle. He might already be an Archean, but his fleshly body power had remained in the celestial level. Ever since then, Bai Xiaochun had wondered what he could do to achieve a breakthrough, and now he suddenly felt the light of understanding. Even as everyone in the eternal immortal domains looked on, and the Saint Emperor stared at him with jaw dropped, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, then howled and unleashed a 10th fist strike. When the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering attack slammed into the semi-transparent bell that surrounded the glowing light of the Eternal Mother, a shockwave rolled out, and a massive backlash bashed into Bai Xiaochun's arm. He shivered, grunting as his undying codex constantly worked to regenerate him. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and yet, his eyes shone more brightly than ever. Even as the Saint Emperor gasped, Bai Xiaochun then went on to throw an 11th punch. "Wake up, Eternal Mother," he roared. Everything in the area shook wildly as, eyes bloodshot, Bai Xiaochun went on to throw 3 more fist strikes. The 3rd punch was all he could manage, and when the backlash hit him like floodwaters, he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood and staggered backwards several hundred meters. There, he continued to cough up more blood. However, his eyes shone brightly. Despite being incredibly weak at the moment, his 5 organs were burning with life force, seemingly like a volcano that was on the verge of erupting. "Bring it on," he growled. He knew that if he struck the bell one more time, it would bring him profound good fortune, and would increase the level of his fleshly body. In contrast, if he gave up now, it would be a huge waste. The only option was to keep going. He had to hold on until the life force in his 5 organs was unleashed. Throwing his head back, he roared, charging forward to unleash a 16th punch. The Saint Emperor was completely mind-blown by this point, and could only stare blankly as Bai Xiaochun continued to punch at the bell over and over. How could he be so strong? The people in the eternal immortal domains were also completely bowled over, and were completely focused on the mad, raving Bai Xiaochun. And Bai Xiaochun was really going crazy in his efforts. With every punch he unleashed, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he sustained vicious injuries. However, it was with his 17th fist strike that, at long last, the glowing light that represented the Eternal Mother finally flickered. The Saint Emperor's eyes immediately widened. As for the little turtle, he was watching Bai Xiaochun and thinking that he really had gone crazy. If he hadn't, why would he be striking the bell over and over again? What I said about striking the bell was actually just a guess. The Eternal Mother has been asleep for years now. Don't tell me that striking the bell really can wake her up. The little turtle felt a bit guilty, and also a bit taken aback by the fact that the light of the Eternal Mother was now flickering visibly. As for Bai Xiaochun, his expression brightened visibly. Although he was in a lot of pain, he gritted his teeth, advanced, and struck out an 18th time. The toll of the bell was quieter this time, but the backlash still caused blood to spray out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth, and weakened the flame of his life force. All onlookers, including the Saint Emperor, looked on with trembling hearts. "Bring it on," Bai Xiaochun shouted, his eyes completely bloodshot, but his 5 organs surging with power, and clearly on the verge of a breakthrough. By now, he wasn't even thinking about the potential dangers he was facing. After all, when compared to the possibility of the mortal renegade killing all living beings, any risk he took was worth it. Furthermore, he had the distinct premonition that if he didn't take advantage of this situation to experience a fleshly body breakthrough with this bell, he would never get another chance to do so. This is an Archean fleshly body we're talking about. Drawing on every scrap of energy he had left, he threw a 19th punch. As a result, his bones shattered, and his flesh and blood sank down on the verge of being destroyed. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his vision began to blur. It was hard to stand up, but at the same time his eyes glittered. Coughing up more blood, he suddenly began to laugh loudly. It worked! Energy thrummed within him, the likes of which could shake the whole world. Bai Xiaochun, who had moments ago been like an oil lamp about to flicker out of existence, suddenly erupted with blood energy that caused the Saint Emperor to gasp, and the little turtle's eyes to go wide. As for all of the living beings in the eternal immortal domains, they erupted into cheering. His chi and blood were now matchlessly powerful, causing the eternal river to turn red, and the sky above the eternal river to shine crimson. In that moment, Bai Xiaochun could sense his fleshly body power breaking through a bottleneck, and at the same time, felt boundless life force flowing out of his 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs. As that new life force flowed through him, his weary body began to return to its peak, bolstered by the powers of regeneration from the undying codex. The good fortune which had been bestowed upon him by the arch-ancestor in the sealing strip now filled him, pushing his undying codex to the 6th level. This was the true and ultimate peak of the undying codex. As his injuries vanished, and he felt immense power building up inside of him, a huge vortex sprang into being. It affected even the eternal river, a windstorm that swept violently across everything, with Bai Xiaochun at the center. Floating up off the ground, he extended his hands to either side, emitting fluctuations which were different from those of an Archean cultivation base. This was an Archean fleshly body. Acquiring an Archean cultivation base required the approval of a world, but an Archean fleshly body had no such requirements. That belonged only to oneself and didn't require approval of any sort. With enough power and strength, it was possible for anyone to break through to the ultimate level of the fleshly body for Archeans. Rumbling sounds filled Bai Xiaochun, and his eyes shone with bright light. The 2 types of Archean fluctuations that he emitted overlapped, creating something like the energy of the arch-ancestor. Off to the side, the Saint Emperor trembled, and felt an instinctive reaction from his very soul, prompting him to drop to his knees to kowtow. The little turtle gasped, and of course, there was little need to mention all of the people watching this scene out in the eternal immortal domains. Archean cultivation base. Archean fleshly body. The Arch-Emperor has the aura of the founding ancestor. That's the ancestor realm. Archean fleshly body. Archean cultivation base. When the power of Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body and cultivation base combined, he began to pulse with an energy akin to an ancestral awakening. The sky flashed with wild colors, winds screamed, and the eternal immortal domains quaked. All living beings were shaken to the core. As for Bai Xiaochun, his eyes glittered brightly. He had come under a lot of pressure in recent days, so while this dramatic rise in battle prowess didn't alleviate the brewing crisis of the mortal renegade, it at least relieved it a bit. As his fleshly body broke through, his powers of regeneration grew even more focused, causing his injuries to rapidly heal. Soon, he was back to normal and even beyond that, to the point where the flame of his life force burned like an invisible sun. Eternal Mother! Looking up, he fixed his gaze on the bell and began to walk forward. It took a single step and he was there in front of it, where he reached out with his hand, not to attack with his fist, but to casually strike it with his palm. His movement seemed ordinary in nature, but contained massive, destructive force. The bell tolled, and the little turtle gasped. As for the Saint Emperor, he was yet again flabbergasted, and couldn't contain his shock. That palm strike! He could tell that the energy unleashed by the palm strike was formidable, but was not very focused, and allowed much of the energy behind it to disperse. That was what caused the strange phenomena. It was a result of simply not utilizing this divine ability to the fullest extent possible. The higher one's cultivation base was, and the greater one's command of magic, the more likely something like this was to occur. It was like a natural reaction. Bai Xiaochun's seemingly ordinary palm strike did not shake heaven and earth, and yet, revealed how tightly connected his cultivation base and fleshly body were. It was something that many people in the eternal immortal domains would call the aura of an ancestor, and was what the Saint Emperor had just called the ancestor realm. Of course, the ancestor realm was not a cultivation level, but rather, something that was described in ancient records when someone's cultivation base and fleshly body combined perfectly. And according to the ancient records, only the 3 ancestors themselves had ever done something like this. Perhaps people with lower cultivation bases could manage to achieve something similar, but their combination would not result in this sort of energy. Only someone in the Archean realm could do something so profoundly shocking. It was a state in which one could converge the energy of heaven and earth into one spot, and use it to crush anything in one's path. When Bai Xiaochun's palm strike landed, The bell emitted a sound that was vastly louder than anything from before. The entire semi-transparent bell began to twist and distort, almost as if it were about to break. Heaven shaking, earth-shattering rumbling sounds could be heard, and a massive burst of backlash power flooded out toward by Xiaochun, like an invisible wave that instantly swept over him completely. Before, he might have been able to survive, but his powers of regeneration would not have been able to keep up with the effects. But now, things were different. Eyes shining, he didn't even take a step back. He kept his hand placed on the surface of the bell, almost as if he were absorbing the backlash. His expression was the same as ever as his 5 organs were quickly repaired, and sent out power that not only dispersed the effects of the backlash, but also healed him. The process takes a while to describe, but happened in only a single breath of time. After the terrifying backlash power was negated, Bai Xiaochun chuckled and struck the bell again. This time he didn't stop. It was as if he wouldn't give up until the Eternal Mother woke up. Without stopping, he let loose 8 more palm strikes. Counting the blows he had unleashed before, he had now struck the bell nearly 30 times. Booms filled heaven and earth, and the bell continued to distort. The backlash attacks continued, but Bai Xiaochun didn't stop. As his undying codex worked at full speed, he experienced something like a physically comfortable baptism. 31 palm strikes. 32. With each palm strike, he felt more comfortable than before, almost as though countless tiny hands were slowly massaging him inside and out. Even his soul was affected, filling him with a pleasurable sensation that pushed him to the point of forgetting about the Eternal Mother and focusing completely on the feeling. And thus, he struck out 33 times. 34. 35. 40 times. With the 40th blow, the pleasurable sensation reached an incredible height, causing him to gasp and pant loudly, but only for a moment. When he realized what he was doing, he quickly closed his mouth. The more than 10 blows he had struck caused the eternal river to tremble everywhere, and struck the inhabitants of the lands with profound shock. Heavens! How many times is the Arch-Emperor going to strike that bell? For some reason, it almost seems like he's enjoying himself. Look at his facial expression. Meanwhile, the Saint Emperor and the little turtle were struck as mute as wooden chickens. Not only were they shocked that Bai Xiaochun was still going, they were flabbergasted by the look of pleasure on his face. And the truth was, although the people in the eternal immortal domains hadn't noticed how he had begun to pant earlier, the Saint Emperor and the little turtle had been right there, and had heard it clearly. He's enjoying it? The Saint Emperor thought, a strange expression appearing on his face. He simply didn't understand why Bai Xiaochun would look like this. It was really a very odd facial expression. And from the way he was striking the bell, it seemed like he didn't want to ever stop. And that was the truth. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were shining as he was baptized by the backlashes, prompting him to strike the bell over and over without cease. 50, 60, 70. The tolling of the bell shook the entire world, and caused huge waves to surge on the eternal sea and the eternal river. As for the light that represented the Eternal Mother, it was flickering even more brightly, and seemed to be just on the verge of waking up. Eventually, to the shock and excitement of the little turtle and the Saint Emperor, and to the astonishment of the other inhabitants of the lands, that light suddenly began to shrink in on itself, transforming into an enormous eye. It was closed, but almost immediately began to tremble. Then, with Bai Xiaochun's final strike on the bell, it slowly opened. The Eternal Mother was waking up. As the eye opened, the eternal immortal domains were bathed with radiant light. All of the plants and vegetation, all of the mountains and rivers, all of the various people began to shine brightly. From a position far out in the void, it was as if the eternal immortal domains were a spectacularly glowing flower, right in the middle of the process of blooming. At the same time, an indescribable warmth embraced all living things, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, something intimate, like the touch of a mother upon her child. Eternal Mother! The Saint Emperor breathed, trembling with excitement. He quickly clasped hands and bowed. The little turtle looked on with wide eyes, feeling a little guilty as he backed up. Hiding behind the Saint Emperor, he peeked around to look at the Eternal Mother, incarnated in the form of an eye. Bai Xiaochun was also overwhelmed by that motherly sensation, and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Eternal Mother." Everyone in the eternal immortal domains was looking up at the image in the sky, their eyes wide, their souls stirring, their blood pumping with an intimate, warm feeling. This was the mother of them all, the source of all their bloodlines. The Eternal Mother. Neither the Saint Emperor nor Bai Xiaochun could control the reactions coming from their own blood. To them, the eye inside the bell was like a blooming flower that they instinctively felt intimately close to. Suddenly, all of the eternal immortal domains smelled like a fragrant flower. Even the void around the world was affected as dazzling light shone out in all directions. Only the hulking mortal renegade remained completely still and unmoving, his powerful aura of murder and death suppressing the life force and the fragrant aroma. In all of the eternal immortal domains, the only one to react differently was the little turtle. He seemed to take it all in stride, and actually hid behind the Saint Emperor, not willing to show his face. As everyone was shaken, the eye of the Eternal Mother looked around, seemingly confused. She had been asleep for a long time, and apparently was having trouble reconciling the dreams she had experienced with reality. After a long moment passed, she spoke to the still-bowed Bai Xiaochun and Saint Emperor, her voice slow and halting. "Why, did you wake me?" Her voice was not awe-inspiring, but rather warm. She truly seemed like a mother who had been woken up by her children, and was both smiling and sighing at the same time. The warm feeling in Bai Xiaochun's heart caused him to feel more than ever like he was in front of his own mother. It was the same with the Saint Emperor. The two of them took a deep breath, and then the Saint Emperor took a step forward and began to speak in a very respectful voice. "The enemy from beyond is on the verge of waking up, and we have no way to resist him. Thus we woke you up. Eternal Mother, please give us your approval to become sovereigns, so that we can fight the enemy from beyond." The Saint Emperor spoke with the utmost politeness, almost as if it were instinct for him to do so, and his expression was one of complete reverence. The Eternal Mother was quiet for a long moment. Finally, she murmured, "The mortal renegade is going to break free?" Then, she sent out some divine sense, which rose up and swirled around the mortal renegade for a moment before fading away. At that point, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor heard another sigh. "When it is time to live, live. When it is time to die, die." There was once no reincarnation. Only after hope came to exist did reincarnation come to be. There was once no eternal. However, after hope came to exist, the eternal came to be. Long ago I was not conscious, but in a moment of deadly crisis, I instinctively developed consciousness and sent forth 3 seeds, which became 3 children. It seems, I only managed to delay things. I have no way to end the catastrophe of nirvanic extermination. What a pity! Sealing the mortal renegade sent me into a deep sleep, and despite having been awoken, I'm not back at my peak state. I have no more power of approval left. At the most, I can approve of one of you to become a half-sovereign. Although the Eternal Mother's voice was warm, upon listening to it more closely, it did not seem to contain much emotion. However, it was sincere. Clearly, it was just as she had said. Upon awakening, she did not possess the power she once had in the past. One might think that it was a simple thing to offer approval for an Archean to rise to a higher level. But the truth was that it required the Eternal Mother to call upon the power of essence, which would become a branding mark that would be placed onto the Archean. Her response caused Bai Xiaochun's expression to flicker, and then darken a bit. As for the Saint Emperor, he sagged in place, his face ashen. Before, all of his hope had been placed on the Eternal Mother, but now that she was awake, that hope was turning into despair. "Half-sovereign?" he muttered bitterly. From the Eternal Mother's words, he could tell that the path to becoming a sovereign had truly been severed. "I can't remain awake for long. To remain awake for longer than 10 breaths of time requires that I take a day of life away from all living beings in the world, my children. Hurry and make your decision." Her voice was weak, and the glowing light that represented her began to darken as the eye slowly started to close. In his bitterness, the Saint Emperor looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun stood there silently. The truth was that he did not feel bitter like the Saint Emperor. He didn't want to become a half-sovereign. That was pointless, and would not secure a victory against the mortal renegade. Taking a deep breath, he clasped hands, bowed to the Eternal Mother, and then quietly said, "Eternal Mother, I would like to ask a question. Is it really required to get your approval to become a sovereign? Isn't there another way?" The ball of light that was the Eternal Mother flickered, and the slowly closing eye suddenly snapped open, and focused on the child of hers that stood in front of her. A moment later, her soft voice could once again be heard. "So, it was you who woke me. I can sense the fluctuations of your blood. In some respects, you have already surpassed my other 3 children, and I can sense that you have acquired a chi flow that doesn't belong to me. Unfortunately, the natural laws in this starry sky dictate that sovereigns can only be born along with the approval of the will of a world. There is no other way." The Eternal Mother's reply caused Bai Xiaochun to sink into silence. He still didn't understand. Although it was true that the approval of a world could give birth to a sovereign, he knew that many years ago, one person had become a sovereign without the will of a world. In fact, that person had destroyed worlds. The mortal renegade. Bai Xiaochun had witnessed that personally via the memories of the worldly Taoist. He also knew that the mortal renegade's rise to the sovereign level had something to do with his Tao. That much he had learned with the help of the worldly Taoist himself, in the Valley of the Clouds. It was possible to understand the mortal renegade's Tao by looking at the state of the surrounding void. It was populated by nothing but ruins, with all life force having been eradicated. All heaven and earth had been extinguished, casting everything into darkness. The mortal renegade's Tao was to exterminate everything, and that was how he had become a sovereign. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered, and he looked over at the glowing light of the Eternal Mother. The mortal renegade's sovereign path did not require the approval of a world. So how did he do it? If he could succeed, then why does becoming a sovereign require the approval of a world? Yet again, the Eternal Mother's eye snapped open, and this time, it shone with unrivaled splendor. It was as if Bai Xiaochun's words had been filled with a bizarre power that caused the eternal river to tremble, and the eternal immortal domains to shake physically. To the Eternal Mother, it was as if his words had somehow stirred the foundation of some natural law. Even the Saint Emperor and the little turtle could tell that the Eternal Mother's eye had opened wider than before, as though she were now completely and utterly focused on Bai Xiaochun alone. It almost seemed as if she were inspecting him on the deepest of all levels. Shaken, Bai Xiaochun stood there, looking at the Eternal Mother. After a long moment, she retracted her divine sense. Sounding weaker than ever, she said one last thing to Bai Xiaochun. "If nirvanic extermination can birth a sovereign, perhaps the opposite can too." The instant Bai Xiaochun heard her words, his previously grim eyes began to shine brightly. "If nirvanic extermination can birth a sovereign," Bai Xiaochun murmured, "perhaps the opposite can too." The words struck his mind and heart like heavenly thunder, completely rocking his world, and at the same time, opening up a new door for him. Although he had already begun to suspect that this was the case, he had no hard evidence to rely on to prove it true. But the Eternal Mother had confirmed his speculations. Considering what had been proved by the mortal renegade's Tao, he now had a direction to move in. It was impossible to say whether he would succeed. However, he knew that becoming a half-sovereign was not what he wanted. He wanted something that would give more hope than a half-sovereign could. That was the only way he could really go for broke when the mortal renegade woke up. Bai Xiaochun had truly changed on a deep level. By now, he was nearly the complete antithesis of that carefree youngster who had once stood atop Mount Hood. Over the years, he had turned into the type of person who bore incredible weight on his shoulders, weight that forced the youngster he had once been to grow up eventually. He left the eternal river, parting ways with the eternal mother and taking the relieved little turtle with him. The Saint Emperor stayed behind. Considering that there were no other options, he chose to become a half-sovereign. It wasn't a selfish choice. He could see that Bai Xiaochun had already picked a new direction, and in order to offer as much assistance as possible in fighting the coming catastrophe, he chose to sacrifice some of his own potential to at least have a measure of power. As Bai Xiaochun made his way off, the Saint Emperor took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged in front of the bell. Slowly, the light of the Eternal Mother wrapped him up. As of this moment, the two most powerful individuals in the eternal immortal domains were doing what they could to protect their homes, their friends, and their families. Bai Xiaochun returned to Arch-Emperor City and went into secluded meditation, although not for long. 7 days later, he emerged from this private chamber, where he issued an official Dharmic decree as the Arch-Emperor. Everyone in the eternal immortal domains, whether you are in the celestial realm, the demigod realm, the Deva realm, or the nascent soul stage, I need your help to quarantine the enemy from beyond. Before long, a windstorm of activity overtook the eternal immortal domains. If the Saint Emperor had issued such a proclamation, it would also have resulted in activity. However, it would not have had the same result as by Xiaochun speaking the words. All living beings in the eternal immortal domains had witnessed him sealing the enemy from beyond, defeating his attempt to bind the world, and awakening the Eternal Mother. He was now the true hope of the eternal immortal domains. In some respects, his words carried almost the same weight as the Eternal Mother's. And to many people he had actually surpassed her. He was the true ruler of the eternal immortal domains. A multitude of cultivators began to converge on Arch-Emperor City. Nascent soul cultivators, devas, demigods, and even celestials all came. Before long, more details came to light about Bai Xiaochun's plan to quarantine the enemy. For one thing, he was worried that the sealing strip which currently restrained the mortal renegade would not last long enough. And unfortunately, he had no idea how long it would take him to break out of the Archean realm. Perhaps he could do it quickly, perhaps not. Maybe he would fail. Regardless, the only way he could confidently make his attempt was if he had enough time to work with. He needed to make sure that, even if the sealing strip was destroyed, there was a second sealing magic in place to buy more time. The 7 days he had spent in secluded meditation upon returning had been for the purpose of collecting his thoughts and planning how to create the perfect spell formation for the situation. When everyone was gathered, Bai Xiaochun explained the details of his plan. The foundation of this sealing formation will be the energy of the eternal immortal domains as a whole, and I will guide it with my magic of the essence of time, gravitational extermination. I will create something like the area outside of a world I once visited, a place I call the Hourglass World. It will be a grand time formation. It will distort time and space and seal everything surrounding the mortal renegade. It will have millions and millions of formation nodes, each one of which will be connected to someone in the eternal immortal domains. In other words, the formation will be powered by the people of our lands. If it works, then when the mortal renegade awakens, it will at least delay him for a bit longer and buy us some extra time. To a people who were in the grips of despair, this plan truly seemed like the only chance for survival. No one opposed it. Without hesitation, all of the cultivators in the eternal immortal domains agreed to go along with the plan. In the following days, Bai Xiaochun led the effort to set up the huge spell formation around the mortal renegade. Furthermore, he began to work with his essence of time, breaking it up into innumerable gravitational seeds, which he then delivered into the hands of the cultivators under his command. The vast group of cultivators absorbed the gravitational seeds, which linked them to the spell formation. Eventually, even the plants, trees, mountains, rivers, and other physical aspects of the lands were imbued with gravitational seeds from Bai Xiaochun. Slowly but surely, the spell formation was reaching a state of completion. It did not require any specific materials to create, only the people and physical aspects of the eternal immortal domains. Everyone joined in the effort, including Bai Xiaochun's family. Bai Xiaochun also linked himself to the spell formation. After all the preparations were complete, he flew up into the sky, and under the watchful eyes of everyone in the lands, waved his hand, activating his gravitational extermination formation around the mortal renegade. Looking down, the people, plants, and major terrain features in the eternal immortal domains glowed like stars, and sent streaming starlight up into the sky to power the gravitational extermination formation. Slowly but surely, the majestic formation began to activate. From the look of it, it would take several hours for the entire process to complete. But then, even as Bai Xiaochun performed double-handed incantation gestures to spread the effects of gravitational extermination, and even as the starlight rose up from the countless locations below, the mortal renegade seemed to instinctively sense what was happening, and shivered. Then, Bai Xiaochun's face fell as, all of a sudden, a vortex appeared on the mortal renegade's forehead. As it spun, a figure slowly took shape inside it. He wore a Taoist robe, and was completely expressionless, except for the cruel glint in his eyes. As he walked out, his facial features became clear, causing Bai Xiaochun to gasp, and his eyes to glitter brightly. Taoist Heaven Span. It truly was none other than Taoist Heaven Span. Truth be told, Bai Xiaochun was not very surprised. He hadn't ever been able to track down Taoist Heavenspan in the Vile Emperor dynasty, and had speculated that something like this might have happened. And considering everything that had happened in the Heavenspan realm, and what Bai Xiaochun knew of the man, he really did resemble the mortal renegade in many ways. The fact that the Vile Emperor had been a clone of the mortal renegade led Bai Xiaochun to certain speculations about what had happened to Taoist Heavenspan. Seeing him now made everything clear. The mortal renegade couldn't personally do anything about the spell formation being set up around him, and therefore, had no choice other than to send Taoist Heavenspan in his stead. Well, that's fine. It's time to settle matters between us anyway. Eyes flashing, Bai Xiaochun flew directly toward Taoist Heavenspan. Taoist Heavenspan hovered there right in front of the mortal renegade's forehead. His eyes cold but flickering with mixed emotions as he looked out at Bai Xiaochun approaching. Things had happened just as Bai Xiaochun had suspected. However, not even Taoist Heavenspan could have guessed what would happen after he became a follower of the Vile Emperor. Everything had changed because of a single black stone. Because of that stone, he didn't need the approval of the Eternal Mother to achieve the breakthrough he had long sought. From the moment he acquired it, he knew that there was something inside of the black stone. A will, someone who somehow enabled him to fool the will of the Eternal Mother and become a celestial. His rapid cultivation-based progress in subsequent days had also been because of that black stone. And every so often, the Vile Emperor would give him another stone. Eventually, he realized that he was not himself anymore. And that was when, with the help of the Vile Emperor, he became aware of the true might of the mortal renegade, who hung above in the heavens. It wasn't a difficult decision for him. He did not hesitate to betray the eternal immortal domains and become a subordinate of the mortal renegade. He was different from the Vile Emperor who was only a clone. Taoist Heavenspan became the apprentice of the mortal renegade. He knew that in many ways he was like the mortal renegade. In all the years that had passed, he was the only person from the eternal immortal domains who had chosen to truly submit to the mortal renegade, and had thus received his approval. Therefore, he left Vile Emperor City and appeared within the body of the mortal renegade, where his cultivation advanced with unprecedented quickness. After emulating the Tao of the mortal renegade, he gained access to divine abilities and magical techniques that he could never have grasped before. It was in that manner that he became an Archean, and an even stronger one than the Vile Emperor had been. Everything he possessed came from the mortal renegade. After all, in some ways, the mortal renegade was a world unto himself with a will that could give approval. Just like the Eternal Mother, he could produce powerful experts of his own. During this process, Taoist Heavenspan lost himself and knew it. To achieve his goals, he had become completely ruthless and selfish to the extreme. And yet, he still remembered a time in the past when he had not been like that. Occasionally, he would reminisce, and although the memories seemed like those of a stranger, he still remembered that he had a daughter. Perhaps that's just the price I have to pay. Sighing inwardly, he severed such thoughts, and his eyes glinted with icy coldness. Up to now, he had been in meditation. But then, the will of the mortal renegade had reached out to him, explaining that his mission was to defend against all outside threats. The now-dead clone had been tasked with the same mission. And if things had gone according to plan, matters would have proceeded smoothly until the mortal renegade awoke. But then Bai Xiaochun returned, cut down the impostor Vile Emperor, and forced the mortal renegade to advance his plans. Then, as the moment of awakening drew near, Bai Xiaochun began to set up a spell formation backed by the essence of time, which the mortal renegade sensed was a major threat. Therefore, Taoist Heavenspan appeared to act as Tao Protector and eliminate the threat. Bai Xiaochun, he growled, his eyes flashing. Striding out toward the incoming Bai Xiaochun, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing 9 sealing marks to appear. Immediately, they began to grow larger, becoming 9 gigantic lanterns. A moment later, one of the 9 lanterns was extinguished, causing black smoke to belch out, which became a huge hand that shot toward Bai Xiaochun. The energy radiating off of the hand was comparable to the peak of the Archean realm, a force that far surpassed what the Vile Emperor had been capable of. And yet, now that Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body had been tempered by striking the bell of the Eternal Mother, it was so weak that he didn't even need to think about it. As the hand approached, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered with hatred for Taoist Heavenspan. Performing a quick incantation gesture, he waved his right hand, causing numerous beams of Archean luminescence to shoot out. And thus, a battle of divine abilities began. Booms rang out as a second lantern was extinguished, then a third and a fourth, sending one black hand after another toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun performed more incantation gestures, causing the power of both his fleshly body and cultivation base to skyrocket. Then, he unleashed his undying sovereign's fist, smashing all of the black hands into pieces. Frowning, Taoist Heavenspan extinguished all of his remaining lanterns, and again formed several black hands. Then, the smoke from the previously shattered hands swept toward them, and all of the hands and smoke merged to create a huge giant that charged toward Bai Xiaochun, howling. All this took only a few breaths of time. Divine abilities slammed into each other, sending shockwaves out in all directions. As for all of the cultivators down below in the eternal immortal domains, they looked on in complete shock. Taoist Heavenspan. So, he's with the enemy from beyond. Damn it. If I'd known it would end up like this, I would have killed him years ago. The Celestials belonging to the former Vile Emperor dynasty all looked on with cold, murderous gazes. However, they all knew that this version of Taoist Heavenspan was someone none of them were qualified to fight against. They could only hope that Bai Xiaochun would prevail. Up above, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture, causing everything around him to distort as he called on the essence of time. Instantly, the huge giant slowed down, allowing Bai Xiaochun to pierce directly through it. As his undying codex regenerated him, he became like a sharp sword stabbing toward Taoist Heavenspan. Eyes flashing, Taoist Heavenspan waved his hands out and said, "Starry sky, nirvanic extermination." In response, an image of a starry sky appeared around him. It featured innumerable glittering stars, each of which represented worlds filled with people. But then, in a short moment, the entire image began to turn dark. As it did, the sky of the eternal immortal domains also began to turn completely black. Meanwhile, Taoist Heavenspan's voice seemed to contain a will of nirvanic extermination, which turned the dark sky into a huge face that lunged down to consume Bai Xiaochun. Strangely, although the face resembled Taoist Heavenspan, if one looked closely, it actually looked more like the mortal renegade. The face seemed capable of inflicting nirvanic extermination on anything it touched. Even the sky began to wither. This divine ability surpassed anything the Vile Emperor had used. This came from the Tao of the mortal renegade. It was being wielded by Taoist Heavenspan, but it was still a magic of nirvanic extermination. As it spread, the spell formation, which had not yet been completely formed, began to show signs of being corroded. Clearly, it would only be a short time before it was completely destroyed. It wasn't a matter of the spell formation being weak, but rather the fact that it was incomplete. Had it been complete, Taoist Heavenspan would have had a very difficult time doing anything to it. I have to end this fight quickly, Bai Xiaochun thought. Without any hesitation, he shot forward, waving his hand. It was none other than Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit. Apparently, the creature had learned from its previous mistake, and instead of reaching out with its claws first, its head appeared, crocodilian and fierce to the extreme, with rows of sharp teeth as large as mountains. Filling nearly half the sky, it lunged toward the face of nirvanic extermination. It was so huge that just its head filled half the sky, and thus it could only be imagined how large its body was. Clearly, the eternal immortal domains couldn't even sustain such a large entity. Mortals usually think that things which are large in size are particularly powerful. But cultivators view things differently, and are impressed by large things only when they reach a certain, completely exaggerated level. And right now, all the cultivators who could see this head were shivering in terror. Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit was just ridiculously massive. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun's water swamp kingdom had grown with him as his cultivation base advanced. Earlier, he had used the technique inside the body of the mortal renegade, where no one could see it. But right now, numerous gasps could be heard as people finally caught sight of it with their own eyes. That was especially true of the disciples from the former Spirit Stream sect. Li Qingho's jaw dropped, and Patriarch Spirit Stream stared in shock. After all, even though the Water Swamp Kingdom was difficult to cultivate, there had been people who had succeeded with it throughout history. And yet, compared to Bai Xiaochun's Water Swamp Kingdom, all of those previous versions seemed like knockoffs. In fact, the people from the Spirit Stream sect even began to wonder if the divine ability from their sect had been the real thing. That's the Water Swamp Kingdom? Even Bai Xiaochun's family was shocked. Song Junwan gasped, and both Debao and Xiaoxiao were visibly stunned by the enormous, vicious crocodilian head. As everyone looked on, stunned, Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit snapped up the face of nirvanic extermination. But then, apparently not satisfied, it unhesitatingly shot toward the mortal renegade. Not even Taoist Heavenspan could keep himself from feeling shocked by what he was seeing. Eyes nearly popping out of his skull, he blurted, "What is that thing?" Taoist Heavenspan's scalp was tingling on the verge of exploding. This was the first time since he became an apprentice of the mortal renegade that he had felt so shaken. In fact, a sensation of deadly crisis had already gripped his heart. Not daring to hesitate, he backed up as if he planned to go back into the mortal renegade's forehead. Unfortunately for him, Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit was too fast, and blocked his path. Defiance rose up in Taoist Heavenspan as a feeling of impending death overtook him. To him, it felt like he had been involved in a sword fight, only to have his opponent throw down his sword and then pull out a mountain to crush him with. The life essence spirit was like heaven and earth, and Taoist Heavenspan was like an ant. The mortal renegade's head was actually much larger than the life essence spirit, and yet, it ravenously opened its jaws as if to take a bite. The people of the eternal immortal domains were as stunned as wooden chickens, and even Bai Xiaochun was sweating nervously. He was almost considering calling his life essence spirit back, but it was too late. Before he could do anything, the creature bit down onto the mortal renegade. A crunching sound rang out, which was like an explosion that caused all heaven and earth to distort. Then, a blood-curdling scream erupted from Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit, and a few of its mountain-like teeth fell out. However, the life essence spirit apparently did get a chunk of rock-like flesh, whereupon it lunged back into the swamp and disappeared. The people of the eternal immortal domains looked on in shock, and Taoist Heavenspan glanced around, apparently surprised to still be alive. Sweat dripping down his face, he shot into the mortal renegade's forehead, not even looking over his shoulder. As for the mortal renegade, two enormous teeth were still stuck into his face, surrounded by numerous cracks and crevices. It was a really odd sight. Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Even in a somber and dramatic fight like this, he was still able to do what he usually did and make things amusing. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't happy that Taoist Heavenspan had escaped, the look of stupefaction on his face had been worth it. He ran too quickly this time, that's all. Snorting coldly, he waved his right hand, and the spell formation of the essence of time began to form together again. As for the shocked cultivators down below, they all went back to their work from moments before. This time, Taoist Heavenspan didn't interfere. As starlight streamed up from below, the huge spell formation formed around the mortal renegade. As it completed, the essence of time swirled, forming something like an enormous vortex. It was a vortex of innumerable stars, each of which was part of the spell formation. Within it was the power of essence, which caused all of the time in the area to slow down. And that was the main purpose of the formation. Not only would it slow down time to prevent the seal from unraveling too soon, but it would buy them time in general. Now that the spell formation was operational, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. At that point, he looked at the mortal renegade's forehead, and then the teeth sticking into his face. It was a strange thing. Why did the teeth remain after the life essence spirit vanished? Contemplating the matter, he headed back down to the eternal immortal domains. Upon arriving in Archemperor City, some of his subordinates delivered the teeth that had fallen from his life essence spirit. Ignoring the strange looks on the faces of his subordinates, he studied the teeth for a while before putting them into his bag of holding. After all, if his life essence spirit showed up next time missing a bunch of teeth, it would look really ugly. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun once again wondered why things always got strange around him. It was obviously a very serious situation. Scratching his head, he put the matter aside and went to find his Taoist partners. After all, his water swamp kingdom had eased some of the tension, but that didn't change the potential for impending destruction of a cataclysmic nature. The Saint Emperor becoming a half-sovereign wasn't the answer to the problem. Everything would come down to Bai Xiaochun and whether or not he could succeed. Right now, he needed to go into secluded meditation, and for how long, no one knew. When he came out, it could be right into a deadly situation. It was impossible to say what things would be like. Therefore, the only thing he could think to do now was send his friends and family to the treasured fan, where they could hopefully remain safe. However, whether it was Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, or Ho Xiaomei, none of them agreed. Neither did Debao or Xiaoxiao. The giant ghost king, Li Qingho, and everyone else all felt the same.